and we shall be looking at parental care and parental guidance amongst our youth. That will be, of course, the topic and the subject of the matter that we'll be discussing. The topic is a bit squeamish this morning, right? But I think it is relevant that we discuss it because that is how it is. So we let it all hang out, and we'll be telling you much more about this in the course of the program. But I just want to welcome Peter Dang. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while since you've been on the show.
It's good to be back.
You've been globetrotting.
I've been traveling a little bit. It's good to be back, and thanks for inviting me for this show.
All right. So in light of what has been happening lately, we've seen, video clips going viral, especially of young kids at Consolata Primary School. Also, one of the YouTube's, clip is all about young people. The Wamlambes and the Wamnyonyes generation that we're talking about, the music that also we've seen. The morals are, so to speak, Ezekiel Mutua really coming out starkly against it. I don't know, what is your perception, especially in light of this, where we are as a country and what is happening to our youth?
I don't think anybody would disagree that we're sliding. Everybody knows that from a moral standpoint, the country's been on a slide, and we really need to find a way to put the brakes on so that we can rethink as a nation the values of this nation, the things that are guiding and actually making this kind of behavior to be what it is. So there is a call to leadership, there's a call to parents, there's a call to our schools, our educators to do something new. Do
you think we failed?
I don't
think as parents, as teachers, as of course also the clergy?
I don't think it's a question of failure, Deba. I think it's really a case of neglect. Neglect. And I think we need to realize that failure means you stop, it's over. But I think what we need to do is get back to asking ourselves, what course have we been on and how do we need to change it? And that's where we need to take some reflection as a nation.
All right. Yeah. So we need to take our reflection, of course, that is a good entry point. We need to take a reflection as a nation on where we are when it comes to parental guidance. Of course, also everyone in the society, they normally say it takes a village to raise a child. So have we left that particular, the zest of it, right? The genesis of it, have we left, that particular mantra in application? So are we raising our children as a community? That is what we seek to be talking about this morning. But let's see the good, the bad, and the ugly in our dailies today. This is what is on the front page of a Daily Nation today. Why battle for Kibra threatens handshake is the splash today. On the front page of a Daily Nation this morning, Raila camp feels betrayed by Jubilee's move to field a candidate in mini poll. President Kenyatta's endorsement of Mariga candidature in the city by election puts him at loggerheads with ODM's Odinga, throwing into a spin their famous deal and the outcome of a yet-to-be-released BBI report. This story is tucked away on page 5 of the Daily Nation this morning. What's alleged? Who's fooling who? Jubilee Secretary General Raphael Tuju said footballers' State House visit was just a courtesy call, usually extended to the party's candidates in by-elections. Nominated MP minor commander of the Kieleweke camp also threw his support behind ODM's Imran Okoth. So the story is well fleshed out for you on page 5 of the Daily Nation. Love lies when marriage turns to murder. That is also another story on the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. Family in crisis? At what point does love turn into hate so consuming that one will end up killing a person they once promised to love for the rest of their lives? This is their abiding question. This is probably the question many ask when a story is published in the media about a man brutally killing his wife or a woman paying hitmen to gun down her husband. The story continues on page 10 and 11 of the Daily Nation this morning. And of course, we shall be having our panelists looking at family matters, of course, talking about the youth, talking about also the family. How did we get into this morass? And lately, we've seen a lot and the spate of matters really happening within the family unit. So what is really happening? Is it all about the money? Or is it all about also betrayal also within the family setup? This story is tucked away on page 10 and 11 of a Daily Nation this morning. And also, I'll be remiss if we don't show this and read these faces. This is Solomon Budhi Mwangi. His wife, Jen Muthoni, a secondary school principal, was charged with his murder in 2016. Then we have this Beryl Adhiambo Ouma. In February, Mr. Laiko Usuri was arrested on suspicion of killing his wife in their Nairobi home. Then we have Robert Chesang in Magistrate Pauline Maisi Chesang, was charged with the murder of her lawyer husband. And we have also Mike Okombe. In November 2017, Miss Marianne Mumbi, described as a wife, girlfriend of rugby player, was arrested and arraigned over his death. The story continues inside the Daily Nation, as I mentioned. Also at a glance, a United Nations agency has raised the alarm over rampant cases of spouse killings in the country. United Nations Population Fund country representative Dr. Ademola Olajide has expressed worry over the apparent normalization of gender-based violence that has seen many killed by spouses or lovers under unclear circumstances. So all that story, you can follow it on page 10 and 11 of today's Daily Nation. Still on the front page of the Daily Nation, people, trash it. I'm shaking up the garbage in industry. This is, of course, inside the Pullout magazine called My Network. Every Friday, it comes in handy for you. Make sure you grab a copy to find out all about this person who's using, of course, trash to turn it out to be gold for her. All right, can we stay unions happier and also last longer? There is a study that is showing this. A majority of youth who get married with a lot of fanfare end up in unhappy unions compared to those in Can We Stay unions. A recent survey has revealed. The study also found that whereas men try to find love in local dating sites, for young women, true love is in continental or international sites, which offer wider options of prospective lovers in terms of race and financial status. You can follow the story on page 3 of today's Daily Nation. All right, let's move on and see what we have also on the dailies. We can pick up the Standard. This is what is on the front page of the Standard this morning. MCAs win big in governor's push for change of law is a splash this morning. And we can see here a related picture. Council of Governors Chair Wycliffe Oparanya with Governors Paul Chepkwony, Kiratu Murungi and Kifudha Kibwana and Mwangi Wairia after a meeting on the Ugatuzi initiative in Nairobi yesterday. Referendum push. Chiefs or county chiefs start Ugatuzi initiative with radical proposals to change the executive and mouth-watering proposals for MCS, including higher tax like car grants and low-cost mortgages. You can follow the story on page 6 of the Standard this morning. Heirs to Cohen's wealth to be known today. Who gets what? Details of who slain Dutch tycoon has bequeathed his property will be known ahead of planned Jewish burial on Monday. Also, Kingi moves to shape future, of course, politics. Kilifi governor wants to meet all MPs and MCAs next week to chart region's political course and find solution to diminishing business at port. Also, residents want Uhuru to rethink Kimrere Dam. This is tucked away on page 25 of the Daily Nation this morning. Led by Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, they urge President to rescind decision, saying recommendations was done without their input. That story also follow it on page 25 of the Standard this morning. A quick look at the Star, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Star. Wairimu, don't open my husband's will. This is what she says. The widow and tycoon's sister agreed to bury Cohen on Monday in Nairobi. Sarah claims it's evident the confidential nature of the will has been severely compromised. And the story continues on page 2 of the Star this morning. See a related picture here. And this is the battle that is ongoing. The man, of course, at the center, he's the murdered Top Cohen, Sarah Wairimu, Dutch tycoon Top Cohen, and his sister, Gabrielle Van Straten. That is the tussle that is going on right now as far as the will is concerned. Courier tells Murkomen to quit criticizing President over dams. That is the story. Courier tells Murkomen to quit criticizing President over dams. The story continues on page 2 of the Star this morning. Why Kibra by-election is the litmus test for Uhuru Raila handshake. That continues on page 6. It's a showdown there. Also, medical negligence. Hospital to pay Meru woman 25 million shillings for bangle delivery. You can follow the story on page 3 of the Star today. And Kiprono Kitoni, he says, stop this war on local investors. This is on The Voices. You can follow the story on page 20 of the Star this morning. Also, conmen use Uhuru's name to swindle millions from Akasha family. This is a daring act. You can follow the story on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. People Daily up next, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the People Daily. Killers should not inherit property, declares Kinoti. This is, of course, the ongoing probe on the matter of Cohen. The Succession Act debate appears to be a hot potato right now that most lawyers are not keen to discuss openly. Follow the story on page 4 of the People Daily this morning. And we have LSK President Alan Gishuhi saying, quote unquote, this is a law and there is no shortcut about it. If you are found guilty of murder, you cannot benefit from your victim's estate. Follow the story inside the People Daily this morning. Governors propose new slots for state. They want a prime minister, 18-member cabinet. Also NLC chair waiting hit by KRA letter hitch. You can follow the story on page 8, I should say, of the People Daily this morning. We move on now and we see what is on the front page also of the Taifa Leo and the Business Daily. This is what is on the front page of Taifa Leo this morning. Mariga atikisa handisheki. It says, Mariga atikisa handisheki. Baadhi ya wabunge ODM wasema kuna hatari ya muafaka huo kuvurugwa. Uhuru akishiriki, I should say, kampeni. That story continues on page 2 of the Star this morning. Kimorer, hatua ya rais yachemsha ngome ya Ruto. That is another story that continues on page 3 of Taifa Leo. And magavana wajitenga na punguza mizigo BBI. You can follow the story on page 2. It's all about ugatuzi. And on siasa siogopi pingu, asema Sonko akijibu ripoti ametoroka. The story continues on page 2. This was a headlining story on the front page of Taifa Leo yesterday. And of course, you've seen this picture by now. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amwadhinisha rasmi McDonald Mariga kama mgombeaji kiti cha ubunge cha Kibra kwa tikiti ya Jubilee Party katika ikulu ya Nairobi Jumatano. Hatua hiyo imezua hisia kali miongoni mwa wafuasi wa ODM. The story continues inside the Taifa Leo. Is a headlining story today, and that's the related picture. We buckle down to business a bit and we see what is on the front page of the Business Daily this morning. Kenya fourth in Africa as billionaire hits 356. Super rich. South Africa ranks top with 2,169 billionaires. Egypt 932, while Nigeria has 531 in wealth survey. About 356 billionaires were living in Kenya last year, placing the country at number 4 in our ranking of top African cities based in the super wealthy persons. The Africa Wealth Report for 2019 report published this month by Mauritius-based, that is Afro-Asia Bank, ranks South Africa top with 2,169 billionaires. Egypt and Nigeria, also the figures are given there. These individuals have net assets above $10 million. That is 1 billion shillings. Number of billionaires in the country, individuals who have net assets above $10 million or 1 billion shillings. South Africa tops, of course, you can see the list there. Kenya is there on the 4th. And the last also is Rwanda with 30. So from Africa, we have Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. Also Cote d'Ivoire is here. All right, Morocco, Angola. This is the East African countries that have been highlighted here. This is actually African countries, all of them. So the East African countries are all here highlighted. So Kenya sits there. Let's move on to see what we have also across the border. We can go over now to the Citizen in Tanzania. This is what is a splash today. BOT, that is Bank of Tanzania boss, concern on bank customer confidentiality. In a startling revelation, Bank of Tanzania Governor Florence Luoga voices his concern at a worrying trend of authorities compelling commercial banks to reveal information about their customers. This story continues on page 2 of today's The Citizen. And also ATCL fleet set to grow to 11 after Airbus deal. This continues on page 2 of today's The Citizen. We have here Dalichako gracing Mwananchi Thought Leadership Forum. This is Mwananchi Communications Limited Managing Director Francis Nanai welcoming the Minister of Education, Science, Technology and Vocational Training, Dr. Joyce Dalichako, at the 5th edition of Mwananchi Thought Leadership Forum in Dar es Salaam last night. The theme of the forum was empowering youth with relevant, I should say, knowledge and skills. The story, you can follow it inside the People Daily today. Also new, NHIF packages spark debate, officials react also. The story continues on page 2. And Membe muzzled media bad for government, he says. You can follow the story on page 2 of The Citizen this morning. Let's move on. We see what we have on the front page of Mwananchi today. Mkuu wa mkoa Morogoro katika tanuru la moto. Ni baada ya ziara ya siku 5 ya waziri mkuu kusimamisha watumishi 16. Rais Magufuli, katibu mkuu CCM kwa nyakati tofauti, wamewahi kutoa onyo. That is what we have also there as a sub-headline. You can follow the story on page 4 of Mwananchi this morning. Also, Gavana wa BOT aonya benki kutoa siri za wateja is another story that continues also inside the Mwananchi this morning. Let's head over now to Uganda. We pick up the Daily Monitor. This is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Daily Monitor this morning. Another kidnap, another killing. It is tragic. The body of Simon Odur Akena, who is 34, a graphics designer who went missing last Saturday, was found dumped at Kitubulu on the shores of Lake Victoria. You can follow the story on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Aga Khan high school students visit Monitor, and they're here captured. You can follow the story inside the Daily Monitor, or this is a standalone picture. This is the Aga Khan students who visited the Daily Monitor, or the Monitor Publications offices in Kampala. After a guided study tour yesterday, students interacted with editors and reporters at the Daily Monitor, KFM and Dembe FM, and learned about their operations. And also still on the front page of the Daily Monitor, U.S. sanctions blow veil of Kayihura family. The U.S. Treasury Department travel sanctions on former IGP Kale Kayihura has blown the veil of his family, sucking in his wife, Angela Omurisa Gabuka, daughter Tesi Owibambe, and son Kale Rudahigwa. You can follow the story on page 6 of the Daily Monitor. How thugs raided City Church to steal offertory. That is another story that continues on page 3 of the Daily Monitor. Government clears 8 bridge schools to open for third term. That is another story on page 8 of the Daily Monitor this morning. We're heading over now to Rwanda, and we pick up the New Times to see what is happening also in Rwanda. And Rwanda to expand strategic fuel reserve is a splash this morning. And it says the government plans to upgrade and construct new strategic petroleum reserves in a bid to improve the country's fuel security. According to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, plans are underway to upgrade the reserve to 150 million litres, which are capable of meeting the country's demand for 4 months in case of shortage. The story continues on page 8 of the New Times this morning. Also, visionary leadership central to Rwanda's transformation. And you can see here Stephen Rodriguez, the UNDP resident representative to Rwanda, also Major General Emmanuel Bayingana, and Air Force Chief of Staff, and Colonel Jill Rutaremara, District or Director, Rwanda Peace Academy, at the opening of a 2-day regional conference on Rwanda journey towards sustainable peace in Kigali yesterday. All that inside the New Times in Rwanda. I was just reminding you, have you picked up your copy of the East African this week? If you haven't, this is a splash you have today to just follow this story. It's all about equity, KCB buyouts. The rise of 15 billion shillings banking giants is a splash. It's all about acquisitions. Flurry of mergers and takeovers fuel race between 2 regions' biggest lenders buy assets. This is what Joshua Igaro is saying. KCB is keen on new growth opportunities in its focus to build 1 trillion shillings asset strong financial institutions by 2020. And also we have also CEO of Equity Group, this is James Mwangi, saying we're going to be the largest bank in East and Central African region. Follow all the details on page 4 of the East African. Africa, open borders reprieve. 32 countries get 13-year window to scrap import tariffs in Africa Continental Free Trade Area deal. And the Somalia Embassy case mystery. This is on page 6 of the East African this morning. And lastly, let me show you also what we do have on the global arena as well. This is the Wall Street Journal. And this is what is on the front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning. And it says Fed trims rates as officials differ over more cuts. Central Bank approves quarter point reductions. 3 officials dissent, first in 3 years. And we have this particular picture. Of course, we know what has been happening as far as oil installation is concerned in Saudi Arabia. We have Secretary of State Mark Pompeo with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday, blaming the attack on Iran. White House 6 allies at UN to press Iran on Saudi oil attack. This is what it says. The White House is pushing to build an international coalition to exact pressure on Iran through the United Nations as its chief response to the attack on Saudi. Follow the story on page 7 of the this is the Wall Street Journal. Netanyahu battles tough odds. You know, the Israeli snap elections are on. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he will press ahead to form a government a day after he appeared to fall short of a parliamentary majority. The story continues on page 16 of the Wall Street Journal. WeWork's Adam Newman runs on excess. The co-founder and CEO fostered breakneck growth, but now investors are balking at the downsides. Tequila, weed, and Run DMC. Right, the story continues on page 8 of the Wall Street Journal. What do we do without our daily tonics of course, cartoonists? We do have Victor here today. You can't have both, pick one. So you can see the lollipop being proffered here to Deputy President William Ruto, and the Kimwarer Dam, of course, that big, is it the Ganniberg that is full of cash, is taken away. And you know the story about the stoppage of Kimwarer Dam. And now President Uhuru Kenyatta also is endorsing Mariga. And this is what has been absolutely captured today by Victor inside the Daily Nation. Let's see what Stano is telling us or has done for us this morning. And this is what you're waking up to this morning. It's all about Kimwarer as well. Rest in peace, Kimwarer Dam. And he's hard at work here. And that is the president. I'll leave it for you to decipher this. This is what is in the People Daily this morning. Let me hack you back into history lastly and show you what we had on the front page of the Daily Nation. That it was in 1960. Try and just lift that quickly for you. Okay, where is it? There we go. This is how the Daily Nation looked then in 1960. Wildlife will be protected was a splash. The government yesterday pledged itself to preserve the priceless heritage of Kenya's wildlife. That is what it says. The pledge was given by Prime Minister Mr. Kenyatta at the Assembly of the International Union of Conservation in Nature. And of course it goes on. Also still we can see a sidebar. Dr. Obote misses EA talks. The Prime Minister Mr. Jomo Kenyatta yesterday held confidential discussions with the Tanganyika President Dr. Julius Nyerere and Uganda's Minister for Information Mr. A. Nekion on the proposed East Africa Federation. The talks, which took place in Mr. Kenyatta's office, lasted only 1 hour. An official statement later saying that as the Uganda Prime Minister Dr. Obote was unable to attend because of ill health. No details of the talks will be issued. That was also another sidebar story then. And we have a picture here of Mr. Kenyatta greeting Dr. Nyerere at the airport. Also another story, Uganda head of state, new talks, the acting Katikiro, that is Prime Minister of Buganda, Mr. A.D. Lubowa, announced yesterday that the Prime Minister, Mr. Milton Obote, had agreed to a meeting with the Buganda delegation to discuss the head of state question. That was history. That was in 1963. It was only going from measly 20 cents then, and this is how it looked. And all that was tucked in all the stories in 20 pages of the Daily Nation today. So, with the Gutenberg technology since then, things have changed, and this is how the Daily Nation looks this morning. Right, so you can buckle or you can actually grab a copy that really tickles your fancy. Also remember, bank accounts flagged in currency crackdown. This is financial institutions have been put on high alert, it says, as rush to exchange all 1,000 shillings note enters home stretch. That is what is inside the Daily Nation today. And Wairimu, I won't attend reading of My Husband's Will. This is on page 6. Last wishes of Dutch tycoon will be read today ahead of his burial on Monday. But widow has distanced herself from it. That is a story that you want to follow inside the Daily Nation today. Let me also show you the picture that we just retrieved from our archives, right? And this is retired President Moi and, of course, George Saitoti, the then Prime Minister, and John Keane. Let me take it back. There you go. And John Keane. So the controversy over the Maasai spokesman issue fizzled out following public reconciliation by President Daniel Arap Moi. And of course, Vice President George Saitoti and Mr. John Keane on February the 9th, 1995. You can be seeing here, he was addressing a well-attended rally at the Kajiado Showground. President Moi said he was the sole spokesman for all Kenyans. And the issue of Mr. William, that should be the late William Olentimama being the Maasai spokesman, did not arise. And this is what the caption reads following or the caption for this particular picture. This is, of course, from our archives, courtesy of our print library. You're watching the Leadership Forum this morning, and today I really struggled with this particular title that we are going actually to put it up but that's the reality that we are in today. What will we do? And it's all about parental care. So it's a bit squeamish if you're taking breakfast this morning, but of course this is bound also to generate or maybe instigate some, debate on where we are as far as parental care is concerned. And we know the function of parental love is to secure the child. This is done in two ways. Maybe committed caring is communicated to establish an attachment to be dependent on and trusted. And we will always be there for you no matter what is what we say. And unconditional positive regard is communicated to establish an absolute acceptance of individuality. We will always value the person you are and who you become. These are words that we're bound to say most of the times. Now, these are the twin pillars upon which secure parental love depends. When the teenage years begin, both attachment and acceptance become harder for parents to provide. Adolescent separation and opposition for independence can strain attachment, particularly when in the form of teenage rebellion against parental rules. Differentiation and experimenting with individuality can discourage acceptance, particularly when lifestyles unfamiliar to parents are adopted. To maintain attachment, the parent must keep reaching out so they can stay connected to the young person as adolescence necessarily grows them apart. To communicate acceptance, the parent must bridge developing differences between them with interest as the adolescent increasingly explores and expresses unique interest and identity. Parental love in adolescence must not be dependent on getting the young person you want, but in wanting the young person you get, most of all when you disagree with or dislike some of the changes in believing and behaving that start taking place. When parents fail in either expression of love, there are emotional costs for the adolescents to pay. When attachment is not maintained, the adolescents can feel abandoned and lonely. When acceptance is not maintained, the adolescents can feel, of course, rejected and estranged. In both cases, the outcome is likely to be more reliance on peers for attachment and acceptance that are not forthcoming at home, creating less mature companionship, more likely to lead to young person astray. Now, parental attachment and acceptance do need to be constant, but they also sometimes need to be qualified by parental objection. So, here is the topic that we have been squeamish about, and it's all about the Wamlambes, Wamnyonyes generation is here. What to do? Wamlambes, Wamnyonyes generation is here. What to do? I have my guests already in studio with us who will take us through this particular discourse. But remember also, you get to drive the show with me. You can hit us on Twitter. AM Live NTV is our Twitter handle. AM Live NTV is our profile name on Facebook, and 20686 our SMS portal. I walk over now to the other side of the studio to just also introduce our panelists who are here with us up and early. I introduced to you earlier Peter Ndeng, who is of course our regular panelist here every Friday, and also is a consummate author and an executive coach. We have with us as well Dr. Frank Jenga, who is a consummate psychiatrist. We have with us also the CEO of Youth Agenda. This is Diana Sifuna. We have also the ambassador of AU, that is ambassador of AU Youth, that is Stella Agara. We have also with us Nancy Wangombe. Well, Nancy Wangombe, she is also a life coach. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I struggled with this particular title this morning, but of course that is the reality on the ground. And when I actually expressed and I said, tomorrow we're going to be discussing about Wamlambes and Wamnyonyes generation, some of you hung up on me and say, hey, can I call you later? I need to think about this, all right? Do I want to be associated with such a topic? But of course, this is the generation that we are in. We know they're all out there They let it all hang out. You know, they don't really care a fig what you think. I mean, this is expression. It is all about me. And this is the mode of expression that I pick. And of course, they have different modes of expressing, you know, their interests as well. One of them is the new media and the social media. If they don't get attention, of course, from the traditional media, they have the free way to express themselves. And of course, that is not the only clip. We've seen also lately what is happening to our young pupils in primary schools. Latest is what was happening also on social media, which really went viral with the young boy who actually had tirades there. We had vulgar, you know, statements really tripping off his tongue, and he was really pushed to the corner to really apologize later. But the whole essence is not to bash anyone, but to truly bring a discussion, of course, to the fore of where we are at as far as parental care and love is concerned, when we don't really actually have the true north as far as you know, directing our youth is concerned. So have we lost the plot somehow? Do we give up? How did we end up in this morass? And how can we, you know, pick up ourselves from this morass and move full steam ahead? So we want to hear from you this morning. I want to give you introductory remarks because of interest of time. I have my bell with me. Later I'll show you my red card. Of course, this is just in the interest of keeping time. For the sake of Diana, she's been here before. Also Stella. I think the new person here is Nancy. Nancy, welcome. So maybe I need to run you through, of course, the rules of engagement. So I have my bell. I'll show you the yellow card and the red card much later. This is just to keep time. And when you see the red or the yellow card, it's just to tell you that you're midway. You have around 6 minutes each of you. And when I raise my red card, this is just to warn you, you should be winding up. Of course, if you go beyond time, I will hit the bell. So I want just straight away to begin with our guests going to the lectern to tell us more about what they think about the Wamlambes and Wamnyonyes generation that we are in, what to do. Right, so we have Pitondeng, who will be, not Pitondeng actually, we have Stella. I'll put Stella because she's conveniently next to the lectern. All right, so I'll throw her into the deep end to just begin. Stella, she is the AU Youth Ambassador, and she's going to tell us about what I think, where we are as a country, Wamlambes, Wamnyonyes generation, what to do. So Stella, you got your camera there. This is camera 3. You can speak to the nation. And of course, let me try and also put my stopwatch ready so that we can keep time as well. So you got 6 minutes beginning now.
With my title, it's AU Youth Ambassador on Anti-Corruption.
On anti-corruption?
Lest they assume it's on everything.
On anti-corruption.
And
okay, thank you.
For that reason, when I was invited to come and talk about this topic, I was struggling to see where I can fit Wamlambes and Wamnyonyes in anti-corruption. But we'll figure it out as we proceed. Dibal, there are a number of things we need to consider when we are thinking about the situation we are in as far as the Wamlambes Wamnyonyes generation is concerned. But I think the most fundamental, as you have mentioned in your presentation, is that we must consider parenting and how we do our parenting and how much time we invest in our parenting. As we think about parenting, we also need to think about the other groups of people who influence how our children turn out. We must think about the environment that they live in. And in this environment, we definitely must consider the media, because the media provides a lot of the information that young people deal with. How much access do they have to the media? Mainstream media and social media as well. What are they collecting from social media? How much access have we given them to the internet at home? Who is checking to see what they're watching while they're on their own? We must also check for peer pressure. I must admit right now that there's more peer pressure now than there was when I was growing up. And I feel like right now there's more, it's more permissible to accept what is coming with peer pressure than it was in my time. It was embarrassing to be seen to be doing what the worst kids were doing during my time. But I notice now that if you're amongst the worst kids, then it's a great thing. Considering even the young boy was saying, he was claiming he's one of the worst. That's what he used in his rant. So peer pressure is actually excessive right now, and it is very acceptable to go with the flow of peer pressure. And I think those are some of the things we must also consider in the environment. The other is the circumstances surrounding the child. I mean, growing up in certain environments, if you're growing up in the slums, there are certain things you will have to interact with. You are highly unlikely to miss to interact with alcohol, drug abuse, crime, and the likes. I'm one of those people who was brought up in a slum. I grew up in Kibra. But my mother excessively became protective of us. She knew who we were playing with, when we were playing. In fact, I think we may have been denied most of our playtime because she was saying she needed to monitor everything about our playtime, only to protect us from what our environment could have exposed us to. The other group we should look at is the church. The church has a responsibility for morality. The church has a responsibility for policing morality, and they're more allowed to police morality than anybody else. Why am I talking about the church and permission to police morality? Because the government is the other group in terms of policing, and it seems in Kenya they are not allowed to police morality. You've seen Ezekiel Mutua getting in trouble all the time. Every time he's trying to say we should not play this Wamlambezi Wamnyonyi song on radio, that this Pandana song has got very bad lyrics, we shouldn't be playing it. Every time he does that, he gets backlash, even from young people, who he's actually supposed to be protecting. So these groups of people have a responsibility to regulate what children have access to. They can't police morality for adults, but they definitely need to protect children from what they're not ready for. But even as they do it, what do they know? Do they understand the language of the children? Do they understand the language of the youth that they're using right now to communicate their issues? I saw a post going around on social media about, and it was warning parents that if you see this on your child's phone, you know that they're preparing to go for a date. And I'm like, come on, guys, this language is so old. You're actually alerting yourself to the language they have now, and it's advancing as they proceed. So do you understand their language? Do you know what they're talking about? How long do you take to notice that Wamlambezi means something different? How long do you take to notice that Pandana, even as it shifts to Pandana, means something very, very dangerous to our children? What then do you do as a parent? Because the responsibility, the buck eventually stops with the parent. Number one, you cannot afford to be a lazy parent. You cannot just afford to be a lazy parent. You must constantly be actively engaged in your child's life, irrespective of how tired you are. Number two, you cannot afford to be absent. So how much time you spend on your alcohol, your football, your chamas, your chatting groups and entertainment must be balanced with how much time you spend with your child. And if you're not balancing it, you know that there's one of them that you have to give up in the end. The third is that you cannot be present and absent. So you can't be the kind of parent who, when you are not, because many parents claim they're out there searching for money to give their children a good life, but when you're present, you must be fully present. You must be the kind of parent who's present enough to notice some of the things that are happening in the child's life, and I'll quickly just list them. You must notice the new habits. You must notice old habits that are staying for too long. You must notice bullying tendencies. Bullying tendencies, first of all, whether your child is proactively bullying other people or whether they're withdrawing as a result of bullying. And you must also notice feelings of inadequacy. Are they feeling like they're not good enough? Are they feeling like they're not loved? In the ages of Instagram right now, many young people are feeling like they need to get many likes on Instagram because of what they're wearing, what they look like, what they have said. And this is the reason why this young boy has found himself in the situation he's in. You may have noticed that he's even invited his cousin to come and join him and get likes, and he's saying, you need to like this guy. Why? Because they believe those likes are the label and what success looks like. Can we redefine success for children in this country? Can we redefine success for youth in this country so that not everyone is looking at taking selfies the whole day, hoping to receive the most likes out of their selfies? The last thing that we must continue doing for children and young people in general is to reaffirm them. Make sure that whatever they choose to be, we make sure that they feel like it's acceptable in our environment, as long as it's positive and it's the kind of attitude we want to see amongst our children and youth. I'll finish there.
Right, thank you. All right, so what is the role of the media, the role of the church, right? Do we understand the language of the youth in this epoch of time? Are you a lazy parent, right? So is it an aspect of lazy parenting, and we left this also, maybe the parenting to be taken over by teachers? Are you also looking keenly and leaning over to see what are the new habits, what are the old habits that also maybe your child is discarding and picking up new habits? Are there bullying tendencies, he says, right? So these are some of the salient points we've picked up this morning, and we shall be discussing with our panelists much later in the course of the program. Up next on the lectern, we have Diana Sifuna. Diana Sifuna is the CEO of Youth Agenda, and of course she's going to slice for us and dice for us this particular subject. And if you're waking up this morning and you're wondering what is Wamlambezi and what is Wamnyonyezi, myself also, I've been very squeamish about it, and I was wondering how do we put it on air. But of course, maybe you have a teenager around you in the family. It's a very uncouth maybe discussion that you can be involved in, but it's a reality on the ground, and it brings all the aspect of a sex education that also the government has been, all the country has been grappling with in the recent times. We have Diana Sifuna up on the lectern. Diana, you got 6 minutes beginning now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dibal. I must admit that I'm one of the people who was really curious about coming to your show this morning and discussing about the situation we find ourselves in. I'll say as Youth Agenda, we deal with the young people. We are youth-led and youth-serving, and that means that all over the country, the youth networks that are registered with our organization, we discuss about political governance and economic governance. And we try to ensure that the youth are included when it comes to leadership discussions. And we've not really delved into the social, cultural pillar of our scope of works. But looking at Wamlambezi and Wamnyonyezi, I had to ask the teenager that I live with in my house, what does it mean and where did it start from? And maybe I might shed some light on that. What I'm meant to understand is that someone was selling lollipops on the streets, and when they were selling the lollipop, they used the word Wamlambezi or Wamnyonyezi. Which one do you want? Do you want this or that? And as you can imagine, a young person had that and went ahead and sexualized that term, and went further again to make a song out of it, and that's now what we hear. But it started from a lollipop seller selling lollipops to kids. So you can imagine, again, it started with a kid being given a lollipop, and you're trying to ask the kid, are you going to get this one or this one? Wamlambezi, Wamnyonyezi. And all of a sudden, it's now been sexualized. Even if you say it, people squirm. With the University of Nairobi, and somebody mentioned Wamlambezi, and everyone was laughing. Everyone was feeling excited about it. Now, I'll come to the topic again. And I was curious to come because in youth governance, we do talk about leadership, and we also talk about responsible governance and accountability. And just like the kids, and I will not talk about the kids mostly because I think I'd leave the parents in the room to talk about the kids. I'll talk about, as a young person, we do look up to leaders. We do look up to whether the element of care, the duty of care in our society does not lay alone with our parents. It also lays with everybody in society, including our faith-based organizations, the celebrities, the media, you, Dibal, what you talk about and what you do out there. The element of care in our society and how we consume the information out there is actually everybody's responsibility. When you see the clips online, and I refuse to be part of the people who share such social media content, and I'd actually encourage people to be a bit more responsible, especially when dealing with kids, that we do not take the chance to now reshare and probably begin to fault certain people for their parenting styles. I agree that the biggest teacher, say whether it's to the kids or to the youths, the biggest teachers are the environment where they consume a lot of knowledge or skills or even just exposure on what values they should anchor themselves with, or on what principles they should hold themselves accountable to, is actually the home environment. And so yes, parents, charity begins at home. Parents have the duty to set the environment right. Rightfully, as Stella has said, she has mentioned that you cannot afford to be a lazy parent in this generation, and I'm sure this is what is going to be reiterated. You have to actively parent. I'm in my residential residents association group, we were discussing the other day about the content of the books that kids are reading. There were titles of books like Baba Sukari, which was being stocked, I think, at Textbook Center. We also have another one called Blood Ties. And when you read the content in those books, it's really a shame, say as a parent, if you bought a book and brought it home and not read the content in it, because then the kids are allowed to express themselves in such vulgar terms that are recorded in the textbooks, and we had to see the Communication Authority of Kenya have to respond that this book is actually not approved for distribution. Another thing, I think we'll look at the national values and national values, especially in our constitution, because this is a leadership forum, and we do hope that the leaders are actually listening. The words that stand out to me as a young person, again, is trust, respect. Do I do things that bring honor? Do I do things that actually stand to the test of dignity to the office I hold or to anything that I do? So everyone has a responsibility. I still agree with spare the rod, spoil the child. I will say the road was not spared in my household. Emotions and impulses. When you see the young people again recording things on social media, it's because that's the best way they know how to communicate their feelings and needs. So they are conflicted young people and they do not know how to handle situations. So again, the thing about self-control, how do we talk to our kids on self-control, because some of these things that the kids says are probably things that people have thought about when they are conflicted with another person. But this kid went ahead to verbalize it and then went ahead to put it on social media. So how do you communicate what you're conflicted with internally? And then I'll finish off by just advocating for a disciplinary case that sought to have a problem solved, as opposed to punishment, which is just punishing the problem and not offering a solution. So communication will come out very strong. Communication is something I am very passionate about. Communication, articulation of your values and principles, articulations of your tribulations. If you're angry about something, how do you properly communicate about it? I think I'll finish off by also adding that the celebrities and people in leadership positions just do have a responsibility in this. So thank you so much, Dibala. I look forward to more discussion.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Diana Sifuna. So actively parenting is what she's actually teasing out from her, of course, delivery this morning. And even the books that we buy from the bookshop, and some of this, they've been listed. And I saw yesterday also there was a communique from the Ministry of Education regarding the books as well, that some of these books, they are in the orange list. So if at all you find the books, they're a bit, you know, they have sexual overtures, then you need also to just go through the orange list to pick up the list of the books that you think that is more palatable. But I wonder, how are they listed in the first place? And how are they listed in the orange list as well? That is another question that we're asking ourselves as well. But of course, this we shall be discussing with our panelists in the course of a program this morning. So up next on the lectern right now is Peter Ndeng, who is the chair of Lead Africa Institute, also an executive coach and a consummate author as well. And is just going to give us his view about the Wamlambezi, Wamnyonye's generation that we are in, what to do. Pete, you've got 60 minutes beginning now.
Thank you, Dibal, and good morning, Kenya. Just yesterday morning, I was in a meeting with a group of people where we were discussing economic development, community development in Kenya. And somewhere in that meeting, someone began to describe some of the socio-economic issues in our urban slums. And in the process of doing this, got very detailed, was talking about things like flying toilets and behavior of people. In our meeting was a friend of mine, a gentleman from the United States of Caribbean origin, who seemed aghast. And he kept asking the question, why? And it seemed like his question was being brushed aside as we wanted to talk about this is how things are and this is what happens. And he kept coming back to the question, why is this? And you see, his question was trying to dig to the root cause of a problem that had become so normal to the rest of us. And what happens is that we're dealing with something that is not really a crisis. And when Dibal invited me to come to this meeting, one of the things he told me was, Pete, we're in a crisis. And I said to myself, are we really in a crisis? Or have we just become numb and that the things that are happening around us have become normal? You see, if I put you in a dark room, over time you become accustomed to that dark room, and that dark room becomes normal. And when it becomes normal, you begin to behave as somebody in a dark room. And it's when I bring you out into the light when your behavior can change. So here we have a situation where for a long time we've been talking about the declining values, the declining morality in society. People write about it, talk about it, and particularly about the youth. And it seems there's so many people who have, easy answers to the problem of youth. You could almost say, like Mother Teresa said in regards to poverty, she said, everyone is talking about the poor, but nobody's talking to the poor. So the question is, who's listening to the youth? Who is taking up their issues from a point of understanding and point of relating and being able to walk with them in a way that can actually bring change? Now, I want to quickly get to some solutions because I'm also tired of talking. And I believe that if there's a problem, it should have a solution. But any good doctor will tell you that you can't effectively treat someone until you diagnose the problem, until you get to the root of the problem. Because what we're dealing with, I believe, in this Wamlambez, Wamnyonyez discussion are symptoms of a problem that is much, much deeper than what we're seeing. We're seeing symptoms of a social problem, society problems, that many of us are afraid to go down and dig to the roots and find out. What is the problem we're dealing with? Well, let me say, and I think Diana has also mentioned already, that we're talking about values of a society. We can talk about parents, but parents don't live in a cocoon. They live in the same society that we live in. Our values determine our behavior, and our behavior determine the outcomes that we're seeing. I was reading a report just this week that said to me shared some very shocking statistics. Some of you already know this, but this is a report on the economic disparity in Kenya by a very respected UK charity called Oxfam. And in this, they were talking about, and I don't know how true this can be, that 0.1%, please listen to this, I didn't say 1%, 0.1% of the Kenyan population owns wealth that is equal to the remaining 99%. That a very small segment of this society has squeezed out 99% of the country. Now, of course, this is a sliding scale, but the question I'm asking myself is, where does this leave the rest of society? Where does this leave the youth, who are 65, sometimes people say 70% of our society? When you talk about declining healthcare, you talk about education systems that are declining. We talk about almost 1 million children, I am told, of primary school level, not in school, one of the highest in the world. We have a problem. And yet we look around ourselves and we talk about one of the most, should I say, one of the most visible values of this country is money. You go to many corporations, NGOs, you see listed on the wall values. These are our values. You can have many values. The one value that seems to have overridden everything in this country is the pursuit of money. Money has become the ultimate goal at the risk and at the expense of everything else. And so we pursue money, and we begin to see the reality of this statement from Scripture, which says that the root of all evil is the love of money. And I throw this to you because I'd like to have a conversation about what appears to be a disconnect, and yet to me is a direct connection to what we're seeing in society. Everybody is caught up with this pursuit for money. So one asks, is it democracy that needs to change? Is it our laws that we need to change to solve this problem? I don't think so. We have enough laws in the books. We have laws about how to drive, how procurement should happen in our parastatals. The laws exist. But all this is overridden by a mindset that has let go of just about every other value and has placed the pursuit, the selfish pursuit and greed of money as the one thing that overrides. And we have forgotten our children. We've forgotten that we have a society to run. We've forgotten about the value of caring for one another that would have been passed on to another generation. So let me wind up by saying this, because I believe this should be an interesting discussion that we're going to have. At the heart of all this is leadership. This is the Leadership Forum. And when we say leadership, often we immediately begin to point fingers at the politicians. We want to say those leaders, those people should do something. And we forget that leadership really is you and me. And there are too many people sitting behind the shadows who need to come out and to deal with the problems that we see. Don't tell me in a country of almost 50 million people, when I hear somebody saying, oh, all leaders are corrupt, I said, no. There are a lot of good people sitting here, perhaps even watching this show. People who have the skill, understanding, the passion. They have the understanding of what needs to be done, but they sit behind the shadows and point fingers and complain as we continue to slide down this scale. Let me close with this analogy. Somebody said that most marriages don't end with a blowout. They end up like a leaking tire. It's a long, slow leak. And one day you wake up and you ask what happened. You can't even remember because you became used to it. It became normal to not talk to each other, to not care for each other. It became normal to exist like that. And eventually, it dies. Is our nation dying? I'll leave that to you. Thank you very much.
Right, it's our nation, Dan. That is a probing question. And of course, I want to thank Peter Ndeng for that. He raises some salient points that we've taken mental note of. I just want to read some of tweets that we have this morning before we take a short break quickly. We have Anjiko Mogane saying, this is a position that has been taken by most youths. In my point of view, it will be best to embrace it and try to see the small perspectives that need to be changed. It comes down to one factor, lack of jobs. So anything can put bread on the table is encouraged. Also, we have Nyamogo Gogni saying, media must play a pivotal role in the promotion of social morality by ensuring that their clients consume quality content. He continues to say, we must replace absentee parenting with proper family time that will ensure that children are guided and brought up within the confines of social morality. Also, we have Ronald Francis saying the Kenyan youths of today are exhausting our culture on what they sing, which has no education to growing generation. We have also Gilgori Eunice wa Londiani. She says, or he says, she says, the main problem is us, watu wazima, wazazi, walimu, kukosa kutilia mkazo yale yanasaidia mtoto. Shughuli zinakuwa nyingi, kukaa na mtoto ni ngumu. And then we have also Kilonzo Mutuku saying, regardless of modernization, lifestyle should be sandwiched with our cultures such that we welcome dynamics due to social interactions. We respect religion. Lambez wasn't there in the old times, therefore a product of modernization. Let's borrow what is helpful from the West. That is what he says. Let's leave it at that. We take a short break right now. When we come back, and of course, so you need also to grab a copy of a Daily Nation today. There is this interesting also study, cyber story on the front page of the Daily Nation that is holding this particular story about how also the family unit is changing the dynamics as well. And they're saying that come we stay, unions happier and also last longer. This is according to a new study there. So is that the way to go? Things are changing, but we shall weigh in on that as well on the other side of a break. Don't go away.
From the heart of Nairobi to the running tracks of Eldoret. Coming soon.
Rastaman no listen to Babylon as Moses and Golgi apparatus.
Mahimaji iko na vitamin E. Ngoja kidogo, vitamin C ni kasafa, shauri ya nguvu. Vitamin D ni dania.
On the 27th of September at the Rift Valley Sports Club, My Network invites you for an informative, interactive, fun and exciting career fair. Please join us to interact with different stakeholders in the education industry. The theme is Education for Emerging Careers. Entry is free. For more information, call 0733 507 599 or send an email to projects@ke.nationmedia.com. See you there.
Okay, unataka kumaanisha tutashinda hapa the whole day?
Hii gate imeongeza weight.
Hapo ndio ulikuja kutafuta mtoto?
Hapana.
Ndugu yangu hapa Alwale, watu walisema kwamba yeye ni kipofu, ati haoni akitoka NASA. Tangu tumpeza macho, si mumeona? Si mumeona?
Mimi nachukua napeleka yote kwa typing kwa kompyuta. Unajua kompyuta?
Mimi najua tu charanga.
Hey. Unajua wakale kwa runway wakisema ladies and gentlemen introducing Jepto.
Hi. We are Rwanda Vocali and you are watching Living with us. Rembo wako lilinasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho, na moyo umekwamia, siwezi kutania, njoo unipunguzie mawazo. And I see my dreams when I see my dreams when I see.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Thank you very much. If you're joining us this morning, of course, we're discussing this morning on the Leadership Forum a very squeamish, so to speak, topic. This is Wamlambe's Wamnyonye's generation is here, what to do. And of course, we're bound to have a discussion in light of what our young people are going through right now. And maybe also you're intimately familiar with what really happened on social media regarding these young people from Consolata Primary School who was spewing vulgar language, and the issue of bullying, the issue of also social media and how our children are interacting with the new media where they are bound to go to some, maybe what we should say, content that is not really palatable for young people. So how do we form this, of course, discourse that is also affecting our young people, their psychology in terms of morality? So are we caught up in this moral decadence that we cannot really come out? And that is the intention of this particular discussion this morning. So we've heard from the previous panelists. Right now we have Nancy Wangombe. She's a lead coach and CEO of Solvis Coaching Group. And also she's going to tell us more about what she's been doing, especially with the young pupils and students in the universities, talking to them regarding, of course, morality as well, and encouraging them as far as leadership is concerned. Nancy, you got now 6 minutes.
Awesome. I'll begin by introducing myself because a lot of people get my name wrong. My last name, Nancy Wangome. And Wangome. Wangome.
Yeah.
Wangobe. Wangome. And
I think also Elijah should also correct that as well. Wangome. Yeah.
Wangome, yes. All the way down from downstairs, everybody said Wangombe. We were given Wangombe. I said no, Wangome.
Wangome, thank you.
Yes. Wamlambe's and Wamnyonye's generation is here. What to do? When a child is born, they have 24 hours. And they have a lot of people to assist them in the process of leaving. The parent, the grandparents, random strangers who want to kiss them and say, hello, baby, welcome to the world. And as they progress to preschool, they have less people assisting them. And the teacher expects some basic things to have already been learnt, to ask when can I be taken to the toilet and such things. And as a child advances to primary school, they're given more responsibility. Carry your bag, get your books ready, your shoes. And as they advance, they get more responsibility across the board. Social, expected to develop socially, politically, and physically, and understand some things that they're not prepared for. And that even sometimes the teacher and people guiding them are not prepared for. And as they go to high school, more responsibilities, wash your clothes, get ready for class, understand how you'll manage your time, and excel, by the way, while you're doing all of that academically. And indeed, some do take responsibility and some don't. Hence, the number of students that qualify to go to the university is much less than those that go into high school. As they go along, more responsibility. When I was at the University of Nairobi, I observed that the majority of the cream de la cream at the university were partying, drinking, having multiple sexual partners, and copying their exams, had no time to read. And as this journey continued, I constantly asked myself, why was I different? I just thought, this is time to develop myself. I am single, I don't have responsibility, people are paying school fees for me. This is time to develop me. But majority of the students didn't see it that way. And as the panelists have spoken, I kept thinking to myself, some people have talked about the social aspect, the economic, the spiritual. But who prepares individuals, children who come into this world in all these different aspects? And I, for some time, had blamed parents and said they need to do a better job. But to be very honest, my parents, the most important thing that they did was to love me. The rest of the things I figured out because I had a stable home. And so I began to think then, when this child who's gone to the university, explode, done what they've done in the university, maybe even copied to get a first-class honors and it's not legitimate, then these individuals, all of them, those that took responsibility and those that did not, have the capacity to get a child. So whether they succeeded in developing themselves or not, can get a child and will get a child, and many times more than one. Now remember, the child was born with 24 hours. When you get to the place where you're a parent, you still have 24 hours. All your failures in the different stages, your inability to develop in those stages, accumulate and explode when you have a child and you begin to be exposed in the areas where you have not been developed. Now, parents, yes, we want them to do better, but we must be practical. They still have 24 hours. They still have to work. And the more you hear that the economy is not doing well and the cost of living has gone up, how do we want this parent to find the time to speak to their children? 5 of them, 3 of them. When do we expect them to mentor them in areas where they themselves are yet to master? When we talk about the society and the values that we have in this country, the societal story comes from individual stories. And I want to speak to individuals this morning because the story is about individuals. It is at an individual level. Where are you spiritually? Where are you economically? Where are you socially? And the Wamlambez generation and the young people that resonate with this song are a reflection of where we are as a society in personal development. And this generation, why they want likes, is because they're looking for a voice. Everybody is born with something they want to give the world. The likes are good because you feel like you're seen. And this is because, yes, at home they don't get much attention, and I'm not blaming. I'm just stating the facts as they are. And we must begin to ask ourselves, how do we help individuals to mature and develop self-leadership? The solution is not societal, it is individual. It is self-leadership. And this is a journey for a 40-year-old mother. This is a journey that if you're 50 and you have never started, you must start because you're influencing someone. And the only way to influence is through example. The Wamlambez, Wamnyonyez generation they speak for those that have gone before them. And until those that have gone before them can admit that, then we have a problem because they're still in power, they still control households. If they cannot say that, yes, I have my own issues I need to deal with. And to be honest enough to tell your 14-year-old that I don't even know how this relationship is supposed to work is to be bold. And I encourage people to be that bold. Parents to be as bold as to say, you know what? Your father and I are struggling. And we want the best for you. But some things we don't even have the answer to. But we love you and we want the best for you. And that is the kind of conversation I believe that this song should lead us to. And then it will have served us. Because when we have those conversations, then there is hope for the 14-year-old, for the 10-year-old, for the 60-year-old who is saying, I wronged my children. I did some things that could have contributed to how they are raising my grandchildren. And go home there and say, I am sorry. I did not know any better. Therefore, for me, it's a call to everybody to look at their level of self-leadership and development in their spirit, economically, socially, emotionally. And when we do so, the conversation will change forevermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. And we've picked some of the salient points she's raised herself, to us from the lectern. So we shall slice and dice some of the salient points she's raised this morning. But we want to crown it all and hear from Dr. Frank Njenga to just give us a perspective of where we're at. Nancy raised the issue of what we're actually experiencing with the Wamlambes, Wamnyonyes generation is a reflection of where we are as a country, and also the parents that have preceded, of course, or have given birth to these children as well. Are they also teaching them the nobility of character as well? So we want to hear from Dr. Frank Njenga this morning. Sir, you got 6 minutes.
I really have nothing useful to say this morning, because I belong to a generation that is diminishing in numbers, in influence, and in consequence in society. Next year I will turn 70. I will be an old man, and I will go and perhaps in a few years be in the bosom of Abraham, and that will be the end of my time on this earth. What I have learned in the time that I have been around, however, is that this debate of ours this morning will continue beyond the days that these, my children, will be grandparents themselves, and it's not a debate that will go away. Those of you who are prisoners of the written word are welcome to look up Plato, Socrates, move on to all historians, come to Victorian times, and more recently, look at the life work of Eleanor Roosevelt in the 30s. When you look at all those great thinkers of all time, they have all occupied and preoccupied themselves with what is wrong with this, our teenagers. Eleanor Roosevelt in particular, when First Lady, put in place a system that allowed and enabled and encouraged teenagers of her day, in the 30s, not even your grandparents, your great-grandparents, to write to her and tell her what the issues of the day were. When you look up her writings, you'll find that this conversation is finished. It took place in 1933, 34, 35, before the Second World War. So my submission this morning is that we have the conversation wrong. We are asking the wrong questions. It's not what is wrong with this, our teenage children. I would submit that the correct conversation is, what is a teenager? And what, by definition, happens to a person who is 13, 14, 15? I now pick up my hat, not as an old man, but as a student of biology and human behavior. And this I can tell you because I have read and written about this matter. The construction, biological and social construction of a teenager is that of an experimenter. If you have a 14-year-old boy or girl who walks around like the Pope, pious, slow, thoughtful, and silent, Something wrong with that teenager. If you have a teenager who's blessed with experimentation and looking out and mixing and going out, and that is a good and proper teenager. Because unless he finds out what is going on around him and in the world, then he's an old man. A teenager cannot be like me. I was a teenager once, believe it or not, and I did those teenage things. I don't know how many of my generation are left. But this I can tell you. I danced at Starlight, Club 1900. The big boys of that day were called Hody boys, they are shanties. Here, Starlight, where the Integrity Center is. So that is not the problem. The problem, and I hope my mother is not watching. So that is not the problem. The problem is not that teenagers go out and dance and kiss each other. The problem is that a small number of boys and girls in their teenage lives fall off the rails. And what we should be looking out for is why does this 10% of boys and girls fall off the rails? Look at these people here, the panelists. Clever, highly educated, able, capable, and God willing will become good, proper parents and grandparents. These are normal people. These are in the majority. So I think the conversation should be a normal teenager is an experimenter. The majority of normal teenagers go on to become normal parents and later grandparents. But a very important, significant number of teenagers then go on to fall off the rails and become. And that is where the story begins for me. You asked a question about the media. And the truth is, media is there because the media owners have to live. They have to pay their mortgages, they have to pay rent, they have to... It's a business. There's nothing wrong with doing business. The work of the media, the role of the media is not to report that at this school, I don't know, it's here in Nairobi, where that one boy did something bad, that 99 of the children in that school went to school that day. Before they went to school, mommy made breakfast, daddy dropped them to school. They did all the normal. The majority of parents are good parents, for goodness sake. I wrote a book some years ago, published by Oxford University Press, titled, What's Wrong with This Child? A Guide for Parents and Teachers. Sadly, not many people read it. Perhaps it was written badly, but that's also okay. But the point is this. The children who fall off the rails, the children whose parents are not able to... There's something the matter with those children. And what are some of the issues there? You have issues of family cohesion. We've talked about them here. We've talked about poverty. We've talked about mental illness. This, again, I have to tell you, with your permission. All mental illness, 50% of mental illness that people suffer from in life are diagnosable by the age of 14. I'll say that again. The fact that you don't see mental illness in 14-year-olds doesn't mean the mental illness is not there. It means you're not watching, you're not trained, you don't recognize it. So what then happens is that you have, by way of example, a severely depressed 14-year-old who feels lonely, who feels suicidal, and who does some terrible things. They then publish dramatic material, Mlambez and the other thing you're saying, yes? And that becomes a headline, not only the print media, not only, but also on social media, because it's exciting. So we are driven away from the 99, which is fine, and act as though society is coming to an end. Aristotle thought life was coming to an end. It didn't end. Victorians thought it was coming. It didn't come to an end. My grandfather, poor fellow, thought it was coming. It didn't come to an end. I thought it was coming to an end. It didn't come to an end. So let us accept and acknowledge that we have a very, very important minority of people in our society who demand our conscious looking at to to bring back into the rails. And I would submit that one of the lowest lying fruits in this regard is a system that allows us, a society, parents, psychiatrists, psychologists, teachers in particular, to pick out mental health issues and challenges in schools. If we did that and just said, like this boy who is publishing all these things and all these girls who are bullying each other and calling each other, Fred Ojiambo, interesting man, very good friend of mine, old like me, 1986, was asked by retired President Moi to look into something called devil worship in school. He made an incredible report. Nobody read it. But it actually showed that there was a problem back in 1980. This is not today's problem. This is a problem we have looked at inappropriately. Let us look at a teenager as an experimenter, and let us look at those who... I thank you so, so much, and goodbye for now.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Frank Njenga. And of course, he spoke so warmly on what we need to really look into keenly, that the problem we're having is maybe we're asking the wrong questions. The wrong question for that matter, that he's selling as, of course, a teenager is a teenager and is bound to experiment, and that is the space that we're in this morning. I can see lots of reactions on social media, but I want to buckle down to a discussion, and of course I've picked some of these salient points you've raised. Let's just open the discussion to, we don't have to go sequentially. We can begin on the place of the media, and I think also that was picked by Stella, has been alluded to with most of you also this morning. Media, the church, all these components that we have in the society, where do they come in? Do we, as maybe in this ecosphere of media, have we also been irresponsible in terms of trying to vet some of these, clips and the videos that we put on air, that they have a foul, language? We've seen the textbooks that you talked about also, that even amazingly, they have been listed in the orange list by the Ministry of Education. You see, and then they go full steam ahead and say, of course, we have other books from the orange list that you can pick from if you found there are books with foul language. Do we have people who proofread, before they list these particular books in the orange list? That is another question. But I just open the discussion on the media, the church, and different facets of the society, that we have all this wheel, but different cogs that is spinning this wheel as well. Let's just begin with you, Stella, briefly.
I think the first thing I'll say, Dibal, is that in this conversation, we must accept that someone must take the blame to begin with. We cannot afford to go on, and I think as Kenyans, we're very, we are trained, we are nurtured not to drop responsibility on anybody. So we prefer having conversations where we say, no, I'm not blaming, and especially in all the conversations I've held with people, I've realized parents do not even want to hear it. I think you heard Dr. talking about the book that was called What is Wrong with This Child, and he says many people did not read it. I am likely to submit that it was the topic, because parents do not want to hear that there's something wrong with their children, even if there is. But in the end, when you stop to think about it, if the teacher doesn't teach your child what they need to learn, if the media feeds your child with nonsense, if the church eventually does not manage to teach them what they need to teach them because you don't take the child to church, if eventually everybody else you're trusting to teach your child doesn't do it, at the end of the day, the responsibility is your own. And any failure on that child reflects on who you are. And I agree with Nancy, the kind of parent you become and the kind of person you prepare yourself to be for your child is what they will become. But having said that, once we locate that responsibility and the power to change things to the parent, then they can reach out to everyone else. They can tell the pastor in church, please work with my child on this. I'm struggling to guide them. Tell the teacher, I'm trying to get my child to respond to me better, and he's not responding better. Maybe teach him how to respond, better language, blah, blah, blah. But it's not something that you expect somebody else to take before you. Number two, the government has a huge responsibility. And I know we shouldn't give the government a carte blanche to just do anything, because if we allow them, they could actually limit a lot. However, for children, the government has a responsibility to create a very safe space for them to grow up. In creating a safe space, one of the things they need to regulate is how much our children are exposed to. In the United States of America, in Europe, if it is even discovered that your child is exposed to things they shouldn't be exposed to, they are taken away from you by the government. So our government has done a really great job by just telling you that maybe you need to change this about how you're taking care of your child. In other places, they're taken away, and mothers cry tears claiming they love their child, but the child is taken away. What am I saying? I'm saying the government should take its place in regulating this. And for this reason, the fact that certain things have found their ways into our books without anybody being consulted on this matter, for me, is a matter of corruption. I told you when I started that I'm looking for how corruption has found its way here. Why is it a matter of corruption? Somebody somewhere is being paid colossal amounts of money to read, to review material, to confirm what classifications these books come in. How is it that this person has not noticed that there's something wrong with those books and they should not be classified on the orange list? And this is a problem, and for example, we cannot even afford to open this conversation today because this is not just a problem with morality and how it finds its way in our books. This is a problem with everything that is in our curriculum, including what you're teaching about leadership, what you're teaching about corruption, what you're teaching about social skills. So really, this is a conversation we probably will have on another day. But then for this particular conversation, somebody has the responsibility of checking that this doesn't get to the children. And I'm sure they know what to look out for. So it just means someone just dropped the ball, but they have been paid money to do the job. So I'm very keen on finding out who exactly this is and how they're still sitting wherever they're
Interesting
sitting.
also that from the Ministry of Education, they're saying Education Ministry directs schools to strictly select textbooks from official orange list in face of vulgar storybook. And for me, this is speaking from both sides of the mouth, because yes, if you're telling us to strictly select textbook from official orange list, and still this particular book is listed in the orange list, what are you telling us? Right? Somebody is sleeping on the job. How did he actually skip or slip into being in the orange list in the first place? Right? And of course, these books you've mentioned, Blood Ties is one of them. We have foul language, or that we cannot also just let it also strip off our tongue this morning, because it is not palatable for our viewers as well. But the question is, they will say, of course, if it's not in the orange list, we have Mills and Boons, Nancy Drews that you read for them, that will let me as well, right? That had all these stories, and of course you had all these foul language as well. They exposed to so many storybooks. Where then are we making all hula baloo about what is in the orange list, Diana?
Right. Thank you for that, Dibal. I think Blood Ties was what the ministry tried to defend, because it's a South African written book. South African author wrote the book, and they were claiming that the book has certain values and principles that our kids or the kids in the society are consuming, which is maybe how to defend themselves against bullying, how to defend themselves or speak up when someone is being inappropriate with them, whether they're touching them or whatever. But then it came to a point where there is actually a vulgar word that was used when, I think it was a child expressing themselves. And we were like, then the kid will be like, I read this in the book, so I'm expressing myself the way I want to express myself. And I think that's where the conversations came in. So I don't know whether, I'm really hoping that the government people will do their job and ensure that such books are limited, especially to the access of the kids. I'll speak as a youth, and I'll also speak for the young people that we deal with. I like what Nancy said, the responsibility to actually be an accountable person, to uphold integrity and respect for yourself, and even live in a dignified manner in such a way that whatever you say in private, and if it's publicized, you're held accountable to it, and you can stand in front of your parents and say, as youth are not teenagers anymore. Actually, youth is between 18 to 35 in Kenya as per the definition. Even though I hear the current census is going to tell us that we are not even a youthful nation anymore. Apparently, our median age is coming down to 14. And this is unverified, but this is based on the data that people are receiving. That 14 is going to be the age of Kenya. So I'm like, shivering a bit knowing that Daktari is here telling us that that's the experimental age. So we're going to be an experimental nation. But then how are we responsible towards each other? I like saying the fact that I'm a firstborn, and I think in my family I was the head girl. I was always accountable when mama and dad are not in the house. I'm the one who is in charge. Even the house lady knew that Diana is in charge. She's the one going to see if any of my brothers did anything, I was in charge. So again, individual responsibility. We have to nurture kids and youths in a society who are held accountable to what they do in private. I did do things in my younger days as well, which now I'd be like, what did I do? And now I'm glad to even hear again Daktari tell us that's okay. It was your experimental years. And so now imagine if again, I loved the quotation of the philosophers. I really loved philosophy, where if you see a kid or a teenager who is not experimental, there's a problem. knowing that these mental illnesses can be diagnosed early is another problem. We were at the University of Nairobi talking about femicide. We start hearing that it starts from someone's mind and no one has done a crime alone. Apparently people actually collude. The young man who killed a student at the University of, was it University of Nairobi or the Moi University?
Moi University.
Had actually told people, I'm angry, I'm going to do this. The personal friend to the lady who was killed had been informed. In fact, she was the informal communication was going on. So how are we as a nation, or as a people, when Stella tells me she's angry about something, and she tells me, I'm so pained, I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to do something. As a responsible neighbor or sister or friend to her, what am I supposed to do? That act of responsibility that we should not place on the church alone, we should not place on government alone, individual responsibility. Are we accountable human beings? Let us try and be a bit more strong on that, because I feel like if we keep, let's say, pushing the responsibility to other people, then we're not really accountable. For example, if I know my neighbor has done this, it is my responsibility to let the neighborhood people know that I've seen something that is not right here. I have seen a kid, someone being inappropriate with a child. I've seen someone doing something, wrong. I've seen a weapon being, unleashed in public, and I saw it. So you must tell someone. So there's a responsibility that we as a people, individual responsibility again, that we need to now start owning up to changing things. Such that if there's a kid in your neighborhood that plays with your child and turns out to be someone who spews profanity, even you have a problem as a parent who even maybe takes the responsibility of taking care of these kids. Yeah.
So you raised the issue of being number, Bitun Deng, and you're asking who is listening to the youth, right? Have we been, our conscience has been seared all the time with these pictures and the aspect of mass media culture that we're being bombarded with, that truly has numbed us, that no one is listening anymore. Even when we see these particular videos, we cannot really, feel that this is something that should concern us, because it becomes something that is normalized.
Debal, the discussion of youth particularly is so much easier to have when we talk statistics, or we talk about, youth in general terms. And this is where I'd like to pick up on something Nancy said, that this is individual stories. It's in those individual stories that you begin to discover what really is happening in society. You will discover stories of pain, stories of brokenness, stories of loss, stories of hopelessness. And it is why I would say it cannot remain an individual's story. It must become a society problem, because these individuals' stories accumulate into what is who we are. And I'd like to suggest that there has to be boundaries. We cannot say, and I always, hesitate to disagree with my learned doctor friend here, because he sort of has a final word. These are things he has studied, he has taught. When we talk about this is the age of experimentation, or this is the age of having fun and discovery and so on, nobody would disagree with that. But if there are no boundaries, there are no common understandings of what is right and wrong, and we keep pushing this boundary, keep pushing it from generation to generation, at some point something goes wrong. And it seems like we've lost this sense of moral guidance, because a young person, just like a student in a classroom, will push the teacher to see how far they can get away before they realize you don't cross this line. Where are our boundaries? And I think we need to agree as a society, get back to the values that will guide, so that we don't cross that line. I think a teenager will grow up, and the majority, I'm afraid to say, are not, and it's not the 10% who are falling off the rails. I'm afraid to even look at that. We may find we have 60%, Dr. Njenga, falling off the rails. Maybe in 1933, in America, there were 10% falling off the rails. This is Kenya, a country where 0.1% of our society owns just about everything. The rest are scrambling to make ends meet. And they wake up every day looking, if they have a mirror, look and you see the face of a poor person. So you operate as a poor person. You interact as a hopeless person, and you begin to push those boundaries to a place where it could get very dangerous. So I'm really, just to summarize, I really believe that we cannot, one, leave this at the statistics level, talk about general terms. We must understand, but in understanding this, it must bring us back to what must society agree on as our rules, our boundaries, the values that we hold dear, that when somebody crosses those lines, we say, no, that is wrong, get back in here. But knowing very well, some people will cross and go. It's life.
It's life, right. Yeah. Let's see from Nancy, because you raised the issue of where we are as a reflection of who we are as a society. And maybe you can take some time to also expound who you were saying prepare us as individuals. You had also the blessings of being in a very stable home state. You turned out to be what you were. And in light of what Prof is saying, that this is a space of experimenting, what is really coming to the public lexicon is the word or the phrase, safe spaces, safe spaces for the youth, safe spaces for a teenager. I think we can discuss around that as well in light of experimenting. We'll come also to Dr. But a reflection of who we are.
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate doctor's perspective. And yes, this is an age to experiment. But if what you're doing 90% of the time is negative, you're going to develop into a very imbalanced person. And I think that we need to, one, forget about government. Why? Government is also made up of people who are not yet fully developed as individuals. And I think that a level of responsibility from government is a space for anybody who will develop self-leadership, self-responsibility, and take it up. And I think that we need to consider the journey of a person. And again, the young people need to know this is your best time to develop yourself. When you get a baby, you don't have a lot of luxury to grow. And so as you experiment, and I did, and teachers in Buruburu Girls will, if they're watching, will tell you, I tested them and asked questions and said, no, you're wrong, and did a lot of punishments for it. But my journey was about discovering me. And currently, teenagers are discovering each other. Wamlambez, Wamnyonyez means they're interacting in ways they're not ready for. And that then they will not grow. When a plant begins to bear fruit too early, they're not going to be good fruits. They're not going to be useful, they're not going to serve us. And so yes, he talks about boundaries, and these are lessons that there is a part that is an individual has to play, and there is a part that society has to play. And I think that the greatest, when it comes to the family unit, the greatest gift a child should get is time with the parents. They know that they matter. And at a point, you can now actually neglect them, and they will be fine. Because they walked with you, they felt you, and they know you care for them. And I'm telling you, I was loved when I was very young. And when I was in high school, I didn't need anybody. I read the right books. I picked Think Big. I picked books that talked about personal development. I went to the library and read books about psychology. Why? Not because my father said, Nancy, go read this good book. No, because I had felt I was valued, and therefore I want to grow and develop, and that I matter. And the greatest cry of them, because they are majority, it's not 10% going off the rail. I interact with high school students almost on a daily basis, university students, college students. Many are going the wrong direction, and they're lost, and they have no clue who to ask for direction. Because they say, but look at mom and dad. What are they going to tell me, really? It seems like I have to guide them and be the strong one in the family. And so again, even as we have this discussion, it goes back to the family unit. We are asking parents to give time. The woman and the man are now working. Who is going to give time? How much time? And we must be really practical, because I told you it's 24 hours. If you have 3 babies, it's still 24 hours. If you have 4, it's still 24 hours. And yes, they must as well provide for these kids. And so it's really, it's a very hard balancing act, and we must share these stories with the young people to know after 25, you may not get time for yourself. So now is the time to grow and do it, self-actualize. You don't have it has to be all round, psychologically, emotionally, financially. You have to grow now. And parents, when they admit that they're struggling, this will change the story. Say that I did not do certain things when I was your age, and I'm telling you, it's hard. Sometimes I wake up and want to cry when I look at you people, and you want me to provide and all of these things. And when parents tell us this, I'm telling you, young people will listen. But you can't pretend you have it all together, and you don't, and then try and tell this young person, get it together, you know, you need to be serious. No, we have to be honest. Parents are struggling with infidelity, with families that are not working, but we're not being straightforward with this. How many parents are in a relationship where it's not working? And they pretend it's working. You know, you guys be serious, go to school. It's not working, and we can see it as children. And when you lie to us, then you tell us to go and we want you to do better, but we see you are struggling, then it doesn't work.
Right, thank you.
It doesn't work.
Prof, let's come to you, because you raise the aspect of experimenting, and I mentioned the safe spaces as well. And of course, you're given that latitude as a young person, maybe with your parents, to go and experiment, so to speak, or maybe you're oblivious to the fact also they're experimenting. But where is the safe space? Because you can experiment also with drugs. You can experiment with those, you know, promiscuity. You know, you can experiment with a lot of things. Where is the boundary that we let our teenage, you know, have their space? But where are the safe spaces? Are we aware of these safe spaces as well? So where do we actually have that demarcation line?
Okay, it's now clear to me. Yeah. Number one, that I'm in the minority. Number two, that my views don't matter anymore. and I really must say less and less, because it's clearly not going to work. Why do I say that? I say that because there is a time when I was a young man and was blessed with a great deal of optimism, and I set out, like I see here, to solve and resolve all the problems of the world in one morning. As you can see, I didn't succeed. My central thesis this morning is not that we don't have a problem. Of course we have a problem. My further thesis is that we have a growing problem. If you look at the divorce rates, not in America, but even in our society, if you look at people who suffer pain at the family level, if you look at the number of people who suffer domestic violence, if you look at the number of people who are abusing drugs, if you look at the number who suffer from liver cirrhosis, which is a surrogate for alcohol use, if you look at the number of people committing suicide, it's the youth. And these are serious and growing. So that is not my thesis. We have a problem, and we have a growing problem.
We have a problem?
My problem, because I have a problem as well, is that I am a scientist, and I am driven only by evidence. And I cannot enjoy the luxury of speaking without evidence. Let me give you one or two examples. The first one, and I try to say this again, eloquence is going away, so again, people don't understand what I'm saying. 75% of all mental illness is diagnosable by the age of 24. That's the youth that we're talking about. What I'm saying is that any person under the age of 24 who commits suicide is suffering from a depressive illness that has not been diagnosed until somebody proves otherwise. Those are the facts. I have feelings, but as a scientist, I cannot stand here and express those ones. What I am saying, and I'm trying to say, maybe I will not succeed, maybe I'll succeed, is that the human person, when he is born, has developmental stages. The first stage, we are told, is just to suck your mother's breast and then eliminate it. That's the way it is. Then you go to standard 1, then you go to... By the time you reach Form 1, the way your body is biologically constructed is that you're an experimenter. By the time you reach 24, you should have finished university and should be doing other things. Every age, and we can go into Piaget stages of development, has its own prescribed correct activities. If you don't behave teenager when you're a teenager, you will reach my age and then start behaving like a teenager. You'll fall down and break all your limbs. So what I'm saying is that let's not try to change a teenager and make him a 30-year-old. Let us acknowledge that this is social development, this is biological development, and react to them as society, as parents, in the knowledge that you cannot stop a river flowing downstream. When they reach their 20s and early 30s, they will change and they will become adults. It is when, again, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what the writing tells me. It's when you try to treat a 16-year-old like his 27-year brother. They're not the same. They're different people. Every developmental stage has appropriate interventions. I'm saying, so I'm not saying these Mlambezi things are good. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying I can understand them because that is a reflection of biological development, social development in a 16-year-old boy or girl. Let's understand them for that, and then let's intervene appropriately. Am I saying there are no big problems, for goodness sake? But let's understand them by looking at the hormonal changes, social changes, physical changes as well in these boys and girls. Yes.
Right, thank you. Maybe as we bring also this conversation to a close, we can hear from, I can see you standing at the list to say something, Stella, before I ask my question.
Yes, I am. And what I'm struggling with, Dibal, is because I don't want us to walk out of this studio without creating a connection between what Daktari is saying and the solutions that we're trying to offer. Yes. Number one, if we are going to, and we should take what Daktari is saying because he studied about this, that a teenager is an experimenter. The question is, how do we behave in an environment where we have an experimenter and we know if we allow them, they will do everything? This is where I agree with Pete, number one, that boundaries are important. And if you do not create boundaries, the experimenter will become anything and everything. Number two, boundaries cannot be set by just one person, the parent, because unfortunately the parent today, as Nancy is trying to explain to us, is not present all the time. So other people need to take the responsibility to create boundaries. Indeed, if you observe certain people in this society of ours today, you can very easily tell which high school they went to. And I'm pleased to inform the audience that Nancy and I went to the same high school. And I know she does not realize it now, probably, but she will realize that someday that there are boundaries that were created. I only discovered later that they impacted my life. Can we have, and unfortunately now teachers are overwhelmed. So they don't have time to raise your child for you, but they have a role to play. Are we able to ease them off some of the assignments we've put in their hands now so that they have a little bit more room to nurture children? After we do that, let us take advantage of the church. The beauty of the church is that nobody will turn you away with a stubborn child. Nobody will turn you away with a stubborn youth. I am pastored by Bishop Alan Kuna, and one day he surprised me when he preached about a topic I thought was extremely important, and we have been speaking to the youth about Instagram and the fact that it is a marketplace. It is not your home. It is not the place where you go and seek love. It is a marketplace like Toy Market and Gikomba. Walk in there, sell what you need to sell, buy what you need to buy, walk out. But if you live there and try to seek affirmation, love, attention, belonging in that space, you will get lost because nobody is real on Instagram. Nobody is real on Facebook. People put the best image of themselves there and then they walk out and wallow in self-pity. Okay? We must then also look at the need to ensure that we have an understanding of what values, morals, and boundaries we want to give our children. And I disagree entirely with Nancy that we should keep the government out of this. We cannot. There are two entities in this conversation that cannot be let off the hook. One is the parent, number two is the government. And the government is because it's the government that gives the parent the space to raise their child in. The parents is because they're the ones who took the responsibility to bring that soul on earth.
Right, thank you. Diana, your closing remarks briefly?
Yes, my closing remarks would be, I think as an organization, because I want to pick up with what Pete said in terms of being solution makers. Like we should actually be presenting solutions when we come to discuss issues that affect our society. And the solution that we have as Youth Agenda is that we usually try to have conversations with the legislators. So our very simple solution is to legislate.
Yes.
Now, in this specific topic, I think legislation is there. The question then becomes about comes to implementation, and that's where when we see someone who is moderating or regulating the content that we see on media, we want to call him the moral cop, and we want to youths have gone on social media to again abuse, the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board. And we're like, no, censorship is necessary. Regulation is important. So from where I sit, I think we need to see where are the gaps. The implementation. Some people must be held to account on the mistakes they did, on allowing these textbooks to sit in commercial centers which were sold to kids. Some books actually had been listed on the orange list. Someone has to take responsibility. So a solution I'm presenting today is not really legislation or regulation. They are there. When you look at our constitution, you follow the other, the policies that follow it. They're very good. Why don't we now implement it? And implementation takes people. People takes me and you. It takes the leaders. It takes the civil servants, the public servants. That's what we need to do. So beyond regulation and legislation, I'm proposing that now it's time for implementation and punishment. Now, this is not discipline. This is punishment for the people who deliberately allow these things to be in the stores, allow bad content to be consumed by the public. We have to have now deliberate punishment so that it is not now sensationalized and made to seem like there's glory and you get celebrity status because you're propagating things that are not good for public consumption.
I'll be remiss if also we don't really touch on this, what is on the, because I know this also is bound to also maybe spark a debate in light of this, and we had Nancy also talking about family setup, and things are not really right sometimes in the family. We have the Daily Nation today. This is our look, so of course if I zoom out, and they have this sidebar story here. The question is, love, when marriage turns to murder. There's a survey here, and it says that can we stay unions are happier and also last longer. This is a study, a majority of youth who get married with a lot of fanfare and end up in unhappy unions compared to those in can we stay unions, according to a recent survey. And the story continues on page 3. Because of interest of time, we can't really delve deeper on this. But Pete and Daktari on this, maybe you can give us a snippet of what we are at as far as this particular study is concerned. Of course, maybe you've not really read the survey itself but looking critically on what they're saying, can we stay, as opposed to the fanfare and the hoopla that goes with, maybe church weddings. What would be, where are we at? And what sort of a societal construct are we having on this?
Well, I'm glad this topic of family came up, although I think we haven't had time to really delve into it. I don't think there are many people who will disagree that there's a breakdown that is happening, and perhaps at an increasing rate, where the definition of family is becoming more and more confused. Children are growing up not knowing who their fathers are. In fact, I would venture to say, and I dare to throw out statistics, even though I've not done the research, I would dare to say maybe half or more of children growing up in this country, from west to east to north to south, are in dysfunctional so-called homes. If you use the term, the definition of family that we tend to want to use in our discussions. And if that's where they're coming from, then really we're leaving the children, talking to them in generalities and not understanding that they are individuals who have individual stories that need to be dealt with. Let me just close with this, Dibal. The individual is important on the side of the youth, those who are, we're talking about here, the subject of our conversation. The individual is equally important on the side of leadership. That we can talk about them or the government or whatever, but this is where people watching this show, people in this country who have been educated, blessed, and given opportunity, sit back and blame somebody else and will not jump into the fray and provide solutions.
Right. Nancy, your closing remarks.
I want to close by saying that at the center of this conversation, and I acknowledge the fact that there are developmental stages, and my take is that then we need to be going through the stages with the aim of becoming better. And therefore I throw out personal development and lifelong learning. If we do that at every stage, wherever you are, if you're in government, if you're a parent, if you're a student, the idea is that you become better. Learn from those that have gone before you. Learn from the situation you're in right now. Then we can have progress. Because I'm for progress. That even if a teenager is experimenting, it's for betterment. They draw a lesson. Then it's worth it. Otherwise, it becomes death. There is no growth. So I propose that those that can to join my personal development academy open for all.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's hear from Dr. Frank and Jenga. You're closing
very, very quickly. I'll say this
on that particular story.
On,
yes.
on the Friday, the 20th of September, 1963.
Yes.
Prime Minister Jomo Kenyatta said, "We will protect our wild animals." That's what he said. Yesterday we were talking about the Mau. Let me tell you this. This story will not die. It will be there. When you're old like me, you'll talk about this, the same things. So let's live in the comfort and knowledge that we actually engage in a lively, engaging conversation that will go on from one generation. It's not the end, number one. Number two, it's possible for all of us to be right in a different way. It's not that you're right, I'm wrong. Or problems come when two rights strike against it. And finally, and I say this whatever time you invite me, and please don't comment, the majority of parents who watched this program this morning, the majority of parents who got up this morning, took their teenage children to school, are normal people, are healthy people, and bring up children like these ones. So even as we acknowledge those who are falling off the rails, for goodness sake, the majority of parents in this country are good, solid parents who bring up this kind of people.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank Njenga. Be encouraged, parents. I want to thank your panelist, Stella Gara, also Diana Sifuna, Peter Ndang, also Nasi Ngome, and also Dr. Frank Njenga. Thank you so much, and for your valued company as well. Lots of reactions on social media. We start for time. It is 8 on the nose, so we have to wind up. Jackie, she's chasing me away from studio, but a good conversation, and I think also we should continue with it. And yes, let's try and embrace our youth and understand them. They all call for understanding. Thank you for your valued company.
The best part of an adventure was sharing it with people you love. We are going to have the best time. I made a summer fun list.
Whoa, that's a lot of fun.
I'm gonna go snorkeling. I just invented a new sport. Hashtag Sisters Rock.
Read in-depth, balanced and refreshing news on politics, business, devolution, sports and entertainment in the now repackaged Nyanza edition of the Daily Nation. Get your copy today. Daily Nation. The truth.
I was engaging in junk food. I was eating a lot of meat, eggs. Occasionally I smoked.
I used to weigh 120 kgs. My lifestyle was not one of the best because I used to take a lot of salt. Red meat was my favorite, especially nyama choma. About physical activities, I was not doing them.
If you talk to patients and ask them questions, you'll discover that they've been having symptoms, they've just been ignoring them. And the only time they come to you is when now, oh dear, I can't even climb up the first flight.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
This week on The Trend. NTV, turning on your world.
Hi! We are Rwana Vocali and you are watching Living with us!
Hi ladies and gentlemen, this is Wana Vocali's cover of Huyu Yesu by Masi Masika and Angel Bernard.
Adanganye zote kweli nimemuona ndio hakuna kunyang'anya ndivyo ulivyo. Huyu Yesu si hadithi, mwambie nini maishani mwako, mwambie unaumizwa na nini, je una hofu gani maishani mwako, mwambie ndio hakuna kunyang'anya ndivyo ulivyo. Hakuna gumu kwake, hakuna gumu kwake, hakuna gumu kwake.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was Wana Vocali, a group that's been taking the Kenyan music industry by storm. I remember seeing them on Twitter because their videos were trending. A song that they put up was trending. And I was like, all right then. Okay. With us today, we've got 5 of the 6 members. That is, actually, let me see if I'll remember the names with that. Look at my notes. I've got Chep, Ricky, Waithera, Mela, and Roy, and the person who's not here is Lena.
Yes.
Yay! And the song that you just sang was Huyu Yesu. So first, welcome. We're here at Swiss Lenana Mount Hotel at the rooftop. Sun is shining, it's a little hot. We're not complaining, the sun's out, that's great. How are you all doing?
You're doing fantastic.
Yeah? So first question, there's no need to sort of like match. Is that outdated? Like matching outfits, trying to be like, where, yeah, I guess it's outdated.
Yeah, a bit.
No one's trying to match it now.
No.
But when I did see a picture of you guys in denim.
Yeah.
And so there are moments when you do match.
Yes.
And then moments where it's like, we're just expressing our individual. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess I want to start off with some quick fire questions, which will be a little. You've got to be quick, especially now that we're, you know, the 5 of you.
Right.
So you've got to be as quick. I'm going to start with you, Roy, okay?
Woo, okay.
Okay, and maybe I'll ask one different question for each person.
Yes.
Okay. Roy,
Boom.
tell me, Who was the last person you texted and what did you say?
Oh. Last person I texted, what did I say? Can I check my phone?
Yeah, you can check your phone. Always close by. The phone is always close by. Ooh.
WhatsApp or text?
Oh, let's do WhatsApp. WhatsApp is...
Let's see. It was actually... Oh, Ricky.
Oh, and what were you saying?
I said sour.
Oh, not as
nothing,
juicy
nothing,
as we'd have loved
I'm
it.
so sorry.
Folks. Very PG here. Okay, Mela, if you could eat one food for 2 weeks straight, what would it be? One meal.
Chicken, mashed potato, spinach.
Oh, boom! Chicken, mashed potato. Yeah, she's like, got it. Okay, yeah, okay. Are you ready right there?
Yes. I'm not sure.
Okay. No, you're good, you're good. If you had to pick between duet with Adele and Beyonce, who would it be?
Ooh, Beyonce. But that's a hard choice.
Beyonce.
But Beyonce.
Beyonce.
But Beyonce.
Beyonce, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. And for you, Ricky.
Yes.
If you could do a duet with one Kenyan artist, who would that be?
Ooh.
None of your group members.
One Kenyan artist.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm a big fan of Tatushani right now. I don't know how that would work because I feel like we're a bit on like different sides, but I really love what he's doing and I'd love to work with him.
And usually that's the best.
Yeah.
When you're like, how the heck did Nicki Minaj and like Lauryn Hill come
exactly,
together? Like,
exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
That would be
So
interesting.
Tatushani.
Okay.
Yeah.
Save the best for last.
Okay.
Chef.
Fingers crossed.
No. Who is your celebrity crush?
Oh, okay. Does it have to be Kenyan? I can't say the Kenyan one because.
Oh, why?
No, I can't say the Kenyan one.
Okay, fine. You can give us a celebrity one.
Let's see. Who? Wow. Do I even have like a one who's not?
No?
Wow. I
No?
don't. Yeah.
Then you have to say the Kenyan one. If you don't say that, you have to say the. Say the letter. The name starts with the letter.
M.
M. Come on, guys. M.
No. No.
It's okay. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. So, of course, I'm curious to know how you all came together. I wish Lena was here as well. But maybe you could share with me the story. Chet, maybe you could start us off. And feel free to jump in. How did the six of you, well, the five of you here, but the six of you come together to make Wanavokali?
Okay, so we met last year. We were doing a Safaricom Towers Live tour. Yeah, all over the country. So we came together, we auditioned, and we were taken as BGVs, background vocalists. So we did the tour together, and then after it ended, like last year in around November. Yeah, November. We were like, hey, this works out, guys, because we like hanging out and we like singing together. So we decided, why not? Let's just do something together.
Were there more people singing background? I'm wondering why the six of you, why you felt connected to each other.
I think we first of all, it was just the six of us because there were two bands and each band needed three vocalists. So 2 girls and one guy.
Okay.
Which is why we're, yeah.
Okay.
So I guess just because the 6 of us were vocalists and we used to hang out with each other a lot, we just bonded. And after the tour was over, we were like, if us guys are still very good friends, why not try get back together and work together and see what would come out of it?
Was that a natural inclination for everyone, or was there any resistance? Did someone go like, nah, I'm good?
I think it was quite natural. A lot of experience since it's only Wedera who has been in a group before. And so she understands the group dynamics.
Yeah.
And she was like, okay, with you guys, I'm doing this again. I'm doing this again.
With you guys. Well, they're like, y'all.
Yeah. You sound good together.
Yeah, no.
You do sound good together.
Amazing together.
Thank you so much.
So was it hard trying to figure out the dynamics, like who would sing this part, that part, and especially since there was no body, there was no manager or management team that was guiding and saying, you're going to have to be the funny one, the sexy one, the loud one, the bass, the alto, or were you able to navigate that easily?
I think it's because we worked together for a long time.
Okay.
We already know each other's personalities and each other's voices. So it was natural for everyone to be where they are.
Yeah.
So we just know where we all fit.
Yeah.
Us guys worked together for a year, just traveling around Kenya and singing backup for some of the biggest artists, names we have in the country.
Yeah.
And so with that amount of pressure and that kind of situation, you get to know each other real quick and be like, Chep reacts like this when she's angry, Roy reacts like this when he's mad, and you get to figure your way around each other.
It's a year.
Exactly.
And I know you worked with people like Wahoo, Nameless,
Nyashinsky.
Nyashinsky. Wow, like the top artists in the country, isn't
Yeah.
it? Okay, so Wanavokali, how did the name come about?
Ooh. Actually, I remember when we were working, when we started Safaricom, I think I'm the mother of opening WhatsApp groups.
There is that one.
I opened a WhatsApp group and I didn't want to write vocalists, so I wrote Wanavokali, which I guess is Kiswahili.
From the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wanavokali.
It's like vocalist, but in Swahili, Wanavokali. Yeah,
Wanawimba, yani,
Life bub moments.
Okay. Do people generally not get it? I don't know if I'm exposing myself right now, but do people usually go like, of course that's what it means? Do they get it, or they are like
Some
shocked?
of them, they say Wanakovali.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot of us who are now like, at home and thinking,
Yes. But and then anyway, since we're pushing the Kenyan brand, we thought the more Kenyan sounding, the better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about your individual journey into music. What was the first moment you thought, oh, I'm in love with this. This feels good for my soul. Chep, when was that for you?
So I started singing very late, I guess late 2016. I joined this church and they were doing a lot of praise and worship, and I just got this friend of mine, my best friend, his name is Scott, and he started playing keys and he told me, sing this song. I sang it. I was like, I'm actually good.
Before that, you never...
Just, like your parents telling you to sing in church. Because that's basically everybody,
Okay,
you know. So before that, no. But yes,
Wow.
late 2016.
Interesting. Ricky?
I knew I could sing from a very young age, but I never actively pursued it. So I could sing in church, yes, and I could sing in primary school and I could sing in secondary school. But when I joined Daystar University, Daystar University is a very arts-centered university, and they were I got to do musicals and I got to perform in concerts and I got to do all these crazy things, and from there is when I was like, so I can actually do this as a career. Let's try it, and here I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I hear of a school that's promoting, supporting, and trying to bring out the artistic version in every child, student, that really resonates, because I think we're all innately artistic.
Yeah.
Why there are?
So for myself, I also knew I could sing when I was young, but I was painfully shy. No one ever believes it, but I was a really shy child.
What? That's insane, because I've seen you performing. You performed at Dada Sphere, and I remember you started, and I was like, oh my God,
thank you so much.
incredible. And
but
you
I was
owned that stage.
I was a very shy person. So high school, I joined my choir, and then again in university, I joined USIU, and I was actually in campus with Roy.
Okay.
We joined our choir, and later when I was about in my second year, I joined another program called Sauti Academy.
Oh, of course,
yes.
yeah.
And that's where I got to meet like-minded people. I got to
Yeah.
open up and learn performance, and from there is when I thought, this is something I can do.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Mela?
Yeah, I also love singing since I was small. I used to sing at home with my sisters and my brothers. We are that family of, black gospel, kabisa. We used to sing. And pursuing music later was a bit difficult because, African parents, and they're like, no, you have to read, music is not serious. And so until when I joined campus, I didn't venture much into music. And when I joined campus, I joined the Moi University choir. I was in Moi University in Keses, in Eldoret. I joined the Moi University band. I graduated in 2015 with my bachelor's degrees. Then after that, I was like, you know what? My heart is calling for music. I just didn't know where to start because, I relocated from Eldoret to Nairobi. It's big, it's different. And so I also, I looked for schools to join. I found Sauti Academy online. Went, auditioned, didn't make it in because I didn't have the fees for that time. And my parents were like, Typically fees. Anything else you're pursuing after that,
It's on you.
Yeah, so I started gigging, doing these regular gigs, and saving for Sauti, and I went to Sauti, and the rest is history now. I've just been chasing my passion down the line.
Now we're here. Roy?
Same thing. Just growing up, listening to music, imitating Kina Boys to Men, Kina Brandy.
Okay.
I love 90s music, 90s R&B. So I just grew up imitating them, being like, oh, these guys can sing, Kina Wanya Morris, Boys to Men. That's one of the best vocalists. So but I didn't take it seriously until I got to high school. Then I joined the choir. Then after high school, I joined church, praise and worship, more choirs and all. Then in uni, I choir again with Waidera. Then I joined a rock band.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called Rush. From there, I think that's when I really, my voice grew and became better and strengthened it until today. We've actually been nominated for an Afrima. Yes.
What?
This band.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're still part of the band.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Actually, I want to get into that, like your solo careers. Well, we've got to take a break. We'll be right back in a moment.
Download the Glovo app today, and when you need anything, order Glovo and we'll deliver it in minutes.
Oh, beautiful Bundesliga. It's so great that you're here.
The Bundesliga is back with a bang at the Wetzlar Arena.
You are a real stunner. Whether new boys or old hands.
That is one happy man. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
We love every game.
Rastaman no listen to Babylon as Moses and Golgapariatas.
Mahimaji iko na vitamin E.
Ukiwaambia hivyo
ngoja kidogo, vitamin C ni kasafa, shauri ya nguvu. Vitamin D ni dania.
I told my son, unfortunately, you'll have to take care of your siblings. Then he told me, what is it, Mom? I told him, Ted, I'm tired. Went to the kitchen, took a jelly can, implicated myself fire.
When your son is right there?
Yes. The pain was too much for me to bear.
You wake up and you find you're alive. It didn't work. How did you feel then?
The fright of now dying started hitting me. I normally tell people, do not joke around with the spirit of suicide. Dakika tu moja na kitu ingine imetendeka.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
It's showtime. Guess who's back again? I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket.
Si chako. Katibu kata kwa kata. Katibu Asikia kwenu mmesota mpaka mnakula na story ya nyama. Pata uongo. Nina mwanangu mamba kama wewe.
Ready?
Let's go. Reach your elders. Help your parents. Say your prayers. Anything you want. Anything you want. Anything you want in life. Bend down low. Okay. Wow, you look so cute.
Peace. This one looks good enough for you?
It's so tasty and crunchy. Did you like it?
I loved it.
Yeah, me too. High five, CJ. It's your boy Mash Mashabu, aka Junior Bandman. Watch Generation 3 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. only on your number one station, NTV.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're at Swiss Lanana Mount Hotel, and I've got Wanavo Kali with me. So before the break, I got into when you first felt, oh man, music is just like speaking to my soul. But what's also really interesting about you guys as a band is that you also pursue your own individual careers, music careers, which I don't know if that's the norm, but it seems to me that usually when it's a band, and then at some point is when you'll be like, okay, you can do your thing, but come back together. So how has that been for you, being able to pursue your own individual career while still, you know, maintaining this community?
Okay, for me it's kind of different because, like, especially the work that I do right now as a background vocalist, because that's what I'm majoring in, is stuff that I do with these guys, you know, because I'm always with these guys like the whole time. And I just graduated from Saudi Academy, still writing my own stuff, performing on my own, but not majorly. So I guess it's kind of different for me because I'm always with these guys. I'm like, yeah, 70% in the band, yes.
Yeah, and Roy, I want to jump to you real quick because you said you're part of another band. So this isn't one of those things where like you can only be in one band.
No.
Choose wisely, Roy.
It's about balance.
Yeah.
It's balance.
So and do you have your own, like, do you ever sing or do you know, sort of perform on your own? Is that also a third?
With my,
on
my own,
on your own.
the other band?
Yeah.
No.
No. So for you, it's Wanavo Kali. Yes. So how is that? Are there any like secrets you can't, you know, be like, these guys tend to do this. Let's bring it over to our band because it's cooler. And are there lines that is it ever dicey for you trying to navigate both relationships or both?
Not really. They support me. The other band supports me.
Right.
So it's.
Yeah.
Even them themselves, they also have their own things to do.
Okay.
Yeah, so
yeah. Can you name anyone who's been in two bands at the same time? Any international artist?
Who?
I can. Roy.
Okay.
Hello. I was waiting. Hello. Yeah, because I mean, it's a rarity, right? You're like a unicorn in this industry to be in two, and for both groups to be so open to it, I think it's a great thing. Yeah. What about your career, Mela? Is there another side of you that you pursue outside of this group?
I've been writing my music since 2016.
Sorry?
I've been writing music since 2016.
Okay.
I've been recording mostly this year, and early this year, I released a single known as Without You. I worked with Bato, who I still met at Waweza.
Yeah.
Oh, you can find it on YouTube.
Yes.
AG.
Okay.
As Mziki Wamela.
Yeah.
You can find me on all social media platforms under that name.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have this and then to have a support system of musicians who are also individual artists, so they understand the dynamics of what it takes to be an artist, and then also in a group. So that is why Wanavo Kali really works out for us, because in as much as we are individual artists, we are still artists together, and we can still come up with something together. Yeah.
And did you feel that being part of this group made it easier for you to made you more confident to
release? It really boosted my confidence.
Okay.
I knew that at least out of the 7 billion people in the world, 6 people were ready to share my song, you know, to the world. So at least that support system is so important.
Yeah.
If I had a gig, I am so sure only 6 people, at least 6 people will show up.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
that is really important.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Whether, of course, I've seen you performing solo, and you were part of another band before. How is this compared to that?
For me, I started my career in 2014. My first single when I was in university, and now I have like 7 singles out. You can find them on YouTube by Dera Music, and I have my own band as well. But I can say the same, it's so good to have a support system, and also bringing your own sense of creativity and your own individuality to this group. It really helps when you're creating something to be able to take ownership of that thing. Yeah, but it's been a balance, definitely.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate, and one of the reasons why we started Wanavokali was to be able to have a support system, because in this industry, you only have you and you alone, and it's quite tough. So we started that so we could be able to support each other as well. Yeah.
Wow. Ricky?
Yeah.
What about you and your, you know, pursuing a music career outside of
Actually,
Wanavokali?
for me, it's a bit, because before I got into the Kenyan live music scene, I was more into theater.
Okay.
I was more into musical theater.
Right.
And so this one day I just woke up and I found Safaricom was auditioning for singers, and since I knew I was a very good singer, I went and auditioned, and that was kind of what brought me into the live music scene in Kenya.
Okay.
And so right now I've been actively pursuing writing my own music, recording, and maybe coming out with a single a few singles actually before the year ends.
Ooh.
Yeah, so yeah, it's as she said, like the main reason why we came together and decided let's do this is because we needed that support system. You realize that it's very hard to wake up in the morning as a full-time musician and decide I'm going to go for a rehearsal, just me. But if there are 5 other people calling you and telling you, hey, we need to be in rehearsals, then it's easier and you have more psych and more energy to do these things. Yeah. So yeah.
And essentially accountability partners.
Exactly.
Right. So, you know, a couple of times it's been insinuated that it can be a tough industry, especially to break into. What do you feel was a turning point for you? Where do you think? What was your start? You know, whether it was your first gig, and how did you get it? And I'm asking this for those people watching who are looking to get into the music industry, and they're like, do you just knock on someone's door? And is it their house door, their business, or where do you go to break into this industry? What was your experience, Chap?
I can say for me, it was joining Sauti Academy.
Right.
I mean, because that's most of the musicians in Kenya right now come from Sauti Academy. And through Sauti Academy, I was able to get to the auditions for Safaricom Taweza. And from there, it was just, you know, easy going. Because I was able to work with like the top musicians in the country, the top instrumentalists, the top dancers.
Wow, yeah.
So yeah, it was joining Sauti Academy.
And what's interesting is that you just started in 2016. You're like,
Yes.
right, Safaricom. if you don't cut me my check, I'm not showing up. And it's like 2016. That's insane.
Oh, and to answer your question, we did our first gig together last weekend. Oh, you played both of Karen.
Oh, insane.
And it was amazing. And just to say, like, our platform mostly is on social media.
Right.
Whatever we did right, I think, was just deciding to put ourselves up there. You know? And it from there it's just been working out.
Yeah.
Everything now turned around from there. Just putting ourselves out there. And people are like, yeah, we've been looking for that.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But like on an individual level, what for you felt like the start? I mean, you said 2014 was when you released your first single.
Yes, released my first single.
So what was the first time you felt like, oh, someone noticed me, or even like got my first paid gig? And what did it take to get there?
Because actually my first paid gig was also the same year. And I would say the same as Chep. I joined, because before joining Sauti Academy, I didn't know where to start. I knew I had talent, I knew I could sing, but I had no idea even where to begin. So from there is when I grew and I was able to get my first gig, and it was a well-paying gig, and I was like, people actually see the value in in what I'm doing. But I would say to anyone, just start with what you have where you are. Because there's no one who will come to discover you, there's no one, and yes, and go knocking doors as well. Go knocking on doors and something will come out. But just as she said, put yourself out there. For as long as you're singing in your bedroom and making music in your bedroom and not sharing it with anyone, no one will ever know. And at least now we have social media, now we have Instagram. Just
YouTube.
Put it out there.
But I like the Sauti Academy angle, because you're not the, I've had several artists come and they've said the same, that they went through Sauti Academy and they felt like that helped structure a lot for them. Because also you get into the business of this as well, right?
Yeah, taking it as a career and investing in it.
Right.
Putting in your time and money.
Yeah. So who are the people that you sort of look up to as Wanavokali? Because if you ask me, the first time I heard you, I was like, we have Kenya's pentatonics.
A
lot of people say that.
Yeah.
So are there people like that you sort of, or who do you feel you're more aligned to in the industry, internationally or locally?
Okay.
No? First of all, you feel like you're original. Stop comparing us.
First of all, I don't think us guys have come together and we've agreed we don't like when people refer to us as the Kenyan pentatonics.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is like it's not like it's the first thing people will run to because we are a cappella and they are a cappella.
Yeah.
And I think, but to be honest, when we came together and we just came together to start singing together.
Right.
We didn't think about who do we want to become. We want to be like Sauti Sol. No, we want to be like pentatonics. No, we just were like, let's come together. Let's try do something. And out of that came this beautiful thing that is Wanavokali. And Kenyans seem to have really,
it resonates.
Embraced it, and they were so fascinated by it. And so I wouldn't personally. I don't think like.
But I'm curious, why does that? And I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to. I
No,
meant
no,
that in the nicest way.
It's okay.
Yeah. But like, I'm curious to know why that it doesn't resonate with you. It doesn't sit well with you. The Kenyan.
For me, I would say because anytime a Kenyan opens their mouth to sing, they're compared to someone else internationally. When is it we'll say this is ours, it's our Kenyan thing. I think for me it's just accepting ownership of a Kenyan thing as Kenyan. It doesn't have to be something else outside to make it feel good. For me, that's that's how I would say it.
Okay, I get it. To give it any kind of like weighting, because you are great outside of whether you sound like. I get it.
But it's
lesson learned. And with that, I would love for you guys to sing us off to a break. What song are you going to perform next?
We could do
let me get
a
the
short
key.
1 minute song.
Okay.
Like, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, the full song.
Oh, the full song.
But I want you to intro it first. I want to, okay, we'll see. But I would love to know, what song are you?
Do Malaika. Malaika by Nyashinsky.
All right.
Let me just get the key.
Malaika. Malaika by Nyashinsky, and then we're going to go to a break and we'll be right back.
Hey, so the next song we're going to do is Malaika by the one and only Nyashinsky.
Tum, tum, tum. Tum, tum, tum. Oh, no, 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 no. I love you, baby. I love you, baby.
Uko na tabia za kupendeza
roho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho,
sauti yako nikisikia
pia natulia, yanipunguzia hasira nazo.
Urembo wako ulininasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho, na moyoni umekwamia, siwezi kutania, njoo unipunguzie mawazo. And I see you in my dreams when I sleep,
see you in my dreams when I sleep,
the one I've been waiting for
all my life.
Deep down in my heart I believe, what I've been waiting for
all my life.
Uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakuiga wenu mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi nao,
sisemi.
Oh baby, uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakuiga wenu mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi nao,
sisemi, sisemi. All my life, sisemi.
know that this is how it feels to fall in love. Baby, you know I love you. I spend no one above you. I need you in my life. Forever and ever, you will always have my heart. We're meant to be together, me and you. Oh, me and you. Wote wanakwiga wendo mama yao, ni wewe nachagua sisemi nao. Oh baby uko sawa na wote malaika na mabaya, wote wanakwiga wendo mama yao, ni wewe nachagua sisemi oh sisemi oh sisemi
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
From the heart of Nairobi.
Bossy, bossy.
Look in the mirror, say yes, I'm the best, 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 best.
To the highlands of Meru.
Bless, 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 bless.
Coming soon.
Who wants to answer? Mary?
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because her tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate.
Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids that cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride helps prevent cavities
For maximum cavity protection.
and now available in a 12-gram sachet for fresh breath. Only 15 shillings.
Kwani unalea mtoto nika you're a single mom, honestly?
Imagine nashiraka kiniambia leo na kama mapema. Unaenda leo na kama mapema, leo lazima nikusaidie. Huyu mtoto leo kwa duty, wewe kaa naye baby. Umfeed, ufanye kila kitu na nini kufanya. Nisha pump maziwa, I need to shower, I need to take care of myself.
Babe.
Mashow na nini? Siwezi hata oga.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Tana River County Government, under the leadership of His Excellency Major Retired Dr. Dado Godana, invites you to the first ever cultural extravaganza in Hola. The theme of this event is Unity in Cultural Diversity, uncovering the treasures. It will focus on peace building, conservation, trade, tourism and culture.
Join us to enjoy and celebrate with us beautiful songs, dances.
Welcome to Tana River County, the home of Kenyan beauty and diverse cultures.
This week on The Trend. All this and more only on The Trend. The Trend in association with Geisha.
You've got to be like a geisha bar. Stay strong and go so far.
It's strong and lasts long. Like geisha.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got one Avocali with me, and you guys are such a fun bunch. I can see why it's easy to like, and there's chemistry between everyone, right? That it feels so natural. But I'm also aware that whenever there's 1, 2, 3, not one, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then there's like, there's room for conflict. And I don't think conflict is bad. I think it ultimately leads to growth. But have you faced it as a group, and how do you overcome whatever challenges there might be as a group, as one Avocali? Yeah.
No one wants to take that question.
But we're here to hear it. Maivera, tell me about that time.
Okay.
Tell me, yeah.
Well, I'd say definitely group dynamics are hard, getting to understand everyone. But I think the fact that we are friends first means we can talk. And whenever something arises, we just try and talk about it and solve things together. Yeah.
Okay, so
yes, conflict is
communication,
definitely
like
there.
any relationship,
yes,
it boils
like,
down to
yes,
communication.
Exactly. Yes.
Interesting. So let's talk a little bit about social media. I'm always curious to see how social media has impacted someone's career, whether it's in music, tech, I mean, you know, medicine, I don't care. I'm just so curious to know if it's had an impact on people's careers. And I mean, I did say I saw you guys on Twitter. Clearly, there's something there. But how would you say it's shifted or changed things for one Avocali?
Okay, so it's impacted us heavily because when we started, we decided to start an Instagram account with our first video. And it was Salari by Nameless. And Nameless reposted it. Who else? Njugush reposted it on that day. And we got 2,000 followers on Instagram on our first day.
Wow.
Yes, so it's really opened, like, Kenyans can see what we are doing through that and through like the reshares that we get. We've gotten gigs through that. People just calling us saying, hey, can you come do background vocals for me on my show? Or even the show that we just did last week, we actually got that through Instagram. Somebody was like, hey, come through. Yeah, we have a gig.
Through Instagram. And what about the pitfalls? Have there been moments where you've thought, ooh, either we need to manage it different or maybe even there's I don't know if you've ever had any haters. Like actually, Roy, that key was up. I mean, I don't think so. I'm not saying, but how? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that? Is that does it affect
ignore
you?
it.
Delete, then ignore.
But never has it been an issue where you feel
no, because whatever we decided to start, they weren't there. And you know why we're doing what you're doing. And we can never stop believing in us. Because in as much as there are 3 haters, there's 3,000 lovers. So it only shows us that whatever you're doing is right.
Actually, us guys have been very lucky because we got to 10,000 followers in our first month as one Avocali on Instagram. And you see, most of the people who've been viewing our videos really love what we do. Very few people would be like, we didn't like whatever you did, but it's fine, you know.
Yeah, it comes with the territory.
Exactly, it comes with, like, we are creatives, and as creatives, some people will love your work, some people will not. But right now, I feel like us guys are in the phase, because we are only, like, to be honest, a month and a half old.
Whoa.
Yeah, we've not been together for that long, and us guys are in that period where we are discovering, so we have trolls. So we need to do differently on our social media. So I think we're still trying to discover the best way to go about it.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the entertainment industry, which doesn't always have the best rep for being the most grounded, sobering space with like great principles and value. If you're not careful, that kind of attention can sort of lead you to a version of yourself that, you know, isn't always the prettiest. So I'm curious to know if that quick growth, I mean 10,000 followers, do you feel ready for what I feel is going to happen, which is it's just going to become this like avalanche of like, I mean, it's just gathering a lot of you guys are gathering a lot of traction. Do you ever question whether you feel ready for that kind of attention, fame? Does that get to you?
I think, first of all, we had individual careers before this.
Right.
And we've worked and we've been in that, we've been as BJVs or even as singers, we've seen it before us, we've seen what happens in the industry. So it's kind of prepared us for the limelight, for the fame, for the haters, the doors slamming in our faces. Like, yeah, it's part of being an upcoming musician.
And sometimes I think our personalities won't allow us to be. That's what I like to think. Our personalities won't allow us to have big heads. That's what I think. Because I think
check each other.
Oh yeah. Yes. The best thing about being in a group is that if one person is scared of telling you the truth, 4 other people are not. They're going to tell you, no, this is not right. Don't do this. You're going to shame us.
Yeah. Going back to accountability.
Yeah.
Which is great. But I mean, that being said, I do know of people who came into this industry, did not anticipate that it would lead to that kind of traction, and not that many, but even worldwide, internationally, we've seen people change, and we're like, who does this kid think they are? What's going on? But it seems to me that you're also grounded in your roots and your values anyway, and in each other. That
we've also had people talk to us. I think also I should give Sedo a big shout out, Sedo producer, because he was like, this is coming, be prepared for it. So you know what's coming, and you just have to adjust to it.
Well, actually, speaking of that, who have been your mentors, people who have helped shape, whether individually or as a band, your careers, and made you feel a little safe in coming into this industry, or even prepared, besides Sauti Academy as a whole? But if there's some people, because it feels like it was so instrumental in your lives. But as you know, are there certain individuals who you feel have helped shape things?
Okay. Besides Sauti Academy, but still Natalie from Sauti Academy. Natalie, Sedo producer, and Mordecai from Hat the Band. Just my favorite person in the world.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
And also, like we've gotten, as we said, we've got during the Toreza Life Tour, we got to work with so many big artists who have been very instrumental in us getting as far as we have right now. For example, as she mentioned, Nameless reposted our video. We have Yashinsky, we have Fena, we have Arrowboy, we have all these people who are really support. Njugush, especially Njugush. Like, these people have really been championing for us and like have been really pushing us to their fans, and their fans are accepting us, and we couldn't be here without them.
Now they're your fans.
Exactly. So
I'd also say these guys. Us, we also like it help us, like, how can I say this? Like, everyone has their own experiences, and we all bring that to the table.
We all learn from each other.
And these guys are really good guys.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. We should come in for I want to be involved. So, what are you excited about as Wanavokali, and for Wanavokali as well? Where are you thinking of going? Where are you thinking of taking this? Are there any plans that I can go on to view that we could be ready for? Or where's
for me, it's when we start doing our own original songs, because we're planning on writing our own songs. So I'm really excited to see how that will look, because we are all so different. I really want to see how that will look like, but we're working on that.
Right. Yes. So releasing your own music, that would be a big one. That would be exciting.
Maybe if I could add something. Also, I think as a group of singers, we've been really trying to get into maybe advertisements and such kind of things, because we feel like whatever we have to offer is whatever people are looking for to get in their ads and to get and so we've been really trying to pursue that and break into that and just get whatever we can and see how well we can maneuver around it.
No, listen, excuse me. Listen, come in close, actually, zoom in.
Exactly.
You are a brand manager. If you own a business and you're looking for people to bring that, what's the song, what's that melody called? What's it called? Tune? What's the tune of a song called?
Melody.
Jingle. Wanavokali.
Yes.
Thank you. 10%. Not much. I'm really fair. 10%. Okay. But no, I'm kidding. No, but I'm not kidding about them. This feels like genius. Like, if you're watching this right now, you should be like, get them on before someone else gets them on. That's great.
Yeah.
That's genius. Okay. So last question. for the five of you. If you could collaborate with any artist in Kenya, is there someone that you're just like, hey, call us? We're calling you because we know your people. We've got your number. Is there someone that you think as a group would work?
I'm just going to say Sauti Sol. Let me just put it.
I would say half the band. I would say Nyashinski. Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh
yeah. Oh June, yeah.
Mudhoni drama queen.
Wow. Oh yes.
And the queen, yes.
Seen it.
You've seen it. Seen this.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
For visiting, and I'm going to ask you that you sing one more song.
Okay.
Do you know what you're going to sing?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You're gonna surprise. Okay, well, I'm just going to let you guys surprise us.
Okay.
But thank you. It was so lovely.
Thank you,
and
too.
you really just brightened up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I can absolutely feel, like having sat here with you, I can absolutely feel the chemistry that you all have with one another, and that it's not contrived or forced, and someone's like, why did you wear that top? Like it's real. You guys feel like you feel very solid, and I'm grateful to have Kenya's Wanavokali.
No, thank you
so much.
All right, thanks for watching, guys. But remember, we've got one more song from Wanavokali. Thank you to Swiss Ledanamount Hotel for lending us your beautiful rooftop for the show. We'll be back on Monday, 8 a.m. sharp, so I'll see you then. But for now, Wanavokali.
Unasema hapana, hapana. Nakazana, nakazana.
Nakuwaga mikwa heri nami nakutakia la heri, kukupenda misiwezi jamani mpenzi, kwa heri. Nakuwaga mikwa heri nami nakutakia la heri, kukupenda misiwezi jamani mpenzi, kwa heri. Tukiwa na wewe mambo yako yaenda kombo, japo nisonge hapo matatizo yako yakoma. Kwa heri.
Come back to me. Tulipendana kama nyama choma. Tururu, tururu, tururu. Why, kusomea udakitari. Stella wangu, come back, come back. Stella, come back, come back. Come back, come back, Stella. I still need you, baby. Come back, Stella. I still need you, baby. Come back, Stella. Come back, come back. Kwa nini kunichenga, chenga, 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 chenga? It's a na. Oh Lord. You can bet your money on me. Baby, I'm the real deal. Real deal. You can never slow me down. I'm a big deal. My mama told me. She told me. Down. Be humble. Keep it classy. She doing nothing, no. She a real go-getter. Anything you do, she do it better. She doing nothing, no. She unstoppable. She phenomenal. She doing nothing, no. Oh. She doing nothing, no. Oh, she doing nothing, no.
I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up.
Trend.
It's going down, cause I'm around.
Trend.
Everybody knows I'm unstoppable.
Let me make one thing clear.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The
Trend in association with Yola.
How about a Yola? Available in 4 flavors, Yola is a cereal milk drink packed with vitamins and minerals that is suitable for all ages and guaranteed to give you a burst of energy in every sip.
Rastaman no listen to Babylon as Moses and gold apparatus.
Kama hii maji iko na vitamin E.
Ukiwaambia hivyo
ngoja kidogo, vitamin C ni kasafa, shauri ya nguvu. Vitamin D ni dania.
Enjoy all your favorite NTV programs on all free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs. Catch us on ADN channel 101 and 103, DSTV channel 271, GoTV channel 91, Zuku channel 13 and StarTimes channel 106. Download the Nation News app from apps.nation.co.ke to watch this live broadcast. NTV, turning on your world.
Go low, girl, go low. Get cash, girl, get dough. Wine up, take it slow.
House.
There is one thing I'm good at.
Catch the latest on beautification.
Go low, girl, go low.
You know it's a party with DJ Bash on the decks.
Take it slow.
Make a date. Teen Republic in association with Fanta.
Don't do anything crazy without your friends. Drink Fanta. Taste fun.
It's educative, it's thrilling, it's inspiring. Watch the very best of Form 3 science students compete for 2.5 million Kenya shillings worth of university scholarships and the bragging right as the best STEM student on InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition Kenya 1.0. Catch InterSwitch Spark Kenya 1.0 on NTV. InterSwitch Spark Kenya is switched on by InterSwitch. Transaction solutions you can depend on.
How well does the business world know about your business? You take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
This is NTV.
Good morning. Thank you for making time for NTV today. My name is Gladys Gashanja. Remember, this is your one-stop shop for all matters, current affairs, both within and without the country. And speaking of which, later on we shall be crossing over to the KICC, where the 42nd General Council of the Organization of Africa Trade Union Unity is still ongoing. Today being the last day, remember, this forum has been ongoing all day and it's being spearheaded by Kotu Kenya, and that, I am told, is at the Stanley actually, and we'll cross over even as we see the last forums being held today. But before we get to it, let's look at some of the stories that made headlines last evening and definitely will be coming up in the day and developing throughout the day. And one of them is murdered Dutch billionaire Tob Cohen will be buried on Monday at a private ceremony. In a consent signed by lawyers representing his wife Sarah Wairimo and sister Gabrielle Van Straten, the two parties also agreed to inter the body according to Jewish traditions. NTV's Mel Miendo with our report.
With the post-mortem exam on the body of the late Dutch billionaire Tob Cohen behind them, lawyers representing his wife Sarah Cohen and those representing his family found consensus on the next thing. They agreed on a burial date and his interment according to Jewish customs. But all these are subject to court orders.
Sarah Wairimo's side, the lawyer representing her, that's Philip Mulgor. So they will apply for a court order to be issued, and that court order will be specifically just to allow Sarah Cohen to be there during that burial.
The burial shall take place at the Jewish cemetery on Wangari Maathai Road at 2 p.m. on Monday, the 23rd of September 2019.
That's enough. Very sad.
We are not opposed for Sarah attending the funeral. We are not opposed to that at all. And Cohen needs to have a dignified and, can I say, decent burial.
It will be a private ceremony attended by just his family. Both sides have also requested the DPP, DCI and prison authorities to facilitate what they called a compromise arrangement to allow Wairimo to leave prison for the burial. Sarah was arrested as a suspect in her husband's death. Both the results of the post-mortem exam on his body and the X-ray reports will be used as evidence. Mel Miendo, NTV.
Away from that, the governors have found harmony on their own referendum initiative. The Council of Governors is pushing for an expanded executive headed by a president and prime minister and an increase in the funds allocated to county governments. The Ugatuzi initiative will also ensure all counties share in the national cake by having a representative from each of the counties in the cabinet. NTV's Brenda Wanga breaks down their proposals.
The unveiling of the Ugatuzi initiative by the Council of Governors makes it the third push for constitutional change through a referendum. The Council of Governors are pushing for an expanded executive. This will include the President as head of state with one deputy and a Prime Minister as head of government with two deputies. The Cabinet, however, will have a reduced number of Cabinet Secretaries capped at 18 with 22 assistants. The CSs, their assistants and Principal Secretaries will be drawn from all the 47 counties.
To what extent is the presidential system that we have been having since independence been promoting democracy and social justice in the country? To what extent have Kenyans really benefited from this system? And can we do better?
The governors are also setting their sights on quelling the money wars that have played out between the counties, the National Assembly and the National Treasury. In their drive, they will be seeking to receive no less than 45% of the national revenues each year.
Parliament should adhere to technical recommendations by the CRA regarding the division of revenue between the national and county governments. Any deviation by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the recommendation of the Commission of Revenue Allocation.
Our main focus is to bring more resources to our counties for the development of our people, because we feel that this is not a matter which we should engage in political play about. It's a matter which can be taken seriously And we as governors are really serious.
If the Ugatuzi initiative carries the day, then it will be mandatory for all Kenyans over the age of 18 to vote in elections in the country. The COG wants the REBC devolved to all the 47 counties from where the governors, senators and MCAs elections will be conducted and concluded. MCAs will be big winners if the Ugatuzi initiative is successful.
County assemblies, terms and conditions applicable to members of parliament shall apply to members of the county assembly with the necessary modifications.
The governors also want the representation in the CRA, the creation of the office of the official opposition complete with its own shadow cabinet, and clear grounds and procedures of removal of a deputy governor from office.
We have proposed is meant to really make devolution stronger and make it difficult for anybody to undermine the progress of devolution.
With the Council of Governors now formally throwing their hat into the referendum ring, the decision will be up to the public to decide which initiative to go with if and when that referendum is called. Brenda Wanga, NTV, Nairobi.
Now, the president's decision to cancel the Kimwarer Dam project in Elgeyo-Marakwet County has caused ripples of disappointment among residents. Investigations by a technical committee revealed that the cost of the dam had been inflated and the project was not even viable. With billions now down the drain, residents say their hope of an improved water supply have sunk with it. Lois Wangoi with more.
At the Kimwarer Shopping Center, a group of young men are whiling their time away. The topic of discussion is the president's directive to cancel the Kimwarer Dam project, a decision informed by a technical committee that was tasked with assessing the viability of the Aror and Kimwarer Dam projects.
President alikosea hapo. Angekuja kutuuliza sisi hapa chini, atuambie hii nini yenu, hii pawa ile haitachengwa kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii na hii. Yeye tu ameamka asubuhi na anasema hii bawa la Kimwarer haitachengwa na ameamka kwaka bila sisi hata kujua.
Kwa sababu ukiona watu wamepoteza karibu miaka mitatu. Walikuwa wamefocus kwa maendeleo, watafaidika kwa hii miradi.
The residents here fault the committee's recommendations that the project be cancelled. The committee found that the dam had been overpriced. The only feasibility study done on a similar project 28 years ago also revealed a geological fault across the 800-acre project area, which would have had a negative structural effect on the proposed dam. But this decision to cancel the Kimwarer Dam and redesign and construct the Aror Dam now also reveals the underlying fault lines in the delicate relationships between communities living in the larger Elgeyo-Marakwet County.
Kuna chopo lenye rais aliunda na tumesikia mapendekezo yao, lakini tunajiuliza hawa watu walicollect wapi hii information yao?
The cancellation of the Kimwarer Dam project has seen the residents of Keyo community say they're being sidelined by the very government they voted into power. They were looking forward to getting better infrastructure and even big opportunities when it comes to employment. Now, all those dreams that they had slowly or have officially been washed away down the Kerio Valley. Lois Wangoi, NTV, in the county of Elgeyo-Marakwet.
Now, to a subject that is of concern to parents and guardians, the Ministry of Education says the controversial book Blood Ties is not among those which are vetted and approved by government. The book, which is being issued to grade 6 pupils, has vulgar language. The book has not only made it to bookstore shelves, but also to homes and school bags. Jane Goyeri reports that the publisher has defended the obscene language amid expressions of regret.
They say don't judge a book by its cover. And in this case, what lies between the covers of this book titled Blood Ties has unsettled many. The grade 6 storybook by Story Moja Publishers, which has obscene language in one of its pages, already hit the shelves before the red flag was raised. The Education Ministry says that the book in question is not among the state-vetted and approved books. This raises concern on what appears to be a weak system, which has less than ideal checks and measures. The ministry says any principal or head teacher who fails to implement this policy will be in contravention of Section 27 of the KICD Act 2013. Some schools, such as St. Hannah's Preparatory, had already asked parents to buy the book. After much hue and cry, bookseller Textbook Center said it shall not be stocking the book, has pulled it off the shelves and requested the publisher to recall it. On its part, Story Moja Publishers says the book with obscene and strong language was meant for readers in high school and above, and they have not ascertained the claims that it was recommended for Class 6 students. The publisher of the book, authored by South African Zimkitha Mlanzili, maintains it is meant to help children tackle social ills such as substance, child and sexual abuse. Moniti Odera, the managing editor at Story Moja Publishers, says the section of the text that has caused disquiet may be misconstrued if read out of context, as it actually guides readers on steps to take should they find themselves in a violent robbery incident. Jane Gwiri, NTV.
To land matters now, it's a tough job ahead for the nominees for the National Lands Commission, who have a grueling task of cleaning up and streamlining a commission that was dogged by corruption, infighting and inefficiency. NTV's Kennedy Murithi was there when Parliament's Lands Committee interviewed 6 of them for the task ahead.
You may escort Mr.
6 out of 9 nominees for the position of chairperson and members of the National Land Commission appeared for vetting Wednesday by the National Assembly's Lands Committee.
I'll put that in my form.
First was the nominee for chairperson Gershon Otachi, who was taken to task over his tax compliance status, as there were documents with conflicting information. He, however, promised to lead the commission in the right direction, devoid of chest thumping if he was approved. Others before the committee for vetting took cue, arguing their predecessors lacked the all-important skills of working in harmony, thus exposing the commission to outside forces keen on denting its image and allowing cartels to gain control of the commission.
No chest thumping. The commissioners and the Secretariat of the National Land Commission have to be patient and have to listen to the issues that are being raised.
I don't believe in failure. Failure is not an option. And why people fail is because they do not have a strategy to execute their plans and their strategies.
The best way is to make sure that private sector and government work together to ensure that we progress. If they pull in different directions, then we are having chaos.
For former Cabinet Minister Esther Murugi, she had to navigate the question of her age and how she would perform her duties.
I can walk. Running, I can run if the commission wants me to run. I can run. I go to the gym every morning. So I would say I'm fit. I'm fitter than some of the 35-year-olds.
Former Cabinet Secretary Kazungu Kambi said his sole duty would be to fight corruption at the commission if offered the position.
If we want to be different, we must all of us, including myself, fight corruption.
3 other nominees will be vetted on Friday. The committee will retreat Saturday to write a report on their suitability that it will table in Parliament next week. Kennedy Murithi, NTV.
To the corridors of justice. In news from the courts, of course, 4 politicians charged with incitement to violence in 2016 have been acquitted, and the 4 Suna East MP Junet Mohammed, Kilifi Women Representative Aisha Jumwa Busia Women Rep Florence Mutua, and former Kitutu Masaba MP Timothy Busire were part of 6 politicians who spent 4 nights in custody in 2016 over hate speech charges. The court struck off all charges against them on grounds that the charge sheet was defective. Elsewhere, a magistrate's court in Kisumu has temporarily suspended the hearing of a case in which Nandi Governor Stephen Sang is accused of malicious damage to property, incitement to violence and abuse of office. Magistrate Barry Lamola put the trial on hold pending the hearing and determination of an application filed before the High Court challenging his plea taking. The case will resume on January 23rd, 2020. And a senior administrator was charged at the Garissa Law Court for stealing relief food meant for vulnerable families in the border town of Hulugo. Loro Achumi, an assistant county commissioner, was charged alongside Ibrahim Ali Hilo for stealing about 400 bags of relief food worth about 192,000 shillings. He is said to have signed off the consignment from an inland depot under the guise it would be distributed to vulnerable families. He was granted a 300,000 shillings cash bail. To politics now, Jubilee-nominated Member of Parliament Maina Kamanda yesterday pledged unwavering support for ODM's candidate for the Kibra by-election, Imran Okoth. This is just 2 days after his party boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, officially endorsed Jubilee candidate MacDonald Mariga. Kamanda says his support for Imran was in the spirit of the handshake, even as ODM leader Raila Odinga called for peaceful campaigns.
The ODM party leadership earlier today hosted an unexpected guest at party leader Raila Odinga's Capitol Hill office. Jubilee-nominated Member of Parliament Maina Kamanda had come to declare his support for the ODM candidate in the upcoming Kibra by-elections, Imran Okoth.
We'll be here supporting.
This just a day after President Uhuru Kenyatta backed Jubilee candidate MacDonald Mariga.
I call him handshake candidate, and there are so many other members of parliament who want to come and support him just for one reason, that we have enjoyed peace in this country and we don't want that peace to be thrown out by few people.
Kamanda has been leading the Kieleweke faction of the ruling party and has been a fierce critic of Deputy President William Ruto. ODM leader Raila Odinga has called on all the candidates in the race to conduct peaceful campaigns.
We don't want to see any kind of violence in this campaign. We want to show not only Kenyans, but the world that Kenyan democracy is maturing.
Some of the candidates today camped at the constituency, selling their vision to the electorate.
Nikichaguliwa, kazi yangu ya kwanza ni kulainisha CDF. Nataka tulainishe CDF ili kila kabila ya hapa Kibra iwe ndani.
For Kibra residents, they just can't wait for the polls.
Nataka kiongozi ambaye anasikia kilio cha wana Kibra, yule mama mboga, yule kijana hana kazi, yule mzee hana mbele na nyuma.
Hata kama japo sisi maskini wanatudharau, lakini sisi wenyewe ni tajiri kwa roho zetu na tubembelezani na watu. Kura nitaamua tarehe 7.
Pia tuna kashif wale wanaleta fujo, manake hapa tunataka watu wapingane kwa sera.
24 candidates will square it out in the November 7th Kibra by-election with an aim of emerging the winner to represent residents of Kibra in the National Assembly. Vincent Odur, NTV, Nairobi.
Well, to other stories we were following up for you, and Rift Valley Regional Commissioner George Natembeya says they are getting reports that youth from the region are planning a resistance against the ongoing eviction aimed at reclaiming the Mau Forest. Natembeya has warned those still living in the Mau Forest that they have only 40 days to pack up and leave. He says those who do not leave the forest by the deadline will be removed forcefully. Natembeya is also asking those in possession of firearms in the cattle-rustling-prone region to voluntarily surrender guns to the authorities before the end of the month when a government notice comes to an end.
Wengi wametoka, wamama wametoka, watoto wametoka. Kuna vijana wachache tu ndio wako pale, wengine wanaletwa na wanasiasa. Tunasikia wanajihami, wanatafuta silaha, wanatafuta mishale. You know, wale wengine wako na ile akili pungufu, wanafikiri kwamba wanaweza kusimamisha mradi wa serikali ukitumia mshale ama bunduki. Haitawezekana ile kudanganywa, na from next week tutaanza kusaka wale vijana ambao tunajua kwamba hawajakaa katika ile msitu ya Mau, lakini kwa sasa wanakuja kujazana kule.
Away from that, police had a hard time dispersing residents of Kamara along the Nakuru-Eldoret highway who wanted to siphon fuel from a tanker that had overturned. Police soon arrived on the scene and dispersed the residents who had come with the jerrycans ready to scoop fuel. Police cordoned off the scene and diverted traffic, and witnesses say the driver of the tanker was attempting to overtake another lorry when he lost control of the vehicle. The road is also known to be one of the most notorious black spots in the country. To something that is ongoing, there was pomp in Tana River on the first day of its inaugural cultural festival. The festival, which is aimed at promoting peace in the conflict-prone area, attracted residents and guests who showcased and celebrated their culture through dance and food, among other activities. We now look at how that is ongoing, and of course, remember at 1:30 we shall be crossing over to Tana River to bring you more from that cultural festival.
The first ever Tana River Cultural Festival kicked off in style. Residents here upbeat that this was a new chapter for the county. And today they left nothing to chance, some participating in the swimming competition, while others cooked and celebrated their culture.
Siku ya leo tunasikia raha, hatujawahi pata kama hii siku ya leo. Kwani kwa ufupi hapa sote tuko na biashara, kuanzia tufungue macho.
Tuko na majuice, tuko na mabiskuti, tuko na makeks, tuko na maviazi, mandazi, chapati, maragwe, mbaazi. Zote hizo ni Arabic tradition food. County officials are also busy preparing for guests expected to grace the occasion, like the Council of Governors. Residents here say the event is a plus for the county and offers them a chance to showcase their culture and beauty to the rest of the country.
Yaani leo kusema ukweli tunajisikia huru haswa, sababu tukiangalia utamaduni uko.
The county government says it intends to use the event to market some of its rich history, like the Mau Mau Monument, where some freedom fighters are said to have been buried, among others. The event ends on Saturday. Silas Apollo, NTV, in Hola, Tana River County.
To some business news, and a fortnight after Kenya Airways made public plans to shrink its network in a bid to trim costs, the airline has suspended direct flights to the cities of Libreville in Gabon and Cotonou in Benin effective October 14, 2019. A statement to newsrooms, the national flag carrier says customers who had made forward bookings to the two destinations beyond October 14th will be rerouted through KQ's partner airlines. In the period ended June 2019, Kenya Airways saw its operating costs surge by 16% to 61.5 billion shillings. Meanwhile, the airline subsidiary Jambojet has received approval from the Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority to start flights to Kigali.
There is a growing competition locally and within the East African market. And as Jambojet, we do respect this competition and welcome fair competition.
Well, at this point, we take a short break on NTV Today. We'll be back with much more. Stay with us.
Oh, beautiful Bundesliga.
It's so great that you're here.
The Bundesliga is back with a bang at the Wetzlar Arena.
You are a real stunner. Whether new boys or old hands.
That is one happy man. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
We love every game.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Sasa Ruto de, apeta itendaje sasa?
Hapana, sababu wewe si ufulize.
Nishafuliza na Raila ile mambo ya African Union.
Hai, mimi nimefuliza hadi kwa sako ya akina Recho bana.
Maze hapa ni kundi lala.
Wacha nikwambie Kalonzo. There comes a time when the interest of an individual is more important than that of a nation.
Tujifikirie kidogo. By the way.
And I'm here to report the Mwananchi how the Galana Kulalo project has fared so far.
Manze zimetushika lakini lazima jo tushike na njia nyingine QXYZ style. A big shout out to Benali manze jo beat chafua and of course 0000. Asante kwa kutupatia ngoma lakini manze jo cheki vile tuna flow nayo. Twende kazi.
Wamenishika, wamenishika, wamenishika yo. Wamenishika, wamenishika, wamenishika yo.
Rastaman no listen to Babylon as Moses and Golgia Parietas.
Kama hii maji iko na vitamin E.
Ukiwaambia hivyo
ngoja kidogo. Vitamin C ni kasafa, shauri ya nguvu. Vitamin D ni dania.
Okay, unataka kumaanisha tutashinda hapa the whole day?
Hii gate imeongeza weight.
Hapo ndio ulikuja kutafuta mtoto?
Hapana. Ndugu yangu hapa Alwale, watu walisema kwamba yeye ni kipofu, ati haoni akitoka NASA. Tangu tumpeza macho, si mumeona? Si mumeona?
Mimi nachukua napeleka yote kwa typing kwa computer. Unajua computer?
Mimi najua tu charanga.
Unajua wakale kwa runway wakasema ladies and gentlemen introducing Jepto.
It's educative, it's thrilling, it's inspiring. Watch the very best of Form 3 science students compete for 2.5 million Kenya shillings worth of university scholarships and the bragging right as the best STEM student on InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition Kenya 1.0. Catch InterSwitch Spark Kenya 1.0 on NTV. InterSwitch Spark Kenya is switched on by InterSwitch. Transaction solutions you can depend on.
Mapenzi na washika mnaendelea. Watu wa vitenge tuko pamoja. Yenye mnaandika moja is king, ile ingine she is. Ulikosana na bwanako umevaa he is king. Mtu akikuuliza nani? Jehova Nyisi.
You had President Mwai Kibaki. Uganda had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. You have Uhuru Kenya. Uganda is still having Yoweri Museveni.
So if you look clearly, what's happening here is
be short term. Kama uko hapa na ujaoa bado, wacha leo tusaidiane. Inafaa utafute wachana bibi kwanza, tafuta Biblia.
Maisha yangu mziki,
najua.
Kipato changu
Everybody.
mziki, najua. Nikipendacho mziki, najua. Kipawa changu mziki, najua. Maisha yangu mziki.
Oh, beautiful Bundesliga. It's so great that you're here.
The Bundesliga is back with a bang at the Benzela Arena.
You are a real stunner. Whether new boys or old hands.
That is one happy man. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
We love every game.
The best part of an adventure was sharing it with people you love. We are going to have the best time. I made a summer fun list.
Whoa, that's a lot of fun.
I'm gonna go snorkeling. I just invented a new sport. Hashtag Sisters Rock.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football. Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team.
Why Formula One?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy. But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu. Sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
You represent the interest of the kingdom of God, of the King of Kings, of the Lord of Lords. So you go and speak on my behalf.
That the Lord is good. Oh, blessed.
God wants to use us as instruments in his hand so that the many who are in bondage and slavery can be set free.
Feed the Lord. All you say, he'll give you everything. He'll give you everything.
Go low, girl, go low. Get cash, girl, get dough. Wine up, take it slow.
This Saturday on Teen Republic Live. Zimenice hitmaker Chris Kaiga will be setting the roof on fire.
He said that I drop it so good, and you know he also be talking about.
The bold and talented Valerie Mudhoni will be in the house.
There is one thing I'm good at.
Catch the latest on everything entertainment and word on the street as we join Dandora's finest in area beautification.
Go low, girl, go low.
You know it's a party with DJ Bash on the decks.
Take it slow,
Make a date, Teen Republic, in association with Fanta.
Don't do anything crazy without your friends. Drink Fanta. Taste fun.
Thank you for staying with NTV. Time now to cross you over to the 42nd General Council of the Organization of Africa Trade Union Unity, taking place here in Nairobi.
I also take this opportunity to thank all of you who have made this function possible. We have people who have helped us to make this function possible. Among them is the NSSF, who helped us to make this occasion possible, the Kenya Commercial Bank, KTDA, ITF Africa, and all the trade union affiliates in Kenya. You played a very important role to make this occasion the success that it is. Thank you so much. We don't take it for granted. Now, because of the short time that we have, I think we'll start by inviting Reverend Joel Chebi to give us a word of prayer. And I also want to recognize my brother Wellington Chibebe, the AOLO representative in East Africa. Thank you so much, Brother Chibebe.
May I request all of us just to stand up, just to honor God. Father, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, Father, we honor you this morning. We recognize that without you being around and being present in this meeting, we will not be able to do anything meaningful in our life. And so, Lord, we thank you for your grace. We thank you for your sufficient protection of each one of us. Our leaders, that they have come to grace this occasion, since from that time when the president came, and now today we also have our guest of honor, Honorable, the Right Honorable Raila Omolo Odinga. We thank you for his presence here, and even FKE Director and our Secretary General of COTU, who is the President of OATU, and all other guests of honors that we have brought them this morning. And Father, this is our capital. We pray that your mercies and goodness and grace will be upon them as they enjoy the goodwill and the goodness of this country that you have provided for us. So now we invite you to be the chairman from this moment until the end, and all the glory and honor shall come back to you. In the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Joel Chebi. Now, may I now take this opportunity to welcome our brother Wellington Chebebe, who is the director, county director in our office, in the IL office in Jerusalem, to make a few remarks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Guest of honor, Right Honorable Raila Omolo Odinga, Brother Francis Atoli, the President of OATU and Secretary General COTU, Brother Mezut, Secretary General OATU, Sister Mugo, FKE Executive Director, Brother Kwasi, ITUC General Secretary, trade union leaders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the very beginning, and on behalf of the ILO Regional Director, Madam Cynthia Olunjoani, and the ILO Director General, allow me to express my appreciation to the President of OATU and his team for accepting to host this General Council and for inviting me to this General Council at this moment in time. It is really an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting comes during the year the ILO is celebrating 100 years since its birth and also celebrating 60 years of existence in Africa under the theme Advancing Social Justice, Promoting Decent Work. Guests of honor, we highly acknowledge the deliberate efforts by national trade unions under the leadership of WATU for capacity building and mobilizing workers and trade unions in Africa. It is with this observation that we are happy to note that the implementation of strategies and programs of Africa take into account Africa's Agenda 2063 and the Global Agenda of SDG 2030. And OWATU has been instrumental in creating awareness on the ILO Centenary Declaration and its contents, and popularizing the Global Commission report on the future of work and its recommendations. Dear delegates, the world of work is undergoing a major process of change. And in order to understand and respond effectively to these new challenges, which are facing trade unions, the International Labour Organizations launched a Future of Work initiative. And this initiative is being discussed in various countries and for the purposes of advancing workers' rights. It is also common knowledge, and you are aware, that during the International Labour Conference in June 2019, a convention on harassment and violence in the world of work and the ILO Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work were adopted, thanks to the workers of the world and from Africa in particular. All this is meant to promote conducive workplace for productive employment and economic growth. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, ILO marks its centenary at a time of transformative change in the world of work, driven by technological innovations, demographic shifts, climate change, and globalization, which bring into question the very nature and future of work and place dignity of people in it. Allow me to highlight quite a few issues that we look forward to addressing. These issues are, in terms of the approach of the ILO, that all workers should enjoy adequate protection in accordance with decent work agenda, taking into account the following: respect for fundamental rights, an adequate minimum wage, statutory or negotiated, minimum limits on working time, safety and health at work. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the agenda consists 3 pillars of action, which in combination would drive growth, equity, sustainability for the present and for the future. These pillars being investment in people's capabilities, 2, increasing investment in the institutions of work, 3, increasing investment in decent and sustainable work. It is also clear to state that this can only be done through social dialogue. Appropriate legislative and regulatory framework for the promotion of conducive business and investment environment, particularly focusing on the informal economy. And this focus should help addressing the challenges faced by those operating in the informal economy, the challenges such as rights, social protection, and compliance and enforcement of policies. Distinguished guests, it is our hope that as we leave this house with the agenda to promote the workers' welfare, and not only the workers' welfare, but development of our own respective countries, development of the continent of Africa. I would want to thank you on behalf of the ILO for inviting us. God bless us all. God bless Owatu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Chibebe. Now, may I take the opportunity to invite our next guest? And our next guest is going to be none other than Jacqueline Mugo, who is the Executive Director of FKE, who we have worked very well with. In Kenya, the concept of tripartism has worked very well. And now that she has come here, she'll tell you how she has been able to work very closely with Francis Atwoli. They have related very well for a long time. It has worked miracles. I don't know whether she has the medicine, but welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Benson. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, African Union Special Envoy for Infrastructure, and our former Prime Minister, it is an honor for us to have you here today. I know you have a soft spot for unions because I've seen you attending very many Labor Days, but I also know you're a businessman par excellence, so you also understand the priorities and the issues of the business community. Thank you for taking time to be with us. My brother, Dr. Francis Atwoli, when I saw the name doctor added to your name, I knew I had to go back to class because you and I have some healthy competition. I recognize you this morning as the President of Owatu and the Secretary General of KOTU. I will later come to talk about this event. I recognize my brother Azeki Mezud, the Secretary General of Owatu, who told me I must tell him he's at home when he's here in Kenya. So be at home in your home. Brother Kwasi Adu Amankwa, the ITUC Africa General Secretary. Brother Wellington Chibebe, the Director of the ILO based in Dar. My Chairman at NSSF, General Retired Julius Karangi, government officials present, leaders from the trade union world, and from across our continent. I see many of you that I've worked with in many different platforms, including Brother Modi Giro, who never gives an inch when you're sitting on the opposite side of him, trying to sort out issues. But we've done a lot of work together at the ILO and at the AU. Trade union leaders from my own country, as Brother Okwaru says, we've done a lot of work together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first take the opportunity to congratulate Owatu on this 42nd session of your General Council meeting. And I also deeply appreciate the invitation extended to the Federation of Kenya Employers to be with you here today, and by extension to Business Africa, the Employers Confederation, to which I'm privileged to be the Secretary General. I have been following your discussions in this meeting since you started on Monday with very keen interest. And I think the organization of the meeting has been excellent, and I want to congratulate my brother Francis for the excellent work that you and your team have done. But I know you to be an organizer, and this is an area of work that you've done with exceptionally good results. And I also want to appreciate today the great work that you've done in leading the trade union in our continent. When Francis attended the Employers Conference, which we held about a month ago in Mombasa, he had very kind words to say about employers, and me in particular, So you gave courage to my members that actually sometimes we really do appreciate, actually often we do appreciate the work that we do. And the positions that we take and where we often disagree are positions we have to take because we have different interests. But at the end of the day, we work together. I also appreciate the work you've done in putting together this great book and you giving it to us, copies on this day. I will read it. I've been reading other people's copies, but now I'll read the one you've given me. And really, I appreciate the history that is resident in Francis because of the work you've done. I have to say that the discussions that you've been discussing here, the topics you've been discussing here from Monday, are relevant to our labor sector and very topical. It is great to see that you have picked the instruments that were passed at the last ILO conference and you're digging deep into them to discuss them. I know you will turn around to employers and say the things that we need to do, and we are ready for that. As employers' organizations across Africa brought together under our umbrella body Business Africa Employers Confederation, we do look forward to continue working together with you, our trade union brothers, in collaboration so that we can resolve the challenges that continue to dog our continent. Employers and employees are bound by their mutual interest and can never be separated. That is why I have often said that it is in the best interest of workers to have productive enterprises and in the best interest of employers to have highly motivated and committed workers. The employer is not in competition with the worker, neither is the worker in competition with the employer. We are also not enemies so that we antagonize each other. We are social partners, and not many people understand this social partner tag because it means that each side fully understands where the other one is coming from, but we try to have a conversation that will get us to have a meeting point in the middle. So we are social partners, and we have to live up to this reality. For me, I envision a time when employers, trade unions, and the workers will sit down around the table to discuss two key questions. One, how do we grow our enterprises? And two, how do we share the productivity gains that we have realized? As social partners, I know we've traveled far and wide around the world, and I've seen this model of partnership and cooperation work and transform economies around the world. We now need to drive the agenda to make this happen. Part of the discussions that you've had from Monday during this meeting has focused on how to end violence and harassment in the world of work. I am privileged to have been the employer's vice president during the ILO Centenary Conference in June this year when this instrument was passed. As the employer vice spokesperson, and indeed as employers under the global body, the International Organization of Employers, we do support this instrument. Indeed, we know that this is something we must work together towards achieving. Workplaces and a society that is free from harassment. We can achieve this when we work together. We also support the agenda of putting women in productive employment, including in senior positions in the corporate world, because the fact is that we do not have enough women in senior positions in any sphere of work in our continent today. As employers and at Business Africa level, we have advocated for an approach that empowers women financially and also in knowledge. In fact, many employers' organizations in the continent and in our sub-region have launched what we call the Female Future Women's Leadership Program, which aims to build the capacity of women to take on senior leadership positions in both the private and public sector. And in Kenya alone, we've trained about 300 women over a span of 6 years. It is a program that goes deep into the actual work and the gifts and the level at which a particular woman is. So it focuses on a few women at a time, but at the end of that program, many of them have risen up in the corporate world and in the public sector. So this is something that employers support. I'm also aware that part of this meeting is focusing on the question of how to advance social justice and promote decent work in Africa. At Business Africa level and at the level of the Federation of Kenya Employers, we are alive to the fact that the landscape of work is fast changing and that discussions on the future of work and the work of the future is a topic we must address as social partners. We know for sure that change brings with it challenges and also opportunities. We need to be prepared as workers and employers and trade unions to deal with the challenges and to harness the opportunities that these changes are bringing about. Technological revolution is only a challenge, in our view, if our people are not adequately skilled. However, the reality is that Africa's formal sector is not so large to the extent that we should fear what technology will do. People will still be needed at the workplace. Our role as social partners then becomes skilling and reskilling our people and building positive attitudes that will enable them succeed in the new normal. That is a world where technology takes center stage. We know that we cannot resist the adoption of technology by enterprises. In my view, the argument that technology destroys jobs is not true. Technology destroys less productive, inferior jobs and creates more highly productive and decent jobs. For example, here in Kenya, we have the story of M-Pesa, which was initially resisted, but we know for a fact that M-Pesa has emerged as a game changer in the creation of employment, the facilitation of business, and improvement of livelihoods for millions of persons across Africa, because M-Pesa has been replicated in many different forms across our continent. So the fear of technology is more about our preparedness and not about technology itself. Ladies and gentlemen, another transformation we are seeing in Africa is generational change. Africa is young and bubbling with energy. The youthful population brings both opportunities and challenges. We therefore need to create productive jobs for them in our continent to stem the irregular migration scenario, which we are all too familiar with, and I heard the President talking about it here when we came to be with you a day or two ago. We need to avoid our youth being used to destroy what we, the older generation, have built. And I believe we know that the youth in Africa and in the world do not subscribe to our stereotypes of borders, colors, and religions. We need to support them by making a one united Africa a reality. And I am glad, and we all know because we've been working on this at the AU level, I'm glad that Africa's integration and inter-Africa's trade is a major focus of our leaders in the continent now. But there is still work to be done to make free movement of persons, of labor, capital, services, and goods a reality in our continent. We social partners need to be at the forefront to champion this goal and not continue with our old protectionist approach. Let me conclude by emphasizing the important role that the labor movement plays. Your role remains critical in the development of Africa. And as I talk about the labor movement, I talk about employers as well, because we're actually also trade unions, as you know. So let us continue to promote organized labor that will improve the productive capacity of our indigenous enterprises and safeguard the welfare of workers in the continent, because the reality is that most of our indigenous business people are in the informal economy, and we need to support them to grow. Having worked in the labor sector myself for most of my life, that is how it has turned out, I do accept that we will have differences in opinions and approaches. We may feel very strongly about our positions, but at the end of the day, history will judge us on the basis of the positive and lasting changes we brought to our continent. The question is whether we created sustainable wealth for the masses and improve the quality of life of our brothers and sisters in Africa through the work we do as trade union leaders. As employers, I want to assure you that we are committed to this goal. Once again, thank you very much for your invitation. Asanteni sana, thank you, and God bless Africa.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Now, may I take this opportunity to welcome Brother Kwasi Adu Amankwa, who is the General Secretary of ITUC Africa. And Amankwa, Brother Mankwa is from Ghana, but he now lives in Lome, Togo, where he works. Welcome, brother. Karibu sana.
Asante. Thank you, Benson. Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, President of OATU and SG of KOTU, Dr. Francis Atwoli, my brother, Secretary General of OATU, Areski Mezud, Executive Director of FKE, Sister Jacqueline Mugu, ILO Director for Eastern Africa, Comrade Wellington Chebebe, Your Excellency High Commissioner of Ghana to Kenya, Kamasa Kwashi, my dear trade union leaders who are gathered around, I see many and I dare not call some out because I may leave some out. Distinguished guests, delegates to the 42nd OATU General Council. Let me begin by expressing my deepest appreciation for the invitation to be part of this grand event. When I followed the activities earlier in the week and the deliberations as Jacqueline highlighted, with the finale today of the General Council, I have a feeling of a grand event, which is almost like a festival. And it tells in the people we see around the room and the many guests from around the world that have joined us for this occasion. So thank you, President Dr. Francis Atwoli and Secretary General Areski Mezud for the invitation to ITUC Africa to be part of this event. And if I say that it's a grand event which marks some celebration, I think indeed we have reason to celebrate in Africa here, because bleak as it may appear sometimes, we can also say that Africa is always on the move and making progress. Indeed, if we look at ourselves today and we go back even 10 years, 20, 30, 50 years, and look at, say, education, we can see the huge strides that we have made. There are many more people who are educated on this continent. We look at health and nutrition and look at the life expectancy today, it is clear that we indeed have made progress. Same with governance. But when we look at whatever progress has been made, we also must remember that trade unions have an important part of the progress that this continent has made. Whether in the struggles for democracy or the struggles for workers' rights and interests, which have brought benefits, genuine benefits to working people over the years. But at the same time, as unions, we recognize fully that we have issues and that the pace of change may not actually be adequate for the challenges that we face and the demands that come with these challenges. We look at population growth on this continent and the pressures they impose on facilities So then it gives us problems with education and our hospitals. We consider corruption, real theft of public resources, and how this distorts governance and policy processes. Because when public officials steal money, they compromise themselves in the decisions that they make to support ordinary people. We look at greed and how it fuels inequalities. And we know we have a problem because in the last decade and a half, World Bank statistics suggest that Africa's GDP quadrupled. But at the same time, we have sharpened or greater inequalities within our populations. We look at the exploitation of our resources and the absence of commensurate results in terms of benefits to our populations. And we know we have a problem there. Again, we may look at the persistence of some regimes in which the social contract between those in power and the population is broken, and where violations of civil liberties is a norm. In the midst of all these, the fast-changing nature of the world of work, the new forms of employment, the advancement in technology, and what all these pose for trade unions and their continuing survival are issues that must concern us on a daily basis. And that's why gatherings of this nature are important for us. Indeed, when we look at these challenges, we can say that it is indeed time for trade union renewal, and that we need to work together better, primarily at national levels, where we need more complementarity and cooperation and less competition among unions within our sectors and within our nations. We can also appreciate that we need more cooperation also at continental level. And on our part, I can say that more cooperation between ITUC Africa and OATU as we move into the future, especially in those spaces where the unity of African workers is most called for, particularly in the defense and promotion of human and trade union rights, and in the area of policy advocacy and intervention, especially at the level of the African Union, are really called for. I have no doubt that our membership will appreciate real effort on our part to work together in a manner that truly advances their interests. That I'm certain about. So the ball is in our court, and we must play it to score for our members and the benefit of Africa's people at large. Dear colleagues, please accept ITUC Africa's best wishes for successful General Council. Asantani Sini.
Thank you so much, Brother Kwasi. I now want to take this opportunity to welcome my other brother, Brother Azek Mazoud, who is an Algerian but has requested to become a Kenyan. And I think I'll ask Francis to give you a piece of small land around where he stays so that you can come and join us officially as a Kenyan. Welcome, brother.
Thank you, Benson. Yes, I repeat this. I don't want to be treated in Kenya as a guest. I am in my home. Excusez-moi, je vais vous faire une confession aujourd'hui.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Francis Atoli, allow me to speak in French. Donc, je vais
I'll make a confession today. When I'm very well, when I'm very happy, I don't know how to write. I don't know how to say exactly what I want to say. So that's why I've decided to talk from my heart, not to read a written speech. So when I speak from my heart, it's a candid and sincere talk. So that's why I don't have a written speech. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister and Special Envoy for the African Union for Infrastructure, Dr. Francis Atoli, Secretary General of COTU and President of OATU, my friend Chibebe, Director Country Office at Dar es Salaam for ILO, who is also our Special Envoy to ILO, my sister Jacqueline, who is representing FKE and Business Africa. I have always I had the honor to work with her in various occasions, and friend and brother Amankwa. I took Africa General Secretary, brother Deputy Secretary General and Chairperson of Women Committee at OATU, brothers and sisters, dear delegates to these General Council. I will also recognize the presence of the Secretary General of GTA, who is with us despite a very busy schedule. Honorable guests, starting with Cameron Under, the representative of George Mavrikos, Secretary General of FESEM, and our brothers and sisters from All China Federation of China, brothers from Turkey, from Greece, and all our dear friends that I won't mention here, but you are in our heart, and we recognize your valuable contribution. And we won't forget our blessing, Ambassador Diallo Leluma, OATU founder. Please applaud for him. Honorable members of the media, it's an honor for me to wish a warm welcome to our guest owner, our guest who has accepted our invitation to attend this event. I remember when we were in Kisumu, I told my brother Kisumu that I didn't know His Excellency Raila Odinga, but his speech really was very impressive, and he actually told me, "You were impressed because he's like you." So I have the honor to meet him again here, and I always appreciate his candid talk. Your Excellency, you are most welcome, and it's a great honor to have you amongst us as a guest of honor. I was very touched by the presence of the head of state of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who also came to honor the working class of Africa. So we appreciated his presence, and we appreciated his support to the trade union movement and to African workers. So I would like you to applaud him again. Also, Kotu Kenya and its leadership, starting with the Secretary General and President of OATU, who made a great job, which will go in the Guinness Book of Records, and for his major contribution to the trade union movement in Africa. Let's applaud also our brother. We came to Kenya, and it's not by chance. We did not choose Kenya just like that. We chose to come to Kenya because it has a long history, and we recognize ourselves in this history, which is the fight for the emancipation of African peoples, and also an opportunity to pay tribute to the combatants of this country, major great Pan-Africanists, starting with Jomo Kenyatta, but also the father of our guest of honor. So it's an opportunity for us to pay tribute to Denis Akumu, who is the first Secretary General of our organization, who carried this organization to the international level. So it's a duty of history to pay tribute to him here in his land, and also through him to the whole working class of Kenya. And today we have at the head of at the helm of this organization, one of his sons, Brother Francis Atoli. OATU is a creation of the African trade union movement, which takes its root in the fight for the emancipation of Africans, but also a continuation of the historic dynamics of our ancestors. So that's why we are honored by the presence of His Excellency and request him to support our organization, because we know him that he's a personality who is who has the ear of the leadership of the African Union. So we request your intervention and your support to strengthen our movement, our organization, which is a baby of the African Union, which was in the past called the Africa OAU. So we are accused at OATU defending firmly strongly the interests of African workers under international solidarity. We are accused of defending deeply the interests of Africa and its peoples, and that's why in some quarters they want to harass us. And today I would call upon the African consciousness and the consciousness of the workers to support our organization. And I would like to assure you that our organization will never fall, because it has its roots in the history and in the consciousness of all Africans. So I will stop here because my president is going to say what I didn't say. So I would like once again to reiterate our gratitude and appreciation to Kotu Kenya and to the authorities of the Republic of Kenya, who have extended to us all the facilities since our arrival in Kenya. And we would also like to thank all those who contributed to the success of this event. And I would like also to wish full success to our deliberations. Viva Kenya! Viva Africa! Viva Watu! Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother. Now, my chance to welcome my brother, Dr. Francis Atwole, who is the Secretary General of KOTU and also the President of OWATU. Welcome, brother. Give your speech and later on take the opportunity to invite our chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Benson. In the entire Africa, it's me only who has my age mate as my deputy. I want to thank you very much. Let me start by recognizing His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, who is also in charge or an envoy of African Union, a special envoy for the African Union, from the African Union for infrastructure on the continent of Africa. I want first and foremost to thank you for having find time to be with us. I know how your busy schedule is. I was talking to you another day when you were in Kampala, but you made it to this place here, and we are very happy to welcome you. On behalf of the Central Organization of the Trade Unions in Kenya, and also as a president of the Organization of the African Trade Unions Unity, which was founded in 1973 in Addis Ababa, I want also to take this opportunity to thank colleagues who have made it here, starting by my brother Chibebe from Dar es Salaam, my brother Dua Mangwa, who was also busy when I was where I started this important meeting early in the week. He was in Rwanda, he was in Kigali, Rwanda, and he has managed to join us here. I want also to thank my own sister Jacqueline Mugo, who, like me, she also heads the employers on the continent of Africa. She's their spokesperson. And she's also a member of the ILO governing body, just like me from worker side in this country. You can see how lucky we are in Kenya that two of us, employer and a worker, we sit on the ILO governing body. Two positions are elective positions. And Jacqueline, I want to assure you, as I was talking to our colleagues on the continent, our members who are here from 54 African countries, they promised that next year they are giving me last chance as a member of the ILO governing body. Themselves. So I will start talking to Brother Adua Mankwa to see whether we can strike a compromise, because it is a unanimous position. And our two important labor movements on the continent of Africa must concur on my candidature. But I can assure you, Mangwa, on the side of these members of the Organization of the African Trade Unions Unity, I have no problem and I have no position. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I love you. I want also to recognize
This is NTV.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
This week on The Trend. All this and more only on The Trend. The Trend in association with Geisha.
You've got to be like a geisha bar. Staying strong and going so far.
It's strong and lasts long. Like geisha.
Mapenzi na washika mnaendelea. Watu wa vitenge tuko pamoja. Yenye mnaandika moja is king, ile ingine she is. Ulikosana na bwanako umevaa he is king. Mtu akikuuliza nani? Jehova Nyisi.
You had President Mwai Kiba. Uganda had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. You have Uhuru Kenya. Uganda is still having Yoweri Museveni.
So if you look clearly, what's happening here is
kama uko hapa na ujaoa bado, wacha leo tusaidiane. Inafaa utafute wachana bibi kwanza, tafuta Biblia.
Maisha yangu mziki.
Najua.
Kipato changu
Everybody.
mziki. Nikipendacho mziki. Kipawa changu mziki. Maisha yangu mziki.
I was engaging in junk food. I was eating a lot of meat, eggs. Occasionally, I smoked.
I used to weigh 120 kgs. My lifestyle was not one of the best because I used to take a lot of salt. Red meat was my favorite, especially nyama choma. About physical activities, I was not doing them.
If you talk to patients and ask them questions, you'll discover that they've been having symptoms, they've just been ignoring them. And the only time they come to you is when now, oh dear, I can't even climb up the first flight.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Very quickly. I better do it in your history, and I sit down to wait and hear from you. This famous politician has several nicknames, including Agwambo, which means the mysterious one. Raila Odinga has oftentimes been described as the enigma in Kenyan politics. To me, because my course, Your Excellency, my specialization in labor movement is organizing. I'm an organizer. And you are a terrible organizer I have ever met in my life. Why do I say so, General? Raila Odinga will be with him until 2 a.m. in the morning. You leave one another to go and have a rest in the night. When you put on your TV at 10 the following day, he's about 500 kilometers away from where you met, addressing Kenyans, being made an elder of that community, and you are still tired. That is why, to me, you are a wonderful organizer. No other sophisticated politician fits the bill of such a title. I look at Raila Amolo Odinga's life, sheds priceless details that portrays a towering figure who exerts enormous and unrivaled influence. Sometimes why we fail, we calculate our gains before we reach our destination as far as our achievements are concerned. With him is a man who is prepared to take any task without price, so long as it reflects the aspirations of the suffering poor. For years, the long-term politician has dominated the political influence, crafting a formidable force to be reckoned with those who are perceived to be his competitors. It is with that respect that he attracts both critics, diehards, and supporters. To us, as people who come from the pressure group, pressurizing for issues that are related to the laboring poor, we have always admired you. US President Barack Obama, Obama's father, was from the same village where you were born and where you come from and where your county is. And it is this background that sometimes Kenyans ask themselves that if that particular count was not inside Kenya, then we would have not had an opportunity to have wonderful people who have made a remarkable global impact that we will remain reading, thinking for now and for years to come. Raila Amolo Odinga was born on 7th of January 1945 in Western Kenya at a place called Maseno. Somebody from Mongo, from Congo. I think when we have elections in Kisumu, sometimes I invite you to my rural home on those sides. You would always pass at the hospital from where Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was born. From a family, Mama was known as Mera Juma Odinga, and Baba was known as Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, also a freedom fighter, our first vice president of the Republic of Kenya. He received his primary education in Kisumu, a primary school in Kisumu. Now, it's one of our national schools called Maranda Secondary School. It still has a primary school in Western Kenya and next to Bondo University. Starting in 1962, he spent 2 years at the Harder Institute, part of the University of Leipzig in Germany. He then earned a scholarship to the technical school in Magdeburg, East Germany, where he graduated in 1970 with a degree in mechanical engineering. He's an engineer by profession. After completing his graduate studies in 1970, Raila returned to Kenya, where he became a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. 1971, while still teaching at the University of Nairobi, he established what would become East African Spectre Limited, company of manufacturing liquid petroleum gas cylinders. In 1974, he left the University of Nairobi and began working at the Kenya Bureau of Standards as a group standards manager. 4 years later, he was promoted to Deputy Director of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. In 1982, he was falsely accused of collaborating with the plotters of a failed coup attempt against the then president, at that particular time. He was charged with treason and imprisoned without trial for 6 years. Shortly after his release, he was rearrested for involvement with activities pushing for multi-party democracy in Kenya in September 1988. In other words, he's the father of multi-party democracy in the Republic of Kenya, and democracy as far as our democracy is concerned. He was again released from prison on June 12, 1989, but a year later, he was arrested again. He was again released from prison on June 21, 1991, in October of the same year, and left for Norway. His decision to leave his motherland was probably because of the assassination threats he claimed to have received from the then Kenyan government. In 1992, he returned to Kenya and joined a political party called Forum for the Restoration of Democracy, FORD. He was elected vice chairman of the General Purposes Committee of this party. In the same year, in 1992, that party split into two factions. FORD Kenya, led by Raila, by his own father, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and FORD Asili, led by another politician who recently passed on, Honorable Kenneth Matiba. Raila was appointed Deputy Director of Elections of that party. The same year, he won a seat in Parliament and began to be known as one of the initiators, planners, and a senior father of multi-party democracy in the Republic of Kenya. He ran for presidency in the 1997 general elections, finishing that but keeping his seat in Parliament. After the elections, he began to support the then president who had won, the retired President Moi's government, leading to a merger between his party and the ruling party at that time, KANU. From June 2001 to 2002, he served on the cabinet of President Moi as energy minister. The same year, he was also elected the party's Secretary General. That is, KANU is our independence party. Unfortunately, I happen to be a live member of that party. In 2002, the then president, the retired president, had a choice of a presidential candidate to succeed him. But the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was opposed to that candidate, and he left that party to form his party known as Liberal Democratic Party. I just want you to understand, because yesterday we were here, particularly the young lawyer from Nigeria, who is the Secretary General of the Nigerian Labour Congress, who in the future we don't know where he will end up. He might become a president of the Republic of Nigeria, to know the path to democracy, the path that one can follow to exert pressure on a regime and create changes such as the one we enjoy in this country. In Kenya today, you can say anything under the sun. No detention, nobody will harass you, and this is all attributed to him. This is Liberal Democratic Party, joined with the National Alliance of Kenya to form the National Rainbow Coalition. In the latter part of the year, he was appointed a Minister of Roads, Public Works and Housing in the new President Moi's cabinet. In 2005, following a political controversy, the then president dismissed his entire cabinet and reassembled it again without the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and his allies and those who supported him, leading him to form a new coalition known as the Orange Democratic Party, a party that he leads to date. In 2007, he ran for president again, narrowly losing. This was disputed. He also disputed the results. And we had a problem in this country with the spontaneous widespread violence and rioting broke out. Brother Kwestu Amankwa, I will remember that you were president at that time. He was the chairman of the African Union, and he had to come to Nairobi to form a very formidable peace arrangement of leaders. And indeed, eventually, his team invited Kofi Annan to mediate in this country, to mediate for peace. As a result of the violence following the 2007 elections, former United Nations, as I've said, Kofi Annan had to come to work out and see. And indeed, on, I think it was around April 17th of the 2008, when we firstly celebrated the coalition government between those who had claimed to have won election and his team. In 2013, he ran again for president again, narrowly losing. At first challenging the results, when the Supreme Court upheld them, he conceded the elections. In 2017, he ran for elections again as a president, in which he lost, challenged the results at the Supreme Court, and won after the Supreme Court nullified the results of the presidential vote. That was the first elections in this country to be contested and be nullified. A new presidential election was ordered to take place in October of the same year, but the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga refused to participate, terming it already predetermined. So he saw no need again of going to be humiliated for what would be obvious results. He was later to be sworn in at a public rally as the people's president, in a move that threw the country into a political confusion. As the then victor of the elections was being sworn in, he had also his day and he was sworn in. And he remains in the minds of Kenyans as people's president. On March 9th, 2018, and I want to give you a very brief history before this March event. In January 2018, I appeared on television, and I appealed to both of them, President Uhuru Kenyatta, to swallow his pride and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga to swallow his pride and come together for the sake of our country. Little did I know, on March 9th, after January, after 1 month, after February, the 3rd month, that was January, on 9th, they surprised everybody when we did put on our televisions in the morning that they had had a wonderful handshake that brought lasting peace in this Republic of Kenya. Today, if you open your newspapers, you will see people talking about our new constitution. Kenya requires to revisit our constitution. I think 2 years ago, I proposed it during Labor Day, and Sister Jacqueline, you were there, and everybody saw me as a person whose head is not proper. Why am I asking Kenyan politicians and leaders to revisit the national constitution and come up with a document that is all-inclusive for the purposes of creating peace in this country? Indeed, it is now a debate in this country, and in near future, after that handshake, him and President Uhuru, they formulated a body to look into ways and means of coming up with proposals to amend the new constitution. So the labor movement can set an agenda and give guidance or bring about national guidance. We do it here in Kenya. Labor movement. You suggest, you think you are just making a suggestion, and it becomes a national debate. Major works that has been carried out with Raila Odinga are so many, including awards that he has achieved. Raila Odinga ni enigma in Kenyan politics. The Flame of Freedom, an autobiography detailing his life and struggles, was launched in October 2013. He has his biography. Awards that he has had. He has several awards, among them, in 2008, Raila was awarded an Honorary Doctor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. He was awarded an honorary degree from Florida and M University in the United States in 2012. In 1973, those early years, he also exchanged wedding vows with his wonderful wife, Mama Ida, who is also, fortunately or unfortunately, related to me. She's my sister cousin. So in other words, this guy is my brother-in-law. They have children, a good family, and so on. He was appointed to mediate the Ivorian crisis in 2010. 2010 to 2011, which involved widespread violence following elections in Ivory, disputes such as the one we had. He worked closely with President Mwai Kibaki, our immediate former president, in 2010 to pass a new constitution for Kenya, which removed some of the powers on presidents back to the people. The new constitution that we enjoy, which was promulgated in 2010, he did tireless job to make sure that we have a new constitution. In that constitution, in the Bill of Rights, workers are reflected there. freedom of association, freedom of choice of your own organization, trade union organization, freedom to strike, freedom to assemble is reflected in the Article 41 of our national constitution. And more importantly, collective bargaining agreement in Kenya is a constitutional issue. It is in the constitution because of us working closely with the experts who are working on that constitution. I want to end there by honoring my sister Jacqueline that she's a wonderful girl. We have worked together. We have given support to one another. And we have a problem on the continent of Africa which hinders issues related to salaries or wages. Unless this continent goes fully into manufacturing, we will not be able to put some mechanism to place or to grow our economies so that they can absorb thousands and thousands of young men and women leaving our institutions of high learning. We must 100% go into manufacturing. Yesterday we were challenged by Professor Herman Manyora that Africa as a whole cannot be, has no any country that has manufactured a mobile phone. It's not only mobile phone, we need to go into manufacturing of so many sophisticated issues for purposes of exports. If you are not in business of export, then there is no way you can grow the economy and create employment for your people. I want to thank you, are good people. Brother Adua Mankwa, you can see the attendance of our General Council has been 100%. And this shows the confidence in leadership. You can have a wonderful party, but you will be surprised nobody attends that party because the organizers of that party, people or the invitees, have no confidence in them. Leadership is confidence, leadership is support, leadership is sincerity, honesty, and tackling specific issues that concerns our people on this continent. So I want to thank you all. We in the Secretariat of OWATU, we are your servants, we are at your service, and we will continue rendering that service unabated, without fear, favor, or any reservation as labor leaders. And when the kitchen is hot, when nobody wants to go to that kitchen, is where a labor leader enjoys now, in that particular kitchen. I think if you ask somebody like Jean Holata, he will tell you that when the kitchen is hot, that is where a labor leader is required to be. I thank you very much. I recognize you all. I recognize our Ambassador Abdullahi Diallo, one of the founders of OWATU, together with the late Dennis J.D. James Dennis Akumu, and Demba Diop, and Mesha, people who steered this organization up to where we are. And as I go to sit down, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, coming back to our local issues, I would appeal to you as we work closely with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, President Uhuru Kenyatta, not to relent on corruption, not to bow on pressure from politicians. He should remain assertive on corruption and ethics of this country. And I think, I want to repeat, he should not bow to political pressure. As I have said, when the kitchen is hot, is when leaders are counted. And me, when things are not hot, members of my family will know. Because I feel as if I'm sick. What makes me happy is controversy. So I would appeal to our president not to bow to pressure. There is nothing like that. And I was telling my colleagues, if I was elected today as president, I will only serve for 1 term, and the rest of the term they will say, come. And I will also introduce a certain degree of dictatorship to make things happen. Let me invite you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, talk to us.
Thank you, Brother Francis Atwoli. What he forgot to tell you was that he's also a cousin to President Barack Obama. So my brother Francis Atwoli, President of OATU and Secretary General of COTU. The Secretary General, COTU, Brother Arezki Mezud, OATU. The ILO Director, County Office, Dar es Salaam, Brother Wellington Chibebe. The Sister Jacqueline Mugo, the Executive Director of Federation of Kenya Employers, distinguished delegates, the trade union leaders and presidents, and our investor guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Bonjour. It is a great pleasure for me and an honor to join you at this important conference where you focus on advancing social justice, promoting decent work, and evaluating the role of trade unions in general. It is Friedrich Engels who said, the workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. As you are aware, Kenya has a history with the labor movement, both in Africa and globally. You have a history of established trade unionists who have made a mark across the globe, and the current efforts led by Brother Francis Atwoli follows this great and established tradition. Here, you can mention the late Tom Mboya and the late Dennis Akumu, who was the founding Secretary General of OATU. We support those efforts, and we also support Atwoli's efforts. This conference is taking place at a very trying and changing time in the world of labor and work in general. But it's also happening at a very hopeful moment for Africa. Africa is today one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Our middle class is rising and is projected to grow to more than 1 billion consumers in the decades ahead. It is happening partly because of our workers and the economic and political reforms we have pursued in the last 2 decades. We are also meeting at a time when the continent is prioritizing continental integration and trade are the key new drivers of economic growth as envisioned in the Africa Vision 2063 agenda that we are all committed to. That commitment is seen in the recent formation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the new focus on intra-African trade. The economic takeoff we envisage will, however, not be realized without adequate attention to our workers and the work environment. It must therefore create more impetus for a deeper look into our world of work and the plight of our workers. That means our workers will need an ever stronger and louder voice in the coming decades. It means labor leaders will have to consistently remain on the front lines of championing the interests and the concerns of workers and ensure they live and work in dignity. The challenges ahead call for a greater collaboration between Africa's labor movement and our governments to address a number of issues. Our countries need to standardize the rules governing the movement of workers, including issuance of work permits and treatment of migrant workers to avoid developments like those recently witnessed on the continent. We need to make it easier for our skilled workers to work in and for Africa. Today, partly because of low pay, but also because of unclear rules governing acquisition of work permits, a number of our skilled workers find it easier to find work in the Western world and only come back home to retire if ever they return. We must reverse this trend. Standardization of rules will also have to include reforms that help African trade more with itself so that we don't have to keep looking overseas for trade and skilled labor. Intra-African trade stands today at 15%. Inter-European trade stands at 70%. Inter-Asian trade stands at 50%. That means that Africa trades more with the external world than with itself. And this is what we want to reverse. It is a challenge that our labor leaders must consistently tackle by working in close consultations with our governments. When we trade more, we create work for our people. Labor movements will also have to work with governments to ensure a speedy modernization of our customs and border crossings to make it easier for us to trade with each other, for workers to move from country to country, and for investors to set up shop and provide jobs. Clear rules of engagement will enable us to see each other as partners rather than competitors in the grand plan to make Africa great and competitive. Often, the unfortunate happenings of struggling Africans turning against fellow struggling Africans are never government policies. Such happenings result from frustration with the inadequacy of our economies and the smallness of the ugali. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is very disturbing that you can see fellow Africans burning businesses belonging to same fellow Africans, killing fellow Africans, because they are alien to their own countries. Where this conference is taking place, this hotel, down there's a thorn tree restaurant. That thorn tree restaurant used to be known as the South African Corner. That is where the South African exiles used to meet, in that place. It is therefore very disturbing that today South Africans would be killing fellow Africans who have gone there. People who have been liberated from apartheid with the efforts of all Africa. This is completely unacceptable. It is a shame on Africa that this should be happening on our continent. And therefore we've urged our fellow the leaders in South Africa to rise up and wake up and walk the talk. It is not only enough to condemn such acts, but very decisive action must be taken to ensure that there's no repeat of those kind of acts. It's shameful. We condemn racial discrimination in the United States. When fellow black people are being lynched for no other reason other than that they are black. Yet you can see this discrimination of black on black is just as appalling as white on black or yellow or blue and red on black. We want to change Africa, and I'm talking here as a Pan-Africanist and an Afro-optimist. Afro-optimist as opposed to Afro-pessimists. Afro-pessimists are those who have given up on Africa. Those who say that Africa is a lost continent, that Africa cannot make it. Afro-optimists are those who believe in the power of the African people to develop Africa. And it is possible it can be done. And that's why the AU has come up with the Africa Vision 2063, which is aimed at transforming Africa completely and making this continent an African continent. To do this, you have said that we need to open Africa. The African Free Trade Agreement has been signed now by all the 54 states. But how does Africa trade with itself without infrastructure? I'll give an example of a country called Central African Republic. It is just a stone's throw away from Kenya. Only South Sudan is between Kenya and the Central African Republic. But how does Kenya get its goods to Bangui, the capital of Central African Republic? There's no infrastructure. So you have to put it in a ship in Mombasa to go around the Cape, then along the West African coast to Cameroonian port of Douala, then by truck again all the way to Bangui. The French are there before you. And that's why in Bangui, they drink Kenyan coffee, they drink Kenyan tea, christened as English breakfast tea. So we need to transform Africa, and the African Union has come up with several infrastructure projects. The highways, the railway lines, the high-speed railway lines, the free air transport, as well as water navigation and fiber optic connection across the continent. The Trans-African highways, one from the Cape to Cairo, another one from Tripoli to the Cape. Another one is from Dakar in Senegal through N'Djamena in Chad to Djibouti, both highway and rail. Dakar to Lagos and Lagos to Mombasa. Then we have got the high-speed railway lines, one from Beira across this Southern Africa to the port of Walvis Bay in Namibia, and another one to Huambo in Angola. The other one is called the Trans-African Beltway, from the port of Lamu in Kenya, through Juba, South Sudan, through Bangui, Central African Republic, to Cameroonian port of Kribi, opening up the interior of Africa and connecting all the landlocked countries within the interior of Africa. That is now Chad, Uganda, the DRC, the Republic of Congo, the Gabon, and also connected to Nigeria, so that it is possible for goods to move across the continent. So that the goods coming from the east, from China, from Japan, from India, from Singapore, it will come to the port of Lamu. And then from Lamu, you transport them by rail across the continent, dropping them as you move across. The goods coming from the West, from the Americas, from Europe, will go to the port in Douala, and then we'll be brought across this way. This way will open up the interior of Africa to trade. Then there's also a plan, there's also a rail line that moves along the capital cities on the West African coast, from Lagos all the way up to Cairo. Then we have also fiber optic network that will be connecting also African countries to make it easier also for ICT communication. Then we have got the open airspace, and that's what we call the Yamoussoukro Declaration, which we want to be implemented, which will make it easier for air transport in the continent. As we stand today, there's a lot of impediments in air transport in the country. You need to get clearances from all the air control services across the continent if you want to travel. And this makes the air transport very expensive, because all the permits that are being demanded from the airlines is all loaded on the airfares of the people. And that's why it is cheaper to fly in Europe than to fly in Africa. Europe has got one European air control. In Africa, you want to fly from Kenya to Nigeria, you have to get clearance from the Ugandan air control, from DRC, from Central African Republic, from Republic of Congo, from Cameroon, and then Nigeria. That is the kind of bureaucracy that we want to remove, so that we have one continental Africa air control. The other one we're talking about is the waterways transport. Navigation system along the Congo River and also along the Nile River. And we want to make Nile navigable right from Mediterranean into Lake Victoria, so that some ships do not have to go along the Suez Canal, around the Horn, to come to the eastern African coast. They can travel all the way from the Mediterranean through Cairo, through Khartoum, through Juba, into Lake Victoria, into Port Bell in Uganda, and into Kisumu in Kenya, and into Mwanza in Tanzania. These are some of the plans that we have as African Union. We also are looking at energy. Africa is energy deficient. Many countries in the continent have to pay a lot of money on energy, which is making them a very unattractive investment destinations. Some countries A unit of electricity is costing $35 US. How can such a country compete with a country where it is $4 US, 4 cents instead of 35 cents? Right now in Kenya, it is 13 to 14 cents per unit, when in some other places it is 4 cents per unit. We are looking at areas where we can get clean and cheap energy. One of them is in the DRC Congo. It's called the Inga Dam, the Great Inga, with a potential of 110,000 megawatts. We are working towards developing Inga as a continental project so that countries can sign in and can be able to buy energy from that source. This will enable Africa to add value to its immense resources, natural resources. Africa is the richest continent on earth in terms of mineral resources. It's a paradox that the richest continent in resources is also the poorest in terms of living conditions of its people. This is what we want to transform, this paradox, to make our wealth work for our people. What we want to do now is to add value to the enormous resources that is available in our continent. That instead of exporting iron ore, we'll be exporting steel. Instead of exporting copper ore, we'll be importing copper cables. Instead of exporting bauxite, we'll be importing aluminum channels. In terms of exporting sand and calcium and so on, we'll be exporting glass. This can be done. And this is what will add value, and this is what will help to make Africa work for its own people. Africa is the youngest continent by statistics. 70% of the African population is below the age of 35. Europe and Asia are now aging societies. Now, the youth can be a blessing or a curse, depending on how you use it. If the youth are not empowered, if they're not given, trained properly, given skills, they'll become delinquents, drug addicts, criminals, and a drag on society. But if they're properly trained and empowered with proper skills, like they've done in China and India, then they become a force for social transformation, for wealth creation. And this is another thing that we must do in our country. China has become one of the most attractive investment destinations when they liberalized, because there was a highly skilled labor force and cheap, which the industrial Europe was requiring. So today you go to China, you'll find Mercedes there. You'll find BMW there. You'll find Ford. You'll find Volkswagen. You'll find Peugeot. You'll find Toyota. You'll find Nissan, Samsung, and all these other companies are there in China. Why? Because labor is skilled, but it's also cheap. This is another issue that the trade unionists must also address, that you don't price yourself out of business. Other times, not looking at what is the cost of our labor in relation to other countries, so that you don't scare away investors. It's very important aspect that trade unions must look at. Now China has moved on. Today you go to Germany, they'll tell you it is cheaper to import a Mercedes-Benz manufactured in China, transported by ship to Germany, is cheaper than the one made in Stuttgart in Germany. This is how Africa needs to look at it. This direction that we need to go as African people. Then we will be able to liberate Africa. Then we will be able to live to the ideals of the founding fathers of African independence. Saje Kwame Nkrumah, Modibo Keita, Ahmed Sekou Touré, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Nelson Mandela, and so on, that Africa is great. And I want to conclude by telling you a story of the African lion. The African lion is talking to the Asian tiger. And the African lion is telling the Asian tiger that I'm the African lion. I have been asleep in the jungles of Africa, but now I'm awake, You have danced alone on the stage for far too long. The European bear retreated to the poles long time ago. The American panther is also on the retreat. But now I'm awake as an African lion. I have been sleeping in the forest of the Congo. And here, bounded by the mighty Congo River, the river Nile, mighty Nile, the river Niger, the river Gambia, the river Limpopo, and great mountains, the Atlas Mountains to the northwest, Mount Kilimanjaro to the east. And I'm sitting on the African oil, African diamonds, African iron ore, African bauxite, African molybdenum, African copper ores, and so on. And now I'm determined to transform all this wealth into prosperity for my people of Africa. And I will do it and claim the 21st century as truly an African century. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Brother.
I just, as I was sitting down after I made my speech, one of our firebrand members of parliament, who is an advocate of workers in parliament, came in, Sister Gladys. I don't know whether she's still in or she left. Gladys Wanga. I think she left. I wanted to introduce her.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are coming to the end of this session. We'll be breaking for breakfast. But before we go for breakfast, sorry, not breakfast, for a tea break, we will go for some photo session. And it will be taken just next to the Baden Hall. And we request our guest of honor to kindly allow us to take 2 photographs, because we are so many, and I believe nearly all of us would like to get at least a group photo together with you. Kindly, if you allow that, we'll be very grateful. Honorable Chief Guest. Now we can, Brother Francis, you lead the way for, we can now leave for the group session kindly. Is Jerry around? Sister Jambi, can you lead the guests to that place kindly? Yes, after the photograph session, there will be, I think, some break. We'll go for lunch, and I think after lunch is then we come now to. Okay, I think let me get concerned. Immediately after the tea break, we'll come back for the General Council. Thank you so much. Huh?
This is NTV.
I told my son, unfortunately, you'll have to take care of your siblings. Then he told me, what is it, Mom? I told him, Ted, I'm tired. Went to the kitchen, took a jelly can, implicated myself fire.
When your son is right there?
Yes. The pain was too much for me to bear.
You wake up and you find you're alive. It didn't work. How did you feel then?
The fright of now dying started hitting me. I normally tell people, do not joke around with the spirit of suicide. Dakika tu moja na kitu ingine imetendeka.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news, and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on Star Times, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on
Free game. Rastaman no listen to Babylon as Moses and Golgia Parietas.
Mahimaji iko na vitamin E.
Ukiwaambia hivyo
ngoja kidogo, vitamin C ni kasafa, shauri ya nguvu. Vitamin D ni dania.
Kwani unalea mtoto ni
Nika, you're a single mom, honestly.
Imagine nashiraka kiniambia leo na kama mapema. Unaenda leo na kama mapema, leo lazima nikamnikusaidie. Huyu mtoto. Leo kwa duty wewe kaa naye, baby. Umfeed, ufanye kila kitu na need kufanya, nisha pump maziwa. I need to shower, I need to take care of myself.
Babe.
Mashow ndamando nini? Siwezi hata oga.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
This is NTV.
Assalamu alaikum na tumsifu Yesu Kristo mahali popote ulipo. Kipindi unachokipenda mikiki na udaku sasa ndio mwanzo tu kimekwisha kuivamia anga, kinaiteka rasmi sasa. Leo hii nitakuwa naangazia kandanda ya ukanda wa pwani. Waliona milango ya skuli wanasema coast ndo pwani. Alafu baadaye Jen Goiri atakuwa anakuja hapa, msanii wa kali na DJ mmoja hatari kubwa watakuwa ndani sambamba na Samiri. Kwa hiyo nifungue tu mada moja kwa moja, manake wakati pia umekwenda sana. Gabriel Mugendi ni afisa mkuu wa soka katika kanda ya Pwani Kusini, amekwisha kujaja ndani. Karibu sana. Nataka tuingie moja kwa moja, tuangazie kwanza upande wa Bandari kama timu ya Pwani. Bandari tayari wanaonekana kwamba safari hii tangu msimu uliopita, msimu huu wako wima. Wamepiga hatua kuingia katika awamu ya makundi ya dimba la mashirikisho kandanda Afrika. Wameifunga Werdane hapa nyumbani USBN mabao 2-0. Kimaoni yako unaionaje Bandari?
Kwa maoni yangu naweza sema Bandari wamepata nafasi nzuri sana na wako na wachezaji ambao wana uzoefu mzuri sana, na ni timu ambayo iko wima. Kwa nina uhakika na nina imani kwamba msimu huu huenda wakachukua ligi kuu.
Manake msimu uliopita nafasi ya pili.
Kulikuwa ni kidogo tu kwa sababu walikuwa wamepata uchovu, kwa sababu fixture imekuwa congested sana, na pia walikuwa wakiwania ile kombe la Sports Pesa, so wakuwa na wachezaji wengi walikuwa kwenye eneo la injuries. Kwa hivyo yale matatizo madogo yaliwakumba, ndiposa wakarudi nyuma kidogo, lakini nina imani kwamba kwa sasa kikosi kimenolewa vizuri na wako na wachezaji wa akiba wa kutosha.
Na ukiangalia coach Ben Malala tangu aje pale amebadilisha mambo kadhaa.
Kusema kweli nampatia kongole sana bwana Bernard Malala, mkufunzi huyo. Alipokuja pale na aliangalia ile desturi na miendeko ya wachezaji, na yeye kwa vile ana uzoefu mzuri sana na ana ile uhusiano mzuri sana na wachezaji, ndiposa akabadilisha ile azma nzima na mwelekeo mzima wa ile timu. Na tumesema kwamba tumempatia ile free hand, kwamba kusiwe na uingiliaji wake na wale officials ama na upande mwingine wowote, apewe nafasi yake. Ndiposa ukaona kwamba kaweza hadi kuwa nambari 2, na nina imani safari hii asipochukua ushindi wa ligi basi yuko mbele tutakwenda sambamba katika kombe la Confederation.
Pale Confederation ndo mwanzo tu anataka kwamba angalau akienda kama anatoka atokee labda awamu ya makundi. Na ushindi mabao mawili hapa nyumbani uwanja wa kimataifa Moi Kasarani, ni dhahiri kwamba akienda ugenini anahitaji tu bao moja la ugenini na kuingia moja kwa moja. Tugusie swala kwamba Bandari hawezi kusakata soka akiwa nyumbani. Maana nyumbani kwao ni Coast, au sio? Wakija huko Nairobi kama wageni wale.
Ni kweli.
Swala la miundombinu.
Kwa hakika changamoto iliyoko kwetu Pwani ni viwanja. Ndiposa tukaona Bandari wakabidi michezo yao yote hadi wakati ule wa nyuma nilipokwenda nao mimi mwenyewe kule Kongo na kucheza na ile timu ya Limpopo. Niliona kwamba walipokuja return match tulikuja tukaichezea wapi? Nyayo Stadium. Nairobi. Ikawa ni masikitiko makubwa sana. Na nimejaribu sana kuzungumza na maofisa wa county wantueleze ni changamoto gani imewashinda kurekebisha kile kiwanja cha Mombasa Stadium, ambapo ingelikuwa kwamba ni shime kwa Pwani nzima, kwa wale mashabiki na pia kwa Bandari yenyewe. Pia naweza sema kwamba lazima tukae chini na maofisa wa halmashauri ya Bandari wakiimarisha kile kiwanja chao cha pale Mbaraki. Wako na nafasi, wako na fedha za kutosha. Wakikiweka katika ile standard inayotakana, basi itakuwa kwa Bandari haitakuwa tena kwa kupiga safari kuja mpaka huko. Manake wale mashabiki wetu wengi wako kule na ukimwambia shabiki atoke Kwale, atoke Lamu, atoke Kilifi hadi Nairobi, anakuambia nauli imekuwa ya hali ya juu. Pia ni changamoto nyingi sana za usafiri. Na huku ni kweli anakuja ugenini, lakini tunaona kwamba hatujapata ile nafasi ya kushirikiana kwamba na hawa viongozi wa wanasiasa na wawekezaji wa Pwani haswa hususan. Tuone kwamba tumepata angalau viwanja viwili Pwani.
Angalau viwili
ambavyo vitaweza kushirikisha hizi timu zetu.
Sasa tuangalie upande wa hii miundombinu tu bado kwamba county imejenga viwanja vikawekwa nyasi bandia kama hii kwa hapa ndani ya studio, lakini havisaidii katika kule kwamba kama ingekuwa ni kujituma 100% labda wangekarabati ule uwanja wa county ambao ndio uwanja mkubwa na ambao ungekuwa unaandaa michuano nyumbani ya Bandari, michuano ya kimataifa. Hata sio Bandari tu, mashindano mengi wajua Mombasa ni kama kitovu, kuna bahari. Angalia mashindano mengi yakija kama hapa nyumbani wanasema labda michuano 2-3 ya kundi A ipigwe kule Mombasa. Kiujumla hivi viwanja vimejengwa na tayari na naarifa kwamba kuna vinaharibika.
Kusema kweli uwekezaji ule ulikuwa kuwatakikana kwanza ukae na mwendo wa kuelekeza wale washikadau. Ilikuwa ni bora wao kwamba county wajenge viwanja vile, ama ni wangeweka kweli ingekuwa ni bora wao kuwekeza fedha pale ili hali tuko na stadium yetu ambayo sidhani inahitaji pesa nyingi za kufanya marekebisho, manake tayari iko kwenye hadhi yake. Na unavyosema kweli, nimekuwa kwenye mikutano hiyo ya CAF, tumeshirikiana sana na Rais Nick Mwendwa kuona kwamba hata wale CAF wanatuambia kwa nini msipeleke michezo ile kule Pwani. Kwa sababu gani? Hoteli zitapata biashara, ajira zitakuwa kwa vijana kwa wingi, ili hali kwamba ilikuwa ni njia bora ya kwamba county warekebishe kile kiwanja, ili kwamba wale CAF ambao walikuwa wanasema kwamba tungekuwa na hivyo hata tungepata friendlies international teams nyingi, kama Cameroon, kama Nigeria wangekuja kufanya mazoezi pale kwetu Pwani. Lakini kwa sasa hatuna, na imekuwa kwamba hata kutega uchumi wake inakuwa ni ngumu sana kwa upande wa soka pale kwetu Pwani.
Tuangalie swala zima kwamba miaka iliyosonga, makipa wazuri, viungo wazuri walikuwa wanatoka Coast. Nini kimeenda kombo safari hii?
Uwekezaji. Naweza sema ni uwekezaji, na pia imekuwa ni changamoto kubwa sana. Mimi mwenyewe nikiwa pale nimejaribu sana kufuata baadhi ya makampuni kuona kwamba wamedhamini hizi klabu zetu za kijamii. Ni kweli wakati wa nyuma naweza sema karibu magolkipa 5 wote wa Harambee Star walikuwa wametoka Pwani.
Hata coach yachanganyikiwa namba 1 awe nani? Ilikuwa
ni mpaka angusha shilingi, ikiwa ni Abbas ama ni marehemu Mahmud Muhammad, ndiposa ama Abbas na ama marehemu Magogo marehemu bwana Magogo, maana ilikuwa inamchanganya yule kocha. Na leo ingekuwa kutaona wote kuanzia midfield wachezaji wote kutoka Pwani, lakini leo wachezaji wamekuwa ni haba. Nimejaribu sana kuzungumza na safu ya ukufunzi ya Harambee Star. Nashukuru kwamba katika ile under 17 ya timu ya taifa ya Kenya niko na vijana 5 pale. Naweza sema ili ni kwamba ni mwanzo na kielelezo. Hali kadhalika under 20 tumekuwa na changamoto ya age bracket, lakini kwa sasa tunapiga msasa, ili hali kwamba yote haya yanatokana kwamba ni lazima tukae chini kama viongozi wa Pwani. Vijana wetu wanasambaratika na inakuwa ni aibu sana kwa kama sisi viongozi wa mpira ama washikadau kuona kwamba hawa vijana wanaingia. Ni jambo la kusikitisha. Nimepoteza karibu 3 kwenye mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na pia mambo haya ya magenge unayosikia. Imekuwa ni aibu nikiwaeleza viongozi, je, mnaona kijana anakuambia bwana Mgendi, nacheza mpira, naenda wapi? Najaribu kumpatia usia, najaribu kuwafanyia zile tunaita counseling, tuambia no, mpira ni ajira. La, je, ukienda kule maskani unapata faida gani? Ndio pasa unaona kwamba unasikia kuna wakali kwanza, ukiangalia ni vijana wa umri wa chini wa miaka 15, unashangaa yule kijana kwa nini ajiingize kwa magenge? Kwa nini asije kwa viwanja? Nakwambia hakuna viwanja. Tutakwenda cheza mpira barabarani. Kuna nafasi ya kukaa mitaani na kuna nafasi ya viwanjani. Sema viwanja vyote vimenyakuliwa, tutakwenda wapi kucheza mpira sisi? So kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo ni changamoto kubwa kwetu kwa sisi wa shikadau na pia sisi viongozi wa mpira. Ni lazima tukae chini na hizi kaunti zote 6 za Pwani waunde mwindo msingi ambao wataweka fedha katika kile kitengo chao cha kuona kwamba tumepata viwanja vya kutosha. Viko viwanja, lakini kukarabatiwa kwake ndio imekuwa kwamba ni adimu, mpaka tuwavute, tuandike barua hapa na pale, na imekuwa ni changamoto ya hali ya juu sana kwamba sisi tunaona kwamba vijana wetu wanapotea kwa njia ambazo zisizokuwa za kustahili, za sisi za kijamii. Ndiposa kwamba tumesema mwelekeo huu kuanzia sasa tutahamasisha kuanzia zile shule za msingi hadi hizi za sekondari. Tuone hawa vijana wakitoka shule tunawamonitor, na pia tuwe na michezo mingi hapa katikati. Tusiwaache hivi hivi. Wakikaa hivi hivi ole ole, watakwenda baharini, watashiriki kwenye mambo yasiyokuwa ya kijamii, kuanzia wake mpaka waume. Ndio maana hata ile mchezo wa ufukweni, ile beach soccer, tunasema lazima sasa tuipatie changamoto kubwa kutoka Lamu hadi Lungalunga. Tuone kwamba inachezwa bila pingamizi, na pia kaunti watusaidie. Wako na udhamini. Tusisikie kwamba wataseme kwamba ati italeta nini, inarudisha hadhi kwa jamii. Na pia ni jambo bora kwamba nimetembea nchi nyingi kuona kwamba hawa nchi nyingi kwamba hata jirani yetu Uganda wako na beach soccer ambao wanacheza Lake Victoria. Nikashangaa kwa nini sisi tusifanye hivyo Mombasa, Mapwani kwa jumla. Tuko na bahari, hatuna kwamba mto, tuko na advantage zote. Lakini ni kutokana kwamba viongozi kila tukiwaita wanatuambia wao tutakaa chini.
Hadi lini?
Muda unayoyoma, vijana wanaadhirika na pia inavunja nguvu. Lakini nina imani mwaka huu hapa kipindi cha mpaka mwezi wa Disemba kutakuwa na mabadiliko makubwa sana kwa vijana wetu wa Pwani.
Upande wa soka ufukweni umegusia kwamba kuna mchuano pia unakuja?
Naam, kuna mchuano unaokuja ambao tunatarajia mwezi wa Disemba, ambapo kwa sasa ndo tunaanza ile mikakati. Tutaitisha vile vilabu ambao tuko na vilabu Pwani, tunashukuru zaidi ya vilabu 22 ambao vinacheza hiyo mchezo wa beach soccer, na wako na wakufunzwa wa kutosha, tuko na marefari wa kutosha kule Pwani, na imani kwamba tutatafuta wadhamini, tutashirikiana na wadhamini na makampuni kadhaa, tuone kwamba tumewapelekea budget na wao pia wajijumuike kuona kwamba hii beach soccer kwetu tumeimarisha na tumeweka katika hali ya kiwango cha juu.
Tugusie swala kwamba tangu muingia ofisini kama shirikisho, Rais Mwendo akiwa pale juu, nini hasa bwana Mgendi umefanya unajipiga kifua kwamba mimi katika yale niloingia manifesto yangu nimefanya 2 matatu kwenda mbele?
Kwa hakika katika miaka hii yote minne nimekuwa kwa ofisini, nadhani wameona mabadiliko. Nimewahi kupandisha vilabu ambavyo vimekuwa miaka mingi havijawahi kwenda daraja la kubwa. Tumefufua kilabu kama Congo Boys, ni kilabu ambayo ilikuwa kuna sifa zake Pwani mwaka wa nyuma, lakini leo iko katika Division 1 na jamii imejitolea sana kwamba wamejaribu kuimarisha na kuwasupport hivyo vilabu, na pia vijana wengine wao wamepata ajira kwa makampuni kadhaa pale Mombasa, na wameona kwamba sasa kulikuwa kunachezwa mpira wa kiolela, lakini kwa sasa tumeweka mikakati na kila mmoja aliyoko Pwani anaona ni kweli mpira unachezwa. Sio hali tu waliona kwamba zamani wakiona timu iko national wide ni Modern Coast na Coast Steamer, na pia wakaona sasa kuna timu zimeanza kupanda kama Mwatate, imepanda kwa daraja ambao tunaiombea kwamba mwakani watapanda kwa daraja la juu
NSL pale,
watakwenda NSL. Na pia wadhamini wamejitolea kuwasaidia hiyo timu ya Mwatate, na iko ni changamoto wao kwa sababu ilikuwa ni timu ya kijamii, lakini leo wamepata udhamini kupitia kwa mikono yangu na wamefurahi sana wakisema kwamba tungepata hadhi hii basi tungekuwa tuko mbali sana. Na sio wao, ni vilabu vingi Pwani. Leo waliona changamoto kwamba kilabu kama Wananyuki ni kilabu ya jadi, imekuwa kwamba vijana walikuwa kipotea, lakini kule eneo la Mwembe Tayari, Sarigoi, halikadhalika Ziwani Youth, watu walishangaa Pwani kuona vilabu vile ndio vilikutana mibabe wale wa Pwani katika fainali ya mini ligi yetu, na wakashukuru sana wazazi na pia jamii wamejitolea sasa kuvikarimia vile vilabu
kwenda mbele. Uchaguzi unakuja ni Disemba 21 kama sijakosea, kama tarehe haitabadilika. Bado upo?
Kwa hakika nilikuwa kidogo nasema nipumzike niwache wenzangu, lakini wakereketwa na halikadhalika washikadau wakasema Mgendi usiwaache vijana. Makori niko na sasa nitakwenda kunafikiri kwa ameniambia sasa niende kwa ngazi ya juu ili niwe karibu na bwana Nick Mwendwa niwatetee wapate kwamba wajue kwamba asali yao haitaishia tu hapa Nairobi bali itaishia huko kwa Pwani pia wapate ile heshima yao.
Sasa unaendea gani hapa juu?
Kwa hakika nitapigania nafasi ya NEC member wa Coast.
Kwa hiyo mwakilishi eneo la Pwani katika baraza kuu la soka kulingana na ile structure tuliyoiweka ambayo tuliyopitisha hii katiba miaka 3 kule kwangu Pwani. Mungu aitangulie.
Sasa
itajafika wakati kwamba tuone kuna wachezaji wengi kutoka Coast wako katika timu ya taifa kabumbu Harambee Stars. Kimazi, kocha mkuu sasa ni mtu ambaye anafahamu fika wachezaji wengi wa Kenya. Akipiga ziara yake Coast, sina shaka atarejea na wawili watatu.
Bila shaka kwa sasa kwanza ninamwekea kwa muda huu na mwacha ashikilie hii Harambee Stars apate uzoefu, lakini nitamwalika tena Pwani kama nilivyomwalika Sebastian Minye. Nitamwalika tena Pwani aje akae azimzungushe kuanzia Lamu hatimaye mpaka Lungalunga Taveta, aje atafute wachezaji na yeye mwenyewe nina imani atapata wachezaji wa kutosha kama tulipata wakati ule kina Emmanuel Ake. Hatutakosa kabisa kupata kama hao zaidi ya hao wako tena wa kutosha.
Kimaoni yako unaonaje ligi kuu ya Kenya inakoma?
Ligi kuu kwa sasa naweza sema kuna ukomavu hali ya juu. Kwamba hata juzi nilipokuwa nikishuhudia mechi kati ya Zoo Kericho na Bandari niliona kwamba
Zoo walikuwa naongoza 2-0.
Walitushangaza na tukaona kwamba kweli hivi vilabu vya ligi kuu vimejimarisha vilivyo. Na ni vilabu vya jamii. Na nilishukuru sana kwamba walikuja kuona kwamba hata Bandari walitoka nyuma wakati wa second half na wakafunga na tukapata matatu, tukasema point 3 tumepata na mabao 3 tumepata. Lakini ligi kuu imepata msisimko wa hali ya juu na tuna imani kwamba wakishirikiana vile wanavyofanya ushirikiano na sisi federation, bila shaka hii ligi safari itakuwa ya maajabu. Kama ulivyoona wakati wa mechi ya kirafiki baina ya timu ya Harambee Stars na Uganda hapa Kasarani, uliona wale wachezaji waliochezesha Kimanzi wengi walikuwa ni wa ligi kuu na walikuwa na ile kwamba morali na motisha hali ya juu. Na tuna imani akiendelea polepole bwana Kimanzi na hii ligi kuu akishirikiana na hawa wakufunzi wengine, bila shaka tutapata ligi ambayo itakuwa na mafanikio mazuri ya kuliko ya awali.
Kwa hiyo Harambee Stars unaiona kwamba vile Kimanzi amekalia katika safu ile kiufundi nzima, tumekuwa AFCON pia wewe mwenyewe umekuwa kule Misri wakati wa Minye ule wakati, unaona tunaelekea mwelekeo mzuri
tena wa hali ya juu sana. Na pia nashukuru sana serikali ilisimama kidete na timu yetu ya Harambee Stars na walipata exposure hali ya juu. Wakati ile mechi ya kwanza baina ya sisi na Harambee Stars na Algeria walipata exposure ya hali ya juu na wao wenyewe waliona kwamba sasa tumekaa miaka 15 nje, tumerudi na tulirudi na kishindo. Na wale washinda ni nani? Ni group ile ilikuwa group yetu sisi.
Senegal,
Algeria ni hao ndio walikuja kupanda finali. Kwa hivyo tumesema tulicheza na mabingwa na kwamba wamepata ile exposure ambao wana Kimanzi alikuwa pale kama kocha msaidizi wa bwana Sebastian Minye na akaona na akafurahi sana. Na tuna imani kwamba ile experience yuko nayo na ile aliyoipata kule, bila shaka Kenya tutakuwa na nafasi kubwa sana, na vile tunavyofanya hii mikakati ya kwamba youth project tulizoziweka tutakuwa mbele kuliko miaka ya nyuma, kutegemea tu wachezaji kutoka kwa Premier League.
Hizi timu za jamii kama Gor Mahia, AFC Leopards, umeambiwa kwamba umefungua ile Kongo ndio mwanzo umeifufua. Umuhimu wa hizi timu katika soka ya kitaifa unaionaje?
Umuhimu ni kwamba wanaleta ule msisimuko pia wa mashabiki, kuona kwamba kufurahia kuona wachezaji ni wale wao, na pia wanaona kwamba ni kuimarisha, kuwapatia ule msisimuko wale wachezaji na kuwapatia motisha sana wakufunzi, kwamba tukipata timu zingine zaidi ya kijamii, basi bila shaka hata hizi corporate companies watakuwa ni moja kwa moja wao watacooperate na wataingiliana na sisi kuona kwamba lazima wazisaidie.
Upande wa skuli kuna ile michezo ya shule za upili, msingi, mara nyingi pale kuna wachezaji wengi wazuri. Labda ni mikakati ipi labda umeweka kule Coast kwamba labda kuwe na akademia moja, wale wakitoka wanaingia katika ile taasisi kwa njia moja ama nyingine wanasaidika?
Kwa hakika tuko na mikakati na wakufunzi ambao waliokwenda katika zile tunaziita CAF licensing coaches, kuanzia advanced, basic, na sasa wanangoja ya class C. Tuko na imani kwamba baada ya mwezi ujao tutakuwa na ile tutaita Coast Youth Academy ambao tutaifungua rasmi kule Pwani, kwamba ishirikishe hawa makoches ambao wengi wametoka, sio kwamba pale Mombasa tu, wametoka sehemu za Malindi, wametoka Tana River, wametoka Lamu, halikadhalika Kwale, ili wawe wakitembelea hizi shule. Kwa sasa tuko nao already wale scouts ambao wanazungukia hizi shule kuona kwamba wakichukua wakitap zile talent ili tuzilete na tuwaweke pamoja, na nina imani kwamba wawekezaji pia na wazazi na wale wakereketwa kule Pwani watatusupport, ile ambao sisi wenyewe tutaona ni moja kwa moja itashuhudisha, ili tupate timu ya ngazi ya juu.
Kuna wale wanasoka wakongwe ambao wametoka Coast ambao ni akina makochi mahiri wako kule, akina Twahiri Muhidini, yuko kocha ambaye alikuwa kwa Harambee Stars, huyu mbona jina anatoka Mohamed Heri mwenyewe. Mikakati labda siku moja kuwasaidia wale wanasoka wakongwe ikoje?
Tuko nayo, nimekuwa na mazungumzo sana na mkongwe wetu Mohamed Heri, hata amekuwa akinieleza mbona huniweki katika status, ambao kwa sasa hii tunasema tutawaita wote pamoja. Wako wengi, tutawaita wote waweke pamoja, hata wale wachezaji ambao wa zamani waliokuweko, wasione kwamba tumewatenga, la hasha. Hata mimi mwenyewe azma yangu nataka nione katika ile safu ile ya Bandari kwamba mkongwe kama coach Heri awekwe pale kama senior advisor wa ile timu, ili kwamba waone kwamba ni coach Twahiri, yeye ni technical director wa Bandari na yeye moja kwa moja hana matatizo,
yuko vizuri,
yuko sawa, na anatusaidia sana kuona kwamba hata makochezo wetu wadogo wanapata ile nafasi. Amekuwa akikutana nao akifanya ukufunzi. Tuko na mpaka coach Rajab Babu ambaye ni coach wa Harambee Star, ile timu ya beach soccer, ambaye yeye pia ana uzoefu mkubwa sana, ambao pia tumemwita japokuwa yuko na shughuli zake nyingi upande wa county, lakini tunasema bila shaka yeye ni kocha wangu na nitamuita pia, na tutakaa nao pamoja tuone kwamba tumeimarisha ile kwamba wanaita wenyewe wanajiita ile wale wakongwe wakufunzi wa zamani wa Pwani.
Kauli yako ya mwisho Gabriel Mgendi tukimalizia?
Kauli yangu ni kusema kwamba watu wakereketo wa Pwani wasiwe na wasiwasi, kwamba nimewaekea mikakati inayofaa, kwamba msimu huu na msimu ujao na wakati tunapokwenda kwa uchaguzi wasiwe na wasiwasi. Tutafuta wale ambao viongozi wataendelesha na nitawapatia mimi mwenyewe moral ama nitawapatia motisha na mwelekeo ili kwamba waone Pwani hakuna malumbano, Pwani ni mpira unachezwa na kila mmoja aone kwamba mpira ni ajira hapa kwetu Kenya.
Kila kitu shwari.
Kurejea
nyumbani, msalimu sana Rajab Babu.
Nitamsalimu.
Kocha makochi yule. Ndio mikiki upande wa kandanda, meli yake inatua tu kidogo, lakini kabla iende chini ya maji, ili ni gazeti nambari 1 hapa Kenya, linaitwa Mwana Sport, linachapwa na kuchapishwa na kampuni ya Nation Media Group, shilingi 35 peke yake sokoni. Linatoka Jumanne, Alhamisi na Jumamosi. Mambo kadhaa yameshughulikiwa. Kama wewe ni mshabiki mkubwa wa soka imepewa asilimia kama 70, lakini mambo mengine baada yako ndani. Kama huyu ni kijana anaitwa Antoine Griezmann, aligura kutoka Atletico Madrid akaingia Barcelona, anafanya mambo yake pale. Kwa hiyo lipate sokoni ni muhimu sana, manake mambo mengi yameshughulikiwa hapo. Lakini kama pia wewe ni mwekezaji wa kamari, hapa ndani kuna ukurasa wake. Wanakuibia siri. Kwa sasa nataka nipeleke hii meli chini ya maji, nikirejea nitakuwa naangazia masuala ya riadha ya walemavu ambao wana uwezo wa kusikia tayari wamekwisha kuingia nayo. Mashindano yanafanyika yale Afrika katika uwanja wa kimataifa Moi Kasarani. Jana ilikuwa mapumziko, yamerejea leo. Kwa hiyo wewe ganda ulipo.
Je, biashara imekwama na hauna kakitu? School fees hauna na kumekauka? Au ni token zimeisha na huna cash? Usiwori, kwani unaweza chukua Senti. Senti inatatua mahitaji yako yote ya kifedha. Pate cash instantly. Terms and conditions apply.
From the heart of Nairobi
Kanyaga kama mbea sio rafiki. Kanyaga kama fisi ana roho ya snitchi akulisha kubishi.
to the running tracks of Eldoret. Coming soon.
Go low, girl, go low. Get cash, girl, get dough. Wine up, take it slow.
This Saturday on Teen Republic Live. Zimenice hitmaker Chris Kaiger will be setting the roof on fire.
He said that I drop it so good, and you know he also be talking about.
The bold and talented Valerie Mudhoni will be in the house.
There is one thing I'm good at.
Catch the latest on everything entertainment and word on the street as we join Dandora's finest in area beautification.
Go low, girl, go low.
You know it's a party with DJ Bash on the decks.
Take it slow, take
Make a date, Teen Republic, in association with Fanta.
Don't do anything crazy without your friends. Drink Fanta. Taste fun.
This week on The Trend.
Rocky rocker.
talk about them.
Asanteni sana. Wamekuwa hao ni wafanikisho upande wa riadha ya walemavu wasiosikia. Ni kwamba itakuwa inatamatika rasmi hapo kesho shughuli nzima ya makala ya mwaka 2019. Yosho Makorimi na Ngatuka Ngani, lakini Jeni Ngoiri Samir watakuwa na jaja kufanikisha sehemu ya mwisho udaku sasa. Lakini kawaida yake mimi nikisepa huwa ni video mpya mpendo inaingia inachukua muda wake, alafu wanajipanga kukaa chini. Kwa sasa kwa heri kwa muda.
Nimejaliwa moyo upendo, kipenda napendaga vibaya, ila skendo zimefanya sije
mtaani na nasema tutatoboa, hakuna makazi ndo kitu tatuokoa. Shwa bure mi napiga toto spenua mkono mitaimbia tu hivyo hivyo, hakuna kuogopa na washonge dhani mi ni showstopper. Keke tunabaki mesimama baada show, kila mtu anasema safi sana, safi sana, safi sana. Hapo sawa, asante. Safi sana, safi sana, safi sana. Hapo sawa, asante. Tuna support genge, shukran sana. Kaini DJ, shukran sana. Shukran sana, shukran sana, magazeti zote shukran sana, makundi tote shukran sana, bila ninyi tungekuwa hapa. Safi sana, safi sana, safi sana. Hapo sawa, asante. Safi sana, safi sana, safi sana. Hapo sawa.
Huyo ndo mgeni wetu wa leo, anafahamika kama Jua Kali. Karibu sana Samir.
Mkono mbili hivyo.
Samir, nakwambia mimi nimefanya udaku sasa, nimefanya Johari, nimekutana na wasanii, lakini kila sana nikutana na Jua Kali
mwili na kwa kali.
Sasa hizi nasikia vipi? Nataka nitaanza kuongea mambo. Mimi nilianza kukusikiza nikiwa class 2.
Class 2?
Class 2? Sasa niko NTV, lakini uzeeki.
Umezeeki hivyo buda. Manze unachoma.
Unaweza kuimba lini?
2000.
Okay, sikuwa class 2.
Uko class 2.
Sikuwa class 2. Lakini uzeeki. Siri ni gani?
Siri ni fruits, maji, kukimbia kidogo. Na kusikiza muziki.
Kusikiza muziki.
Kusikiza muziki.
Unasikiza muziki kila wakati?
Kila wakati.
Kila wakati. Umekuwa wapi Jua Kali?
Nimekuwa nikimalizia albamu yangu. Yani nimekuwa busy sana for the past 2 years. Nimekuwa na record for 2 years, ideas nini everything. So eventually imeisha. So nime-release, iko kwa market, wase wanaweza buy. Inaitwa Mali ya Umma.
Mali ya Umma. Hiyo ni albamu yako ya 3?
Ya 4.
Ya 4. Kwa nini Mali ya Umma?
Hiyo jina nilipewa na, nilianza kuitwa hivyo na Juliani. Mwenyewe tu. Juliani alianza kuniita hivyo kwa sababu tulikuwa every time tunaenda naye show, alikuwa na vile wasa na react. Watu wakiniona kama vile sasa kama vile umefanyaje. Unasema akaanza kuniambia wewe ni Mali ya Umma. Unaona vile wasa na kulike. Unaona sasa kutoka hiyo jina ili stick kwa mind yangu. Ndio nikasema nikianza kurecord album yangu mpya nitaita hivyo.
Hii ni leo tunasema wanakupenda tu bure.
Wanakupenda bure. Na hiyo album iko na wasanii gani hivi? Iko na, kuna ngoma nimefanya na Waire. Kuna ngoma nimefanya na, kuna mwanadada upcoming anaitwa Berry Loano. Berry Loano namjua. Berry Loano. Tumeimba naye ngoma moja na Teardrop. Teardrop poet. Alafu kuna song tumerelease jana. Noma sana. Basi hiyo song na Odi ya Muranga na Swat.
Na song inaitwaje?
Wale Manga.
Wale Manga kina nani? Kina Manga ni Manga.
Si wale.
Wale nani hao? Hebu ambaye kuna maana fiche huko.
Kuna maana yani tu unajua vijana damu moto nini, so wali come up na hiyo idea, sisi ni wale Manga. So nikasikia ni idea fiti, so nikaweka verse yangu hapo. Unaona, kwa sababu ni mujaribu sana kusupport au vijana na kama.
Na hiyo ngoma naelezo tuko nayo, tuisikize tu kidogo alafu turejee kwa
ngoma mpya bede.
Ngoma mpya.
After
kabisa. Sasa vinoma imebidi.
Naelewa, time.
Lakini mbona usibasi release video ambayo tunaweza icheza tu bila kuipiga censor?
Wacha tuongee na video director.
Video director anataka hiyo. Ama ni market nataka.
Ni market.
Wacha
niseme market. Hao vijana damu moto.
Na vijana mtanao wapi?
Okay, hao vijana unajua wamekuwa waki-release masongs. Yaani tumeanza kuwa meet juzi tu. Unaona, so ni vijana tumekuwa tunafuata career yao vile wanaendelea. So the moment walianza kuita ngoma zao
Gengeton.
Na wewe ni king of genge.
Yani ilikuwa humbling sana. Nikasema yani hao vijana yani tumo-inspire hivi. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia video zao, ukiangalia the language wanatumia, production, yani ni zile siku zetu. Unaona, yani tumo-inspire sana. So nikasema the best way pia ya kuwapatia moral ni kurekodi ngoma nao. So ndio nikarekodia song iko kwa album yangu pia. So ni song ile tu ya kupatia vijanani.
Maana yake unafanya kazi na vijana na unataka kuwashika mkono na kuwasaidia.
Inabamba sana kwa sababu pale tunaona Odi wa Moranga yuko pale, Bundox, Swati kwa Epic pale, alafu pale ukafanya kazi na Mavo. By the way, big up to ngoma ni nilikuwa naangalia Mavo producer. Nilikuwa naangalia kwa channel yako na hiyo ngoma iko kwa channel yako, kwa channel ya VDJ.
Kwa VDJ Jones ndo ndio alishikanisha, lakini audio kwa channel yangu. Nao video ikakuwa kwa channel yake.
Sawa. Mali ya Umma, kuna mtu anajiuliza hapo pale Kitale, hapo pale Eldoret. Mali ya Umma inapatikana wapi?
Iko siku hizi technology pia imesaidia vitu sana. So iko kwa platform zote. Hiyo ni iko kwa Songa, iko kwa iTunes. Iko kwa Amazon, iko kwa Google Play. So mtu anaweza nunua online. Lakini sasa kama mtu maybe yuko na relative hapa Nairobi, kuna duka moja iko Ibrahim's hapa Moyavi. Place mtu anaweza get the physical copy.
Na umezungumzia hapo teknolojia zimebadilisha mambo. Hebu linganisha na wakati ulipokuwa unaanza mwaka 2002.
Hizo siku tulikuwa jangwani. Hizo siku ilikuwa noma. Yaani avenue yetu ya kutoa muziki hizo times ilikuwa very limited. Ilikuwa ni radio. Kushoot video ilikuwa expensive. So TV hatuko tunahesabu pia sana. Alafu na clubs, kupeleka muziki kwa clubs. Alafu kwa club ilikuwa inabidi tukirelease ngoma tunatembea kwa club zote. Kwa sababu hakuna email, hakuna nini. Sasa inabidi unapeleka, hakuna WhatsApp, sasa inabidi unapeleka
Instagram,
hakuna. Sasa unapeleka DJ, ni aje jua kali hapa song yangu mpya. Sasa utaicheza. Unatoka hapo unaingia tena club nyingine. Utacheza. So hizo siku hizo ndo zilikuwa. Alafu na pia matatu. Ma3 imetusaidia sana.
Ndio mnaweza. Na hivi majuzi umeadhimisha miaka 40, 40.
Nilikuwa naambiwa inaitwa siku hizi fourth floor.
Badi ilikuwa iliweza pale.
Na umekuwa kama baby hivi.
Unaniambia hivyo kwa birthday. Via fourth floor iko aje?
Fourth floor hapa inatukwapi?
Ndio baadaye nikaelewa. 40. Yes.
Na muziki wakati wako na sasa iko vipi?
Muziki naweza sema the more muziki na change, acha niseme the consumption ya muziki. Vile watu wana consume muziki ndio kitu imechange. Kwa sababu kitambo ilikuwa CD, kitambo ilikuwa hizo macassette nini, lakini sasa hii ni simu tu. Simu unaingia iTunes, unaingia Boomplay na unasikiza ngoma. But as far as vile ngoma haija change. Maybe the faces zimechange, kina audio Muranga nani, but wanafanya tu the same thing
wanafanya kila nini.
Ngoma yako ya kwanza ilikuwa gani?
Ruka.
Hebu tupe throwback kidogo.
Hizo mkono rusha. Bestejo ruka.
Na bede wasa wanaulizaga kina Mahatma.
Bidii yako?
Bidii ilikuwa 2006. 2000. Ulikuwa 2006.
Nilikuwa tu mahali kutoka. Nikumbushe tu kidogo kama mstari hapo.
California vitu mzuri tunaendelea mbele. Hakuna cha huzuni hapa, furani tele. Kwa wale wamesahau muziki yangu bado ni genge. Kola na tudharau, tafadhali msifanye nicheke. Sitadanganya jamani, nimekuja NTV na nasikia poa.
Hapo niko na Jane Ngwiri na Samir. Kakitu hapo.
Niko na Jane Ngwiri na Samir na nasikia poa.
Ai, akizilo nalala.
Jua kali mazee. Mkiwa Kalif mlikuwa na mafans wengi sana. Mlikuwa na pale Mahatma. Tulikuwa na artists. Kina Flex. Yes. Wale maboys, kuna watu wanajiuliza mazee tai kuja kuona Kalif reunion. Mnapanga hivi? Itakuwa ngumu. Sitadanganya, mtakuwa ngumu. Sababu pia kuna watu, yani kuna watu walishika njia. Mtu kama Pilipili sikizi yuko kwa biashara sana. Businessman Flex alienda Europe. Yani huko hata ni citizen huko. Unajua, yani kuna watu pia sikizo kuna mafamily wako tu biashara zao. So ni ngumu sana. Kuna watu waliacha muziki kabisa. So ni ngumu sana.
Kuna tesa huko acha.
Mimi wacha niseme passion yangu ya muziki. Alafu foundation yangu ilikuwa a little bit strong. Unaona, kwa sababu nilikuwa na watu wanani support. Sasa zingine vitu ziko vibaya, but inakuwa hii ndio kitu nilichoose kufanya. Hiyo ni familia yangu, familia kina Clemo, friends wangu wale karibu na mimi. Hao ndio mfanya yani. Alafu mimi napenda ngoma sana. Yani sana.
Samir alivyosema, ukitaja Jua Kali kila mtu atajua. Watu kutoka ile enzi na hata sasa hivi. Kama nilivyosema Pilipili unasema wengine wamesafiri. Kuna wasanii ambao wakitajwa na watu wa saizi watakuuliza huyu ni nani. Lakini Jua Kali hadi sasa anafahamika.
Anapeta kwa nchi zote. Siri ni kupenda tu muziki. Alafu mimi sifuati trends. Unaona, the moment tulikama, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia career yetu ukifuatilia Kalif, tulikama up na jina ya muziki yetu. So mimi tulikuwa tunajaribu kuonesha watu, the general public, tuko na confidence na hii sound tunafanya. Sisi hatufuati watu wa America, hatufuati watu wa South Africa, hatufuati watu wa Europe. Sisi tumekuja na sound yetu, tunaimba na sheng, na hizi ngoma zinaitwa genge. Unaona, so yani hatufuati trends. Mimi sifuati trends.
Kwa ufupi kwa na ile consistency.
Yes, consistency tu. Yani target audience yangu ni watu wa mtaani. Kutoka nianze mpaka wa leo ni watu wa mtaani. Au ni watu wacha nipate tu artist wengi siri. Watu wa mtaani ni watu very loyal. Very loyal. Hata unaona wanapenda reggae. Very loyal fans. Wakikupenda wamekupenda kabisa.
Love ikishaingia imeshaingia.
Maana sasa hizi ukiangalia watu wengi hata katika tu fani mbalimbali utapata mtu anafanya hivi lakini akiona trend moja kesho kitu kingine kifanyika umebadilika.
Ajiamini, hiyo ni basically ajiamini.
But sometimes inasaidia kama sasa naona umeingia ka gengeton, kuna gengeton wengine wanapanda.
Sasa unajua sasa hii unajua hawa kid ni kama extension. Yaani ni extension yetu tu. Kwa sababu mimi kutoka waanze kuimba, hizi gengeton zianze. Every day hata saa hii kwa Instagram yangu, kwa Facebook wananiambia imba na ujamaa.
Imba na huyu. Ndio mmoja anasema imba na Ritsoro.
Imba na Zero, imba na Uchungulu. Yaani design moja ni kama watu wananiambia jamaa wako kwa line yako.
Wako kwa line yako.
Wanafanya genge tu kama wewe. So imba nao.
Na umezungumzia Clemo by the way. Na kuna tetesi ambazo zinasema kwenye mtandao kwamba Jua Kali ni boss na Clemo ni boss wa YouTube hapa East Africa. Tuambie, ni kweli hiyo?
Ni kweli.
Wewe ni boss wa YouTube hapa. Yaani unataka kitu yote YouTube lazima unapitia kwa ofisi pale. Unajishughulisha na nini pale?
Pale tunasaidia tu artist wote kumonetize kazi zao. Unajua kitambo unajua YouTube ilikuwa ukiweka ngoma yani hauna protection. Mtu mwingine anaweza chukua hiyo content akiweka kwa channel yake na tengeneze pesa. Unaona, sio ile kitu inafanyika kwa ofisi, tuna protect. Tuna protect kazi yako. So dunia mzima ukiweka ngoma yako kwa channel yako, hapo ndo pale itakuwa. Anyone akijaribu kuupload inakata. So kila mtu views zote zitakuja kwa channel yako.
Kwa hivyo wasanii wanaingiza do na YouTube hapa Kenya wasanii.
Yes, wasanii na wakichapa. Wasanii na wakichapa.
Una msanii kama wacha kabla tuingilie ile story ya msisikie ulipoa 2530.
Yes.
Ni msanii gani hivi aliingiza dola na story ya YouTube sana?
Unajua sasa hiyo ni hujasiezi anika mtu wote hapa.
Lakini umezungumzia
siezi anika, wacha tu niseme wale wasanii wanatia bidii. Watu wana make chapa.
Watu wana make. Na umezungumzia kuhusu YouTube na ngoma yako tumejaribu hapo kuicheza uliona vile tumeisesa.
Yes.
Katika YouTube itawekwa?
YouTube iko vile iko.
Iko vile iko. Na maana unafanya kazi na wasanii, kuna watu ambao wanasema ni kama unajirejesha nyuma ukianza kufanya kazi na wasanii kama kina Effie na wewe ni legend. Unazungumziaje hilo?
Yaani unajua mimi ni a student bado wa muziki. Alafu vile tu nimesema mbeleni napenda muziki sana. Unajua? Unaona, so the moment naona kuna watu wako na talent, because hao vijana wako very very talented. Unaona kitu hao vijana wamefanya. Siku hizi kwa club utasikia ngoma ya Nigeria maybe Moe Burna Boy maybe kwa sababu Burna Boy amehit. Burna Boy ndo DJ tangangana iweke.
I fix
tu kwa jamaa
lazima niweke moja.
Lazima niweke moja. Unaona ngoma za bongo zinachezwa chache sana. Hizi ndo muziki zinachezwa. Unaona, alafu ukiona tu reaction ya watu kwa club. Yaani hizo muziki zikichezwa unaona vile watu wana light up, watu wamefurahi, wamebambika kwa sababu hizi muziki ndio the true identity ya muziki zetu. Hata sisi tuki make genge, tuko tunaambia watu hii ndio the true sound. Na hawa watu wamekuja kuprove hiyo kitu. Hii ndio the true sound.
Ukizungumzia hiyo true sound, kwa sound kukua true na video kuwa poa, kwani lazima iwe
sasa unajua unakumbuka wazazi wetu tukitoa muziki walikuwa wanasema, ama wewe ukisikiza muziki wanakuambia hizi muziki gani unasikiza? Sasa wewe uko sasa
mimi nimezeeka sasa hapana.
Wewe sasa uko hapo sasa.
Lakini tunasikia kama bidii na nini na ziko mbaya.
Lakini sasa ulikuwa age, ulikuwa bado ulikuwa.
Hapana, mimi hapo
unaona bado amekataa. Unajua nini? Nisikie. Yaani
ngoja kwanza nataka usomee hapo, nataka DJ acheze ngoma zako kidogo tu compare saizi tuone. Cheza ngoma za jua kali za ile time. Atuambie kama na uje hapa. kuelimisha watu wengi.
Yes.
Unaelewa? Maanake first of all ile song mwezi kiti pale na hata kama ni uko na miss wako ama nani utasikia kama kuingia chini ya meza. Kwa nini?
Wacha niseme hivi. Unajua ni ngumu sana for sisi hii age tuko tujaribu kurudi 20 years. Ni ngumu sana. But umtoi kwa sababu hao toi wako age range wana range 19 mpaka 22 23. Bado wako makwao.
Lakini unaona wakirelease hizo video sisi tunawa celebrate.
Ni hivi. Nisikie. Najaribu ni kukuambia mentality yao, mali wako. No toi bado wako home. Ajui hata sukari ni pesa ngapi. Maybe hata ajui rent inalipwa ni pesa ngapi. Yeye sahi kichwa yake inapiga muziki, club, nini, muziki, raha. Unaona? Sasa what will happen here? Hawa tu hii sahi wameanza on the right foot, sitakudanganya. As much as kunio controversy wako on the right path. What will happen here? Wakianza kuanza ku approach 24, 25. Au ni for wale artist wanaimba for the passion and the love. Topic zao zitaanza kuchange. Naturally. Zitaanza kuchange. Unaona? Ni kama tu sisi tu.
Lakini bado
sikia. A good example, wacha nikwambie. Sisi tukianza kulikuwa na Wekamu. Tunakumbuka vile leta noma. Unakumbuka? Vile tafanya nyundo hizo ngoma zote. So hizo muziki zilikuwa very very important kwa sababu the moment it's all psychological. The moment unatumia shock ama wacha tumie tu shock, unatumia shock. Mtu atakupatia masikio. Unaona? Sasa watu wamepata masikio yao vijana. Pole tu utaanza kuona subject matter itaanza kubadilika. So usiogope. Yaani tuko sawa. Yaani mimi nakwambia tumefukuza muziki za nje. Lazima tupatie hao vijana credit ya hiyo. Hizi muziki zinapigwa sasa 3 hours, 4 hours straight. Nimetembea clubs kadhaa bila ngoma hata moja nje.
Lakini kitu poa mnafanya. Apart from pia lazima mwanze kuelimisha story. Umesema story ya music pia story ya do. Kwa sababu sasa hivi vile wanaanza kushika kado. Pia kwa yule msanii ambaye anakuona kwa mfano kina Odi wa Moranga na vitu kama hivyo. Unaweza waambiaje sasa hivi kwanza story ya do sana?
Nizoambia tu wa get management poa. Get watu wako na the same interest na wewe. Ndio wanze yani learn the business of music. Sababu muziki ni almost 95% business. Hii ingine fame nini hizo ziko zinachukua 5%. Hii ingine ni biashara kama biashara nyingine.
Ni biashara kama wewe kuna biashara nyingine unafanya bado ni muziki.
Ni muziki tu. Mimi ni muziki tu.
Na kwanza congratulations kwanza wewe ulikuwa msanii wa kwanza. Nadhani wale wasanii wa kwanza kupata endorsement. Ulipata bonge la deal ukakula milioni kadhaa hivi.
Leo angalau tutakula ndani.
Ushasema.
Lakini kukakuja tukatokea na MCSK. Ulipata 25-30?
Yes, nilipata.
Unazungumziaje hivyo?
Nilipata 25-30.
Mazenda umekaa kwa game hiyo karibu miaka mbao 25-30.
Unajua what happened ni hii. Ni wacha niseme laziness. Ilikuwa ni laziness kwa sababu niweza tumia example mzuri sana ndio watu waelewe. Unajua hapa tuseme hapa Nation, hapa NTV. Kuna manager, kuna mtu wa kusweep, kuna watchman, wote wanafanya job hapa kwa organization. Na kuna pesa yeye ukuja, tuseme Nation leo after kulipa tax maybe tumetengeneza 600 million. So hii pesa watu wanalipwa mpaka nyinyi hapa presenters mna get share yenu hapo. Sasa imagine hii do waseme kuna workers ni wangapi Nation watu wako 4000. Hii 600 million divide na 4000. Patia kila mtu wagawane. It doesn't work that way. Manager anakulaga pesa yake kwa sababu ya the position. Mtu wa kusweep anakula pia pesa yake kwa position. Nini pia mnalipwa tofauti. So artist pia sisi kuna wale artist wanatia bidii kushinda wengine.
Kweli kabisa.
Basi haifai kuwa tu ati kila mtu anapata.
Haifai kuwa Kuna artist alinipigia simu aliacha kuimba 10 years ago lakini bado ni member. Alipatiwa pesa, alipata
Baada muda unayoyoma tukimalizia tu kwa niaba ya watu ambao wanafahamika kama Warembo FC.
Yes.
Ndio kali yako married.
Warembo FC.
Kuna Warembo FC. Kama kuna timu mafisi, ni Warembo wako.
Manze. Okay, kwa wale hawajui kwa sababu nadhani watu wanajua sasa hii. I'm happily married. Hata wife yuko area, yuko mahali tu hapa. So happily married. Na watoi.
Watoi ngapi?
Watoi 3.
3. Na sasa hawa watoi watch video zako?
Watch.
Unawashow nini sasa wakiona hiyo vulgar language na funny videos?
Sasa unajua hakuna vulgar yote.
Hiyo funny video. Sasa utamwambiaje usifanye hii lakini atakwambia that is wewe unaimba kuhusu hii na iko kwa video yako. Kama wakienda nje watu wao wanaambia budako mazee.
Budako vipi?
Ndio huyo wife. Ai mazee.
Pale yuko kwenye Instagram sana pale. Ni kitu kizuri sana unaweka mke wako.
Unaumiza Warembo FC.
Hiyo picha imevunja watu. Leo Friday imeharibika. Siku imekwisha hivyo. Hebu ni hilo swali la watoto.
Yes.
Kwa sababu kama mtu ukiwa mzazi unaambia mtoto sitaki kuona ukifanya hivi, sitaki kuona unafanya hivi, lakini wakati mwingine Samira anakuuliza lakini mami na ama daddy wewe ufanye hivyo mbona? So watakwambiaje? Ama watu wao wanawaambia buda wako anaimbanga.
Unajua nikiwa mdogo nilikuwa napenda kuuliza maswali. Alafu unajua alikuwa anaambiwa nini? Hata pia nyinyi mko mnaambiwa. Utojua ukikuwa mkubwa utajua, ukikuwa mkubwa utajua. So for mimi unajua mimi huambia Oja kuna ile parental advisory. Hata pale nyumbani laptops nini ziko na yani hawezi access, ziko na passwords, hawezi YouTube pia hawezi access tu hivyo. Netflix hawezi access. Lakini sasa kuna zile za makatuni manini wanaweza ona. But as for wakigrow oja pia hawezi control mtu. Hawezi control kila kitu. But nimejaribu sana tu wana grow vizuri, ni watoto wazuri. Na wako na morals mzuri. So hii ni kazi. So wakikuwa wakubwa watawaambia mimi nilikuwa
nilikuwa na hustle. Hakuna mmoja ambaye amekumbana na video yako ama ameambiwa kitu na mtu yuko kuhusu.
Ambiwa tu bado pia ni wadogo bado. Lakini kuna watu chuo washaanza kujua au ni mtoi au ni watu wajua.
Basi ukikuwa kubwa utakuja uwakalishe chini na waambie hii ndio kazi nilikuwa nafanya na ni kazi tu. Maana wanasema the internet never forgets. Na sasa na YouTube bila shaka watatafuta hapo jua kali. Definitely. Video na kamrembo. Na mnaeleza kama nataka uperform lakini nani kutengeneza nywele? Madam.
Yes, madam mtengeneza. Pia kuna mwanadada najua na watch anaitwa Caro. Yuko Westlands, huko Westlands mwenda anani.
Ever since ni yeye tu huyo Caro.
Yes.
Ndio nakuja
na. Iko sawa?
Iko sawa kabisa.
Sawa kabisa. Kienda pale ndio mic.
Yes.
Labda kwa mafans wako kwenye mtandao ya Facebook.
Manze